We just caught Trump in a lie about Epstein. No, I think we just got more proof Trump was one of the guys who took Epstein down. Really? So in a written account of an FBI interview with the former Palm Beach police chief in 2019, the chief admits Trump was one of the first people to call him in the early 2000s once it was revealed Epstein was under investigation. Yeah, and Trump told him Epstein was disgusting and Maxwell was evil to her core. Well, Trump also said one time he was around Epstein when teenagers were present. And Trump says he got the hell out of there. Well, here's the thing. Back in 2019, Trump said he had no idea Epstein was involved in anything with underage girls, and he has maintained that position. Now we see that's clearly a lie. Well, in the phone call, the police chief says Trump merely said he got out of there when Epstein was with teenagers. He never said he saw any abuse. Quote, thank goodness you're stopping him. Everyone has known he's been doing this. I mean, Epstein was being investigated for sexually abusing underage girls, and Trump admitted everyone has known he's been doing it. Look, you can twist what he has said now and then however you want, but if anything, this file shows Trump was one of the first people looking to assist police with the Epstein investigation. This came after Trump kicked him out of Mar-a-Lago for being a creep. Well, Congressman Jamie Raskin has reviewed some unredacted files, saying some portions suggested that although he was no longer a member at Mar-a-Lago, Epstein was still invited as a guest and not asked to leave. All right, I'm gonna wait until I see proof of that other than a partisan congressman, but what this Palm Beach director interview shows is Trump was one of the first people to sound the alarm. It shows he knew more about Epstein's crimes than he admits now. Why hasn't he been transparent about this knowledge? And if he lied about that, what else is he lying about? Yeah, I think you got this one twisted, bud. I don't think so.
All right. Yo, and we are live. Yo, this is Set with Set Media, guys, and I'm back with another one for you. All right, guys, we got a long one for tonight. Of course, we're going to get into Trump's new interview. We're going to get into Pam Bondi getting grilled by the Oversight Committee and Lutnick and a whole lot more. So let's not forget to double tap that screen, like the video, and let's get right into it.
Mr. President, welcome. Thanks for coming back to the Kudlow Show. We appreciate it, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Larry.
Anyway, I thought I'd start with Dow 50,000. Congratulations with America. That was your Truth Social. The economy is hitting on all cylinders. Most of the experts have been completely wrong about it. So as you look at this thing, it's the midterm elections and so forth. How good a year is it going to be, 2026?
Well, I think it's going to be great. You know, when you say 50,000, and by the way, S&P 7,000, which is, I guess, almost the equivalent, I think.
It's a huge number.
When you think about it, right? And I remember when I first won, they said, if he gets the Dow up to 50,000 by the end of his fourth year, he will have done miracles. And we're at the end of the first year. So when you think about it, that's great. And the S&P, the same thing. And everything else. I mean, everything's going great. We inherited a total mess from Biden, and not only the borders, but the economy, the inflation. The inflation was the worst ever in history. They say 48 years, but basically ever in history. And prices were high, and you don't hear them use the word affordability anymore. They can't use it because we brought the prices down. Oil now, I was in Iowa last week, and they were $1.85 a gallon.
No, they still using the term affordability. I mean, they're using it for their constituents because Dems don't know how to run anywhere affordable. So let's just be honest. When the people talk about, oh, things are still unaffordable, like I said, ask them what state they're living in. Because they're living in a blue state, ask them, yo, check your taxes. Because maybe you got done like Virginia. You voted for somebody based on affordability, and then they go out there and raise your taxes and add all new types of expenses to businesses.
And if you go all over the country, in many cases now it's broken $2 a gallon. And that's like a major tax cut. And we've given them that too in the great big beautiful bill. So we've had a very good run, and we want to keep it going.
So interesting. Falling energy prices permeates the entire economy.
It's so big.
Hundreds and hundreds of people don't understand that and never give you credit for it. So the signature legislation embodying the policy was the one big beautiful bill. It's a one big beautiful bill.
That's right.
Tax cuts, deregulation, energy dominance, and the tariff reciprocity. Is there any plans to do a second big beautiful bill? Is there another reconciliation bill out there? There might be deeper tax cuts or more deregulation or what? Anything of that nature?
So when I first came in, we met with John Thune, who's a terrific guy, and with, as you know, Mike Johnson, speaker. And we had about 17 different bills. And I said, let's put them all together. And everybody was against. They weren't really, but it was a long shot.
I lobbied you for one big beautiful bill.
You did.
It was after the Army-Navy game.
You did. And
Yes.
plenty of people said, you can't get it done. Don't do it. It'll be bad. and we put everything together. And this was a 4-year package. And we put it together and we got it passed. And it was sort of a miracle because, you know, I think it worked the other way. There was something in there for everybody. That's how we got it passed. I'm not sure that we would have gotten very many of those bills, but we had many bills. We put them all together. And so in theory, we've gotten everything passed that we need. Now we just have to manage it, but we've gotten everything passed that we need for 4 years. Do we have other things in mind? Yeah, we do. We have things in mind. We have perfecting a little bit of what we did, because this is the biggest bill ever passed in the history of Congress.
And I mean, let's be honest, through the passing of the big, beautiful bill, Trump has kind of outsmarted the Dems. Remember, they wanted to defund ICE, but due to the big, beautiful bill and the funding in there, ICE was funded all the way up until 2026. So them trying to shut the government down, like, well, pretty much at the end of January, didn't really work. Why? Because, well, if they were going to try to shut down the government, they'd be shutting down DHS and not ICE. And what they want is reforms with ICE. But what their plan is to go ahead and make all of DHS pay for it, excluding ICE.
And it's a great thing. But we also have other bills we want to get. We want to get the Save America Act passed. Save America is on voting. We want people to have voter ID. We want people to have proof of citizenship. And we want to have no mail-in ballots other than if you're in the military or you're sick or you're away or some reasonable but good excuse.
Can that get done, you think, before the midterm elections?
It polls at about 94%, including Democrats are at 87%, other than Democrat politicians because they cheat.
It's a huge vote. I guess the House is going to re-vote on it because of the photo ID,
right?
Which is so important. Actually, you need a photo ID to vote on the floor of the House, even though Democrats are opposed to a photo ID.
That's right.
They can't vote.
Now there's this hoax going out there saying that the SAVE Act blocks women from voting. And I'm like, that's not true. But we'll get more into that later.
Their own bill.
But think of it. So you have a thing called Save America Act. Save America Act. And Schumer's going to say, I oppose it. How do you oppose Save America? So this is simply on voting. Voter ID. We want a statement that you are a citizen of America. I think that's a reasonable thing to ask. And no mail-in ballots, which are very corrupt. No country in the world is doing mail-in ballots, or especially the way we do them. I mean, they send them all over the place. Nobody knows. It's totally corrupt. No country in the world does what we do.
I voted in the state of Connecticut. You don't need a photo ID. You can vote if you just show them a credit card or a debit card, which anybody can get their hands on. I think it's a scam. I mean, it's just remarkable.
Connecticut is a very corrupt voting place. That's why a guy like Blumenthal can keep getting elected, because it's, he admitted that he cheated on the war like nobody's ever cheated. He said he was a great war hero from Vietnam. And I went to Vietnam for a couple of days, and I spent 2 more days than he did there.
I mean, let's be real. All you need for a bank account is, you can get yourself a fake social and a name, and boom, you can get a bank account. And if you're telling me all you need is a card with your name on it that proves that you're able to buy things in your name, I mean, that ain't really helpful when it comes to voter integrity. I'll be real with you.
He was never there, and he keeps getting elected. Sort of amazing. It's amazing that he was able to get out of that one. But I bring it up because it was one of the most, maybe the most egregious I've ever seen.
Oh, guys, do me a favor and double tap that screen like the video, guys. We got over 100 y'all in here, so do me a favor and double tap that screen.
Anyway, let's come back to the economy, if I may. You had a line in your speech to Davos. I want to read it. It used to be when we had a great quarter, a great month, great earnings, great anything, any good news, the stock market went up. We have to do that again. So the thought occurs to me, it's happening. You've had great earnings. You've had great GDP. You're running 4% plus on GDP. Nobody thought that possible. Inflation numbers are relatively muted. So it looks like now we're back to where you want it to be. The stock market will go up on good news. And because of your Federal Reserve appointments, they're not going to take the punch bowl away just because the economy is growing. I think that's what's happening.
So you're old enough to know.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I am too, unfortunately, in both cases, right? But we're old enough to remember when the stock market, when there was good news, the market went up. When it was bad news, the market went down. That's the way it should be. Goes up.
Now the problem is the Dems got to keep it real. Like Dems, you guys got to keep it real. When you say that these tariffs were gonna destroy the stock market, we were gonna be in recessions, people were gonna start losing their jobs. Like y'all got to take accountability for how none of that happened. But you guys sold it to us for like 3 months straight, all through the summer. So yeah, y'all got to take accountability for that. We weren't going to get into a recession. GDP's up. You said that it was inflationary, but inflation has went down. So I mean, everything you said about Trump's plan, including tariffs, was incorrect. I mean, y'all just got to hold yourselves accountable for that. And I mean, we can't really listen to you on anything that involves economics until then.
If there's good news, the market goes down because everyone said, oh, inflation. They have the yips, you know, golfers have the yips. They can't sink a 3-foot putt. When the word inflation, even the concept of it, well, growth doesn't mean inflation. And what it means is you can never really grow the country because as you do well, they keep trying to put you down. And so when good news is announced, I mean, sometimes great news is announced and the market literally crashes. Bad news is announced and the market goes up because of interest rates, because they say, and we have to go back to the old system. When we have good news, the market should go up. And we have bad news, the market should go down. And we'll take care of inflation as it comes. We can take care of it. I took care of it. I had the worst inflation in history with Biden, aside from borders and everything else that we had to take care of. But we had the worst inflation in history. And now for the last 3 months, as you know.
In my personal opinion, Trump pissed off a lot. I mean, this in my personal opinion, this is why the stock market has took a dip every time Trump introduced tariffs or anything like that. Because, and it's kind of funny how nobody else caught this. Yeah, the corporate elites did not like that. So they would short sell their stocks into trying to scare the president and the American people, get the American people to think this is a bad idea because they'll be the ones paying for it. And well, honestly, the corporate elites will be the one paying for it, but they frame it as if the Americans will be paying for it or the citizens. And then two, once again, to manipulate the president to make it seem like, oh no, this is a bad idea and all this good stuff. It was all a ploy by the corporate elites. And it's funny how like nobody's seen that. We're talking about who's the importers? These big businesses, the same big businesses that you guys wanted to tax heavy. You guys want to raise their taxes. We're making them pay taxes at import and you guys are crying about it. And then you let them sell you the lie as if the whole tariff is going to get passed down to you guys. So basically, for about 3 months straight, the left-wing media was holding water for the corporate elites and nobody said anything.
It was 1.3%.
You know, you said in Davos also, good growth can actually bring inflation down.
Correct.
Supply side growth
happened with us.
If you're putting more goods on the market, that brings prices down.
Yeah, it happened with us. I mean, we have great growth, and our growth hasn't even, you haven't seen, we have $18 trillion invested in this country. Nobody's ever had anything like it. We haven't. When I say nobody, it's not even close, not even close. I think the record is $3 trillion. We're at 18 trillion. And, you know, they talk about construction jobs are way up, right? Well, they're up because they're building all these factories all over the country. You have car plants under construction. You have, I spoke to Mr. Toyota in Japan. I said, what's your name? Toyota. I said, if your name's Toyota, you're a very rich guy. He's about 90 years old. And he said, I'm going to invest $10 billion in the United States building plants. But everybody is. They're all doing it. They're all doing it. And they're building AI. We know about that. We're leading China. We're leading everybody.
I mean, bro, with these tariffs, well, one, the AI plan was a bit outside of tariffs, but I tell you what tariffs did bring back. Pharmaceuticals to Maryland, the auto industry back to places like Detroit, North Carolina, Texas. Aerospace factories are being built. So yeah, a lot of manufacturing is about to start booming in America. And that's because of tariffs. And of course, these great trade deals that allow us access now into foreign markets that used to block a good amount of our products. And this is all because of tariffs, by the way. So, I mean, as much as y'all want to sit there and say that was the worst thing ever, I mean, look at the results. I mean, did anything you guys say come true when it came to tariffs in April? No.
And everything. This is the greatest period of anything that we've ever seen. Plus, we have a powerful military, a great military, strong, that I rebuilt in my first term. Because I had a great first term. You remember very well, you were there, but We had the greatest economy in the history of our country in my first term. We're blowing it away now.
Yeah, the numbers are even greater now. So Kevin Warsh, your Fed nominee, so he wants to change their models. He doesn't believe that growth causes inflation. It's a whole new game. It may take him a bit to change the board staff, but it seems to me that he's going to change that now. Is that the principal reason why you wanted him there, changing models?
I liked him. I don't know. You know, it's not even, yeah, it's that, but I just liked him. I think he's somebody that's going to be a real influencer. I think he's agrees with what I'm saying. Larry, we are paying so much more interest than we should be paying. We're the strongest country in the world. And let's go back again another 20, 25 years. We were always the lowest interest rate, even if we weren't doing well.
Now, y'all know my thoughts on the Fed. I don't trust the Federal Reserve at all. I think it should be dismantled, but I checked out this Kevin Walsh guy, and his experience in the finance and the education and finance checks out, but let's see if he's going to actually be a good Fed chair. I mean, I'm be real with you. I don't think there was ever really a good Fed chair, but I mean, we'll see. My personal opinion, of course.
The country was a low. We used to pay like almost nothing. Other countries would always, no matter what. Now, we're like number 38 because we have had stupid people running our country. You know, I had an incident with a very nice country, Switzerland. They were paying no tariffs, sending stuff over here like nobody could believe. And we had a $42 billion deficit. And we weren't taking anything. I said, well, we have to do something because we have to even that up a little bit. I didn't have to get everything at one time. So I put on a 30% tariff, which is very low. Still, we were having a big deficit, but it was half the deficit. Then I got an emergency call from, I believe, the Prime Minister of Switzerland, and she was very aggressive, but nice, but very aggressive. Sir, we are a small country. We can't do this. We can't do this. I couldn't get her off the phone. We are a small country. I said, you may be a small country, but we have a $42 billion deficit with you. No, we are a small country. Again and again and again. I couldn't get her off the phone. So it was at 30%. And I didn't really like the way she talked to us.
And here's the crazy part about the whole reciprocal trade thing is that for some reason, Dems couldn't get it through their head why it's not okay for other countries to put import limitations and tariffs on us. Like, they just could not get that. Like, you know, they do this to us, right? So it's okay for them to protect their domestic industries. But as soon as we play some defense for ours, we're the bad guy. We're ruining our foreign relationships. I mean, all right, so when they was protecting their domestic industries, why wasn't that ruining their relationship with us? When they're literally taking jobs from us. Like I said, though, Dems never really have an argument. For some reason, we were just supposed to get screwed by our so-called allies, and it was just supposed to be all good.
So instead of giving her a reduction, I raised it to 39%. And then I got inundated by people from Switzerland, and I figured, you know what, we'll do something.
Oh, guys, and I do got to read out the job report real quick because the job report for January 2026. So non-farm payroll jobs increased to 130,000, outperforming the Dow Jones consensus estimate of 55,000. The unemployment rate dropped to 4.3%. Okay. Sector performances, healthcare added about 82,000 jobs, with social assistance adding about 42,000 jobs, and construction adding about 33,000 jobs. Now, where jobs declined, the federal government shedded about 34,000 jobs, thank God, and financial activities declined about 22,000. Well, that sucks, but mainly due to AI. And then revisions. We do have some revisions, so this is important. Previous job growth data for April of 2024 to March of 2025 was revised downward by, Jesus Christ, 898,000, indicating a slow labor market in 2025 than previously reported. Now, while wages continue to rise by about 0.4% for the month, remember, the way to beat inflation is to raise wages, so this is good. And for the month, and annually, wages have raised about 3.7%. So we're doing good so far. I mean, that's actually a pretty good job report for the beginning of the year.
That's a little bit more palatable, at least now. But I realize that all these, Switzerland you think of as, ultra chic, ultra perfect. They're not. They're only that way because we allow them to rip us off and make all this money. And I could say the same thing with another 40 countries. You know them better than I do. You and I could name them. Some are much more egregious. And I realized then that the only reason we aren't doing the kind of numbers that we should be doing is because we've allowed countries over the years to take advantage. By the way, with tariffs.
Yeah.
They charged tariffs. We didn't charge tariffs. We didn't charge anything. Honestly, we were stupid people, run by stupid people. We lost our chip business to Taiwan. We lost our car business to Mexico and Canada. We lost our car business to Germany and Japan, and everybody else. I mean, all over the world, South Korea.
And the worst part is we would take their cars, but they do not take ours. And it's not because our cars suck, okay? I mean, I'm tired of that lie going around the world is, oh, well, you know, American cars are trash. No, they're not. You guys just don't take our cars. You put import limitation or import bans on American cars while we accept y'all with open arms and gratitude for some strange reason. We should have had the same energy you guys did. All right, you don't want to accept our cars? Great then. Nothing but American-made cars in America then, since you guys want to have nothing but European cars or Japanese-made cars in y'all countries. I mean, fair is fair, right?
Look, we haven't really, and I'm being very conservative now. I'm really being a very conservative person, but we're taking in hundreds of billions of dollars in tariff money. And you know what it's doing? They're moving here. That's why it's $18 trillion. They're moving their plans here because they don't want to pay tariffs. And only stupid people or people that really hate Trump could argue with us. And the other thing.
And you love factories. You love it when they build factories.
I love it. I want Japan to come and build factories.
Except you want to understand a good chunk of his trade policy. It's about factories, building factories here. Is that fair?
Well, we're building a record number in history. There's never been anything like it.
Looks like it.
And that means auto plants, not just AI. Now, AI.
Oh, God, do me a favor and double tap that screen and like the video, guys. Let's get more people in the conversation by double tapping that screen. That's what goes for liking the video on, well, what was it? Oh, Rumble. You guys make sure to like that video as well.
We're leading China by a lot. You know, I did something with AI. So AI, for whatever reason, needs massive amounts of electricity, right? More electricity than the entire country produces right now by double. Now, who would even think that's possible? Well, we're not going to get that off the grid, or we can't rebuild our grid overnight. And everyone said we can never really dump, because China does very well. You know, they have lots of coal. They use coal like nobody uses coal, clean, beautiful coal. So what happens is, by the way, we've re-injuvenated coal also, but we're not allowed to use the word coal without saying clean, beautiful coal, because it needs a PR job, right? But China has an ability to make a lot of it. You got to respect them and admire them. They're making a lot of electricity, but we're going to make more because I'm letting everybody that builds a plant build their own electric plant. They're going to become like a utility.
Yeah.
So they're building a massive plant that's 4 miles long by 4 miles wide. I mean, buildings that nobody's ever seen. And
this needs to happen. I mean, it needs to happen with the coal. It needs to happen with the data centers, because if they don't create their own energy, they're going to draw on the energy of the locals, and that's going to raise the electric prices, or your utility bills, your electric bill by, I ain't gonna lie, what I've been seeing is like hundreds of dollars. So yeah, trust me. I mean, we're all for this. Some of us is all for this AI revolution, but not at the cost of a $500 electric bill for the month. And this is what people are going through with these data centers, drawing on their electricity around them. So what Trump is proposing, that these guys get their own, their own power grids, and they create their own power, because if they draw on the power of the locals, it's going to make things more expensive for them. And then who's going to want a data center like just to have their electric bill go up? This is why some of these data centers are being protested around, throughout America. And I get it. I definitely do.
Letting them build electric plants, generating plants. Some are nuclear, some are oil and gas, some are coal as a backup, just in case for emergency reasons.
Let them have their own nuclear.
But they're building their own electricity. They're producing their own electricity. And anything they have left over, they'll sell it into the grid. And it's been unbelievable. And now we're building, we are dominating everybody.
With 100% depreciation, immediate expensing.
So big.
Which is so
They
huge.
take it all in 1 year. They take the cost of a factory, they deduct it in 1 year.
So you're saying to them, you know, if you build here, you don't have to worry about tariffs.
No tariffs.
And if you build here, you're going to get an incentive. You can write it off in the first year.
And other incentives. But the biggest one, I've always said, you know, one of the reasons my first term was so successful, we passed a tremendous tax cut bill also. But one of the things we did is 1 year depreciate. In other words, you take.
Shout out to the liquor store Dinosaur. Hey, appreciate you starting me off, my man. I like that name. I don't know why. It's toxic, but I like it. He said the liquor store Dinosaur. He says, thank you for your hard work preaching the truth. Hey, I appreciate that, my man. And guys, you have any questions, comments, jokes, or disagreements? I'll be happy to read it out loud and engage with it. Just $2 and up. Appreciate the support. And well, $1 if you're on Rumble.
Whatever you're investing, whatever it is, you write it off in 1 year. It used to be 38 years, 42 years, depending on where you were, but 38 years on average. And I let him take it at, and you know what it meant? It meant much greater growth. We had tremendous growth, and I think it's being superseded by a lot. The other thing is, you know, I've been watching you for years. I'm so proud of you. You're part of the alumni, you know.
Yes, sir.
And I wanted you, I'll tell you what it is. First of all, he's great. Second of all, his ratings are great, and they should be. But I wanted to keep Larry in any form possible, but he said, I have to go out and make some money. So it's one of those things. And your show's been a real success.
Thank you, sir.
Your show's been a real
Appreciate
success.
that.
But I will say that you know, I've been watching you and everybody else for years, and they say 3% growth. Oh, this is great. GDP, 3% GDP, 2.5%. They're very happy. 2.5%, 2%, 1%. They're happy with anything. We should grow 15 or 20%. Larry, every time we're growing, they stop it by announcing that, you know, we're going to raise interest rates. So we're going to do 5.4%. It was announced with a Democratic shutdown, which cost us at least 1.5 points. Okay. People don't realize we could have been at 7%. We should be at 15%. I'll tell you, if our new head of the Fed, who I think is going to be great, and he's a really high quality person. He was and your friend Kevin was great, but I want to keep him with us too. I said to King, look, I had the two Kevins, right? But I wanted to keep him with us. He's doing great. But if he does the job that he's capable, we can grow at 15%. I think more than that.
Well, 15 is a big number, sir.
But Larry, you can do it. The problem is every time we used to grow at 15%. And, you know, when we were starting as a country, we were growing.
Yes.
Because we had spirit and we had the right incentives. Today we have a lot of socialism,
I
a
love
lot of communism. We have a lot of bad things. But there's look, we did 5.4 with a show.
Now, Kevin Walsh has came in saying that he is going to cut interest rates and this is going to promote growth. And this goes into what Scott Besson was saying is that, remember, we're betting on growth and the growth of wages to outpace inflation and to get the economy to where it needs to be.
Shut down. Think of it. We can do that. This country can do it. Tariffs are very important. The money I'm taking in hundreds of billions of dollars in tariff money.
And that is true. I mean, we are racking up. We are building a pretty good tariff purse. I mean, look, man, we got billions of dollars in tariff money to throw wherever we need to, apparently. But let's go ahead and get over to our guy, JD Vance. He did a gaggle with the press. And then I'm going to go ahead and run a poll. Now, what you guys want to listen to first? You want to listen to Pam Bondi get grilled by the Oversight Committee or Howard Lutnick? Because I already got them both set up, but I want to, let you guys decide where we're taking the show.
Good morning. Well, I had a great dinner with President Aliyev last night. Talked about a lot of issues of shared importance, and just a couple of notes of gratitude as I wrap this trip up. First of all, thanks to the President of the United States for brokering this historic agreement. There's going to be a lot of commerce instead of war in this region of the world because of the president's leadership. That's going to be good for American job creators and good for American workers. It's just going to be good for everybody as people engage in transactions and commerce with one another instead of fighting one another. I certainly want to thank President Aliyev, who put together an amazing visit, and we spent a lot of good time talking about terrorism. We talked about, a number of issues specific to this region of the world, and because he's such a respected world leader, we talked about a lot of issues that affect other parts of the world as well. And then, of course, the Prime Minister in Armenia and the Armenian people for making it possible for us to be at this point where Azerbaijan and Armenia are at peace. So it was a great visit. I'm very glad to come, but I'm also looking forward to getting back to Washington and going back home.
Thank you. Mr. Vice President, can I ask you about how you started your trip in Milan for the Olympics? I'm curious, what did you make of your reception there? And the president, while you were there, criticized an American Olympian who said he had mixed feelings about what it means to represent the U.S. at these Winter Games, and said it was hard to root for someone like that. After meeting some members of Team USA, do you agree? Do you feel the same way?
Well, look, I had a great time at the Olympics, and I think the media made much ado about nothing with the fact that, yes, in a crowd of 30,000 people, there were certainly some people who disagreed with my policies or the policies of the administration. But I felt like the people of Milan were great. Certainly Prime Minister Maloney and I had a great meeting.
Yeah, apparently Van showed up and got booed by a group of people. And also, I think there was like this American freestyle skier who was saying, oh, I don't like what's going on in America, and I don't feel really too proud to be American. And I'm just like, look, man, I hate to pull a Laura Ingraham on you, bro, but can you just shut up and ski, bro? Like, you're representing our country on the world stage here. Like, can you not do that?
The Olympic athletes were unbelievable, and I know the entire country is rooting for them. Yes,
I mean, hold on. I'm not even going to be too harsh. I'm going to be like, look, if you're going to do that, at least explain what you're mad about. At least explain that. Because I hate when people just say, oh, I'm ashamed to be American, and you're representing us on the world stage. You're not even really telling us what you're upset about. Like, come on now. Like, let's talk
about politics. I feel like that happens every Olympics. My advice to them would be to try to bring the country together. And when you're representing the country, you're representing Democrats and Republicans. You're there to play a sport, and you're there to represent your country and hopefully win a medal. You're not there to pop off about politics. So when Olympic athletes enter the political arena, they should expect some pushback. But most Olympic athletes, whatever their politics, are doing a great job, are certainly enjoy the support of the entire country. And I think recognize that the way to bring the country together is not to show up in a foreign country and attack the President of the United States, but it's to play your sport and represent the country well.
Sir, Howard Lutnick is facing some calls to resign over his appearance in the S.E.T files. There are some contradictions
understandable
about his previous claims, the new files. What's your reaction to that?
Well, I mean, I've been pretty occupied the last couple of days. I haven't seen Howard getting calls to resign. We'll follow the story a little bit more closely as I get on the plane. But, fundamentally, I think the Epstein files, what they reveal is certainly you had a lot of very wealthy and powerful people who were involved in some very disgusting behavior. But I do find it's interesting that the congressional Democrats are so focused on attacking the President of the United States. Who's the president who actually authorized the release of these files? It was Donald Trump. And they what really bothers me about this is that they take completely unsubstantiated attacks against the president, some of which are like completely facially absurd. I mean, the most absurd claim that I saw.
Now, here's a problem, though, with Howard Lutnick. Like we said, Lutnick, he went on interview, told the world that, look, I went over there one time with my wife. We both agreed he was creepy, and we never went again. But then, surprise, surprise, these Epstein files come out, and Howard Lutnick has been, he was continuously talking to Jeffrey Epstein after that occasion where he said he went over and he got creeped out. So he was talking to Epstein then. He went and visited the island that Epstein was on, allegedly, with him and his family. So, yeah, I mean, I get why they want the man to resign. You said one thing, and now we find out it's something completely different. And it's even worse than what you originally told us. So do I want Howard Lutnick to step down and resign? Well, to be honest with you, it would make sense. But the thing is, he's really good at his position. He's got a lot of things done. But I mean, bro, like, is either you're going to take account, you got to take accountability here. You definitely said that, you didn't have no other relationship with Epstein outside of that really, really uneasy encounter with him. And now we're hearing, not hearing, but we're reading in these emails that, yeah, you were connecting with them still, meeting up for lunch. Like, does that sound like somebody that creeped you out the first time you hooked up with him? I don't know, man.
Is that Donald Trump was engaged in sex trafficking when he was a teenage boy, meaning when the president was himself a teenager.
Man, it's almost like an Art Kelly situation. It's like, bro, I'm gonna be real with you. Like, you're really good at your job, but you were engaging with a pedophile who was trafficking children, and you kind of lied about it. I can see why people want the man to resign.
Some of this stuff you just have to say, obviously that's ridiculous, but I think the verified stuff, the fact that you have people like the former President Clinton, a lot of very wealthy financiers who are involved with this guy, even after he went down for sex trafficking, is, it reveals a certain corruption at the heart of a certain part of American elite culture. I think what they also reveal is that the President of the United States did not participate in that corruption, and that's good on his character. And it's fascinating to me that Democrats are so focused on tying the President of the United States up in this, when it's clear, if you look at the files, Jeffrey Epstein hated the President of the United States, and the President of the United States didn't care for Jeffrey Epstein. Doesn't that actually mean something good about the president when one of the worst people in the world thinks that he was a bad guy? I certainly think it does.
Some Republicans are still calling for the president to apologize for posting that video of the Obamas and his monkeys. I'm wondering, do you think he should apologize, and what was your reaction to that video?
Yeah, I mean, it was one of those things where either because the time zone changed or because we were so busy, the controversy had started and then died out by the time I even paid attention to it. The president said a staffer posted a video. He hadn't even watched the whole thing. When he watched the whole thing, he took it down. It's not a real controversy. We have much, much more real problems to focus on.
Should he apologize for that, sir?
I mean, let's be real though. The first 10 seconds of that video, bro, depicting the Obama as apes. Now, people were wild and they were like, "Oh, they're not actually monkeys; those are apes." Nigga, it don't matter. Why are y'all even trying to differentiate right now? Does it really matter? They were depicted as apes, monkeys. It doesn't matter. It was wrong, and I condemn it. I don't think that was a smart move. And if Trump said that was a staffer, then that staffer needs to get fired. And I'm not sitting here, oh, it's racist. I'm gonna be real with you. The shit was funny, but I like dark humor. I damn near think everything fucked up is funny. Most people, which I understand, don't play that shit. And I get it. But let's be honest, guys. That whole little first 10 seconds of that video, yeah, that's kind of racist. But then when you watch the video in its entirety, it's less racist and more funny. But I mean, come on now. Depicting the Obamas as apes is kind of wild.
Apologize for posting a video and then taking it down? No, I don't think so. I think people post things on social media, and if you post something you don't like it, you can just take it down. And that's what he did.
Okay, ask you really quickly on New START. The president said that he was reluctant to extend the New START treaty, but that then there would be nuclear talks to see if there can be a new one. What's the status of those negotiations? Have you been briefed on the latest and what the U.S. position is?
Yeah, I talked to Marco about it a couple of days. I mean, this is like an ongoing negotiation. Obviously, one of the hallmarks of the president's foreign policy is that he hates nuclear proliferation. And I think for the American people, this is the worst thing that can happen, is more and more regimes across the world getting nuclear weapons. The START treaty is an important part of that. It's going to change compared to where it was, and that's part of the negotiation that we're engaging in with the Russians. So, we're going to keep on talking to people. We're going to keep on trying to limit nuclear proliferation. And I'm sure that we're going to eventually get a good outcome for the American people that limits the spread of nuclear weapons. That's fundamentally.
Oh, guys, do me a favor and double tap that screen, like the video, guys. Let's get more people on the conversation by double tapping that screen. And I will end the poll when this video ends, so I know exactly where to go. Right now, it's seeming like it's Pam Bondi.
The goal.
Sir, on Iran, the latest talks, the president is now talking about potentially sending a second carrier strike group to the Middle East, to the region. At this point, how confident are you in going the diplomatic route? Do you think that is still going to be successful, or are we leaning more towards a military strike?
Well, look, the president's told his entire senior team that we should be trying to cut a deal that ensures the Iranians don't have a nuclear weapon. But if we can't cut that deal, then there's another option on the table. So I think the president's going to continue to preserve his options. He's going to have a lot of options because we have the most powerful military in the world. But until the president tells us to stop, we're going to engage in these conversations and try to reach a good outcome through negotiation.
Would you like to see regime change in Iran? And if the regime falls, what comes next?
Well, look, I mean, if the Iranian people want to overthrow the...
I mean, this is the problem, though. It's instead of trying to see, what, should we just sign a deal to, so these guys can just dismantle their nukes and let them keep their missile system? Do we really have to harp on the missile system that they're not willing to give up? Because if that's the case, then let's just stop saying that we want peace with Iran or we want to strike a deal with Iran. Let's just say that we want war with them over their missiles. Because that's what it's seeming right now. And I'm be real with you, it seems like America, we're trying to look for an off-ramp on this with the deal, but Israel is telling us something different. They're literally telling us, look, you can't trust Iran. No, you need to take out we need to get their missiles, their enriched uranium. They can't have no defense or we'll go in there and attack them. And and that's what Israel's literally telling us, bro. Are you serious? You're going to cause a regional conflict if we don't cause a regional conflict? Where's the off-ramp here?
Regime, that's up to the Iranian people. What we're focused on right now is the fact that Iran can't have a nuclear weapon. That's been the focus of the president's policy, even going back to the first administration. I'll take one more question.
Sir, there was some reporting that you were privately opposed to the operation in Venezuela and that you were supportive of it. Can you clarify just where you were, any comments or advice you had to the president before that happened?
Yeah, it's interesting. On any major foreign policy decision we've taken, I've seen reports in the media that either supported it or opposed it. I think the takeaway from it is that the press should be a little bit more mistrustful of anonymous sources. They clearly have an agenda. My attitude towards the president's foreign policy is, number one, my job is to provide honest counsel, which I always do. And number two, when the president makes a decision, I support it and support it fully. That will continue to be my approach to all the president's foreign policy, which I think has been a great success for the American people. Have fun. Have a safe trip, guys.
Have you been briefed on the Nancy Guthrie investigation, sir? Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Well, that man just walked off on him. But all right, then I guess it's Pam Bondi. It is. Let's go ahead and get right into it, guys. We're going to get into the most confrontational moments of that Pam Bondi oversight hearing, or House Judiciary Committee hearing. Let's get right into it, guys. Whoops, wrong one. There we go. All right, guys, let's not forget to double tap that screen and like the video, guys. Let's get more people on the conversation by double tapping that screen. Any question, comments, jokes, or disagreements, please super chat it in. Let's go ahead and get that call-in line open. Let's get some of you guys in here. Appreciate the support, guys. Let's go.
In that area, but I want to thank the Attorney General for her great work in the first year on the job, and I want to thank you for being here. With that, I would yield to the ranking member for an opening statement.
Thank you kindly, Mr. Chairman, and welcome, Attorney General Bondi. You've got the best lawyer's job in America because your mission is justice and your clients are the American people. But to promote justice for the people, you've got to listen to the victims, like the women seated behind you today.
Damn.
Those are just some of the hundreds of survivors of Jeffrey Epstein's global sex trafficking ring who are demanding that the truth be told and are demanding accountability for the abusers who trafficked and raped them. You still haven't met with these survivors. So with their permission, let me introduce to you the survivors and late survivors' family members who are present today. There's Teresa Helm, there's Jess Michaels, Laura Bloom McGee, Danny Bensky, Liz Stein, Marina Lacerda, Sky and Amanda Roberts, who are the family of the late Virginia Giuffre, Charlene Richard, and Lisa Phillips. Now, you're not showing a lot of interest in the victims, Madam Attorney General, whether it's Epstein's human trafficking ring or the homicidal governmental violence against citizens in Minneapolis. As Attorney General, you're siding with the perpetrators and you're ignoring the victims. That will be your legacy unless you act quickly to change course. You're running a massive Epstein cover-up right out of the Department of Justice. You've been ordered by subpoena and by Congress to turn over 6 million documents, photographs, and videos in the Epstein files, but you've turned over only 3 million. You say you're not turning over the other 3 million because they're somehow duplicative, but we know that there are actual memos of victim statements in there, and you also took down the Department of Justice's prosecution memo from 2019. So it's clearly not all duplicative, but even if it were, why not release it? Just release all the duplicative stuff. In the half you did produce, you redacted the names of abusers, enablers, accomplices, and co-conspirators.
I mean, bro, they redacted whole witness testimonies, all of that. I mean, you're searching through there and the whole page is redacted. You're just going like, well, what type of story were they telling to where y'all have to redact the whole thing? Why are y'all redacting names of Jeffrey Epstein, who Jeffrey Epstein was texting, or they was texting him or emailing him about, you know, cheese pizza, torture videos, children, etc. And you're over here redacting the name of those guys. I mean, those are the names that we want, and you're redacting them?
Apparently to spare them embarrassment and disgrace, which is the exact opposite of what the law ordered you to do. Even worse, you shockingly failed to redact many of the victims' names, which is what you were ordered to do by Congress. Some of the victims had come forward publicly, but many had not. Many had kept their torment private, even from family and friends, but you published their names, their identities, their images on thousands of pages for the world to see. So you ignored the law, and even with over 100,000 employees at your disposal, you acted with some mixture of staggering incompetence, cold indifference, and jaded cruelty towards more than 1,000 victims raped, abused, and trafficked. This performance screams cover up. Convicted sex trafficker and groomer Ghislaine Maxwell opened the gates of hell to Virginia Giuffre and hundreds of other victims, as Virginia recorded in her remarkable book, Nobody's Girl. But when Maxwell was subpoenaed to come testify before Congress, you and Todd Blanche quickly moved her from a higher security prison to a minimum security camp in Texas, where she's enjoyed 5-star treatment, including catered meals, private gym time, and access to a therapy puppy.
Which is wild. Wild. We're talking about this lady literally was convicted of trafficking kids, children, young women, and she's getting a sweetheart treatment. We're taking her to the jail where we put rich people who committed financial crimes, nonviolent offenses, and she's over there getting treated like them, as if she hasn't committed some of the most heinous crimes that you can commit. That is a huge problem. And then she has the goal to come in front of the American people, plead the fifth, and then ask the president for clemency. Like, are you serious? And like I said, I was going like, yo, I'd have sent her right back to that prison that she hated so much, and I'd have put her in worse positions if I had the power to. But the fact that she was able to do that, go in front of the American people, go in front of that committee, plead the fifth all the way through, answer no questions, said, I ain't answering questions, looks like it, clemency, is crazy. It goes to show, I mean, honestly, the audacity of this lady.
All because Todd Blanche, who's utterly failed to investigate the monstrous crimes of Epstein and Maxwell's co-conspirators, spent 9 hours with Maxwell and satisfied himself that she would have nothing untoward to say about Donald Trump, which is your only real interest in the matter, based on institutional performance. But abandoning victims and coddling perpetrators is what you do best. When the FBI opened a criminal investigation into the brutal killing in Minneapolis of Renee Good, a poet and 37-year-old mother of 3, by Trump's masked paramilitary ICE agents, you shut it down. You claim you're investigating the cold-blooded murder of Alex Preddy, an ICU nurse at the VA. But how can we trust the administration when the president and Kristi Noem call Preddy a domestic terrorist?
I mean, that's not fair. It is being investigated. It's being investigated by the federal government. And you know, the Dems want to be investigated by the state. But this is, well, this is something involving federal agents. So the federal government is going to be the one to investigate it. Now, I know what the Dems are saying. Oh, it's unfair. That's Donald Trump's government. They're going to side with them. This is not going to be properly investigated. But I'm sorry, you're just going to have to take that one to the chin, because it is being investigated, guys. And we'll see what happens after. But as far as Renee Good is going, that's working out to actually be a lawful shot. And with Alex Preddy, we're still looking over all the information with that. More information shall be released soon. I mean, especially when they release these body cams.
And Stephen
But it is a bit unfair to try to hit her on this one, because it is being investigated.
Miller called him a would-be assassin. Not only do you refuse to share evidence with the state and local investigators and prosecutors in Minnesota, you have blocked their access to the crime scene and the evidence.
Because this is a federal investigation, not a state one. So they don't really have the right to have access to it. I mean, it is what it is. The FBI can come in and take a case from state police, and they just got to sit there and take it to the chin. Happens all the time.
How are you seeking justice for Marimar Martinez, the Montessori school teacher in Chicago who was shot 5 times by a Border Patrol agent who bragged about it on text? Or the family of Keith Porter, a father of 2 shot and killed by an off-duty ICE agent in LA.
No context.
Or the family of Silverio Villegas Gonzalez, shot and killed in Illinois minutes after he dropped his kids off at school. There's no sign of any movement at the Department of Justice. You even launched a criminal investigation into Renee Good's grieving widow.
I mean, let's be real though. She was there pretty much obstructing the officers. So, and she did tell Renee Good to drive off while officers told her to get out the vehicle. Be honest with you, she kind of did deserve that investigation. And I would like to hear about these guys in context, of course, in context. Because if you just hear about Renee Good without looking at the video, it sounds pretty bad. If you look at Alex Preddy without looking at the video, it sounds pretty bad. So I would like to honestly hear why these people were shot and under what circumstances, you know, not without context. You holding up their picture doesn't automatically assume innocence.
How sick is that? But it's even worse. You've turned the People's Department of Justice into Trump's instrument of revenge. Trump orders up prosecutions like pizza, and you deliver every time. He tells you to go after James Comey, Letitia James, Lisa Cook, and Jerome Powell, the head of the Federal Reserve Board, and members of Congress like Adam Schiff, Mark Kelly, Alyssa Slotkin, Chrissy Houlihan, Jason Crow, Chris Deluzio, and Maggie Goodlander, to name a few.
And honestly, I feel bad for the Dems because when the Renee Good shooting gets proved as a lawful shot, I mean, we told you, you can't sit there and obstruct officers and drive off. And then when you get shot, oh, no, he's in the wrong. No, don't work like that. Alex Preddy, that might be seen as a lawful shot. Why? Because you just can't walk up to a federal agent, or I'm be real with you, Custom Border Patrol, while they're in a law enforcement scene. You can't just go up there and get in their way. And remember, you said that he was going to protect the lady. Well, why didn't he just go to the lady on the floor? Why did he go in front of law enforcement? That's what got him killed. So as much as you guys want to sit there and call these guys the Gestapo and all that, this would have never happened if one, if they weren't obstructing law enforcement. Two, if Jacob Fry and Tim Walz actually sent out the National Guard or local police to provide crowd control to keep these protesters from obstructing and also keeping them safe. And then three, I mean, well, honestly, just not showing up to the protests and just, I don't know, staying home and her being with her kids and this man working on being a nurse. That also works as well.
And you snap to it. You replace real prosecutors with counterfeit stooges who robotically do the president's bidding. Nothing in American history comes close to this complete corruption of the justice function and contamination of federal law enforcement. And the good news is many serious lawyers at DOJ, including some of your own original appointees, have refused your
juice box. You know better than that. You know better than that. I get where you're coming at, bro. Like, I really do, but you can't say that. Like, a citizen's trying to look. One, it wasn't him, that officer, the Border Patrol agent, which is kind of funny because everybody says that ICE shot Alex Preddy when it wasn't. It was Custom Border Patrol who shot Alex Preddy. So there you go there. But yeah, he wasn't committing an illegal act. Actually, Custom Border Patrol was there to provide crowd control because Jacob Fry wasn't bringing in the local police. So, I mean, if Jacob Fry was the one bringing in the local police, Custom Border Patrol would have never been there providing crowd control, which they were doing, which why that lady was getting pushed out the way because she was obstructing, trying to get in the way of ICE officers. Now, do I condone pushing ladies onto the ground? Of course not. But when it's under a law enforcement scene, you just got to sit there and accept it. I mean, if you want to go up there to an ICE officer and getting their way, you are now obstructing. Once you put their hands on them to stop them, now you're bordering assaulting an officer. So I know you want to be Mr. Save-A-Ho, but I mean, bro, that's just not the way to go. It's not the way you handle things. If anything, if you were Alex Preddy, I would advise you to one, tell the officer, I'm about to help this lady up and I'm armed. You're allowed to be armed, but you got to let that officer know you're armed. You don't want to let that officer find out that you're armed. It don't work like that.
Lawless orders. Danielle Sassoon, your original pick for acting.
Shout out to my man Juice, friend of the show, supporter as well.
Manhattan, resigned rather than follow your corrupt order to quash an indictment against Mayor Eric Adams as a political favor from Donald Trump. A Federalist Society member who clerked for Justice Scalia, U.S. Attorney Sassoon refused to participate in this blatantly corrupt scheme. Her top assistant, Hagan Scotton, an Iraqi war vet and two-time Bronze Star recipient who clerked for Chief Justice Roberts, and then Judge Kavanaugh, promptly resigned too, writing to your office, quote, "I expect you will eventually find someone who is enough of a fool or enough of a coward to file your motion, but it was never going to be me." You and the president nominated Eric Siebert, a 15-year career prosecutor, to be your U.S. attorney for the Eastern District of Virginia. But after 5 months of investigating Letitia James and James Comey, he found no evidence to justify criminal charges. So you forced him out. You replaced him with Lindsay Halligan, Trump's personal lawyer from the Mar-a-Lago documents case, who had zero prosecutorial experience and no qualifications. And then you were humiliated when a federal judge found that this corrupt appointment was blatantly unlawful and threw out Halligan's indictments entirely.
Yeah, because, well, what was it? This lady wasn't confirmed by the Senate. And I mean, Pam Bondi should have known that. You should have known that, yeah, if you're going to put on this person as a prosecutor, state prosecutor, whatever, they have to be confirmed by the Senate. And if they're not confirmed by the Senate, any case they do, well, it don't really matter. It's invalid.
And grand juries of American citizens have
yeah, and that's how Comey and Letitia James got off, is because of, well, the incompetence of Pam Bondi when it came to that situation right there. Which she should have got fired on for that. Like, if I was Trump, I'd literally had to fire just on that. I'm like, you're AG. You should have known that they had to be confirmed. So why didn't you do so? And if your excuse was, well, I know they weren't going to confirm to the regular way, then, oh, well, you got to do things the legal way. If you can't do it that way, then it is what it is. Just tell me we can't do it.
Repeatedly rejected your vendettas and baseless indictments brought by the hacks left at DOJ now, with 2 different grand juries in Virginia voting down indictments against Letitia James in a single week. And just yesterday, another grand jury shut down your vendetta factory by rejecting indictments against the 6 members of Congress who had spoken out to remind all service members that they have a duty to refuse illegal orders. You tried to get a grand jury to indict 6 members of Congress who are veterans of our armed forces on charges of seditious conspiracy simply for exercising their First Amendment.
Whoa. Yeah, but sedition, let's be real. If we look up what the definition of sedition is, they did borderline do it. They were pretty much trying to tell these soldiers not to follow orders or unlawful orders. And here's the problem. What unlawful orders are you talking about? Because they weren't able to explain it, and you kind of left these guys confused. And then it's a bit condescending because you're acting like these soldiers don't get trained on that already. So, like, how condescending is it to tell these guys, oh, make sure don't follow unlawful orders, when they've literally sat there for weeks on end learning about this stuff with the training as well? I mean, come on now, give our guys some credit and stop treating them like they're idiots.
Rights. I hope you will heed the wisdom and the constitutional patriotism of those grand jurors and not try it again by doubling down on that humiliation. As your best lawyers are sacked for having participated in the January 6th case or just flee for the exits now, your new lawyers keep lying in court. In dozens of cases, they've been excoriated for lying to federal judges. Chief Judge Boasberg, right here in D.C., suggested your Department of Justice perpetrated a fraud on the court. Other judges found your statements to be, quote, inexplicably misleading, patently incredible, totally inconsistent, and so disingenuous that the court is left with little confidence that the government can be trusted to tell the truth about anything. Now, as ranking member, I asked the chairman to add a few extra rounds of questions today because we each have 5 hours of questions, not 5 minutes, but we're stuck with 5 minutes. That's clearly insufficient to give voice to America's victims and survivors and to demand answers about all the corruption and cover-ups that we see at DOJ right now. We've got just 1 round, so we ask you politely but firmly, Madam Attorney General, please do not waste 1 second of our precious time by evading questions, by changing the subject.
AKA, let us just yell on you and yell accusations against you without you saying anything. I mean, like, bro, really? Like, do you want answers from her or not?
We're engaging in personal attacks against members of Congress. We saw your performance in the Senate, and we're not going to accept that. This isn't a game. In the Senate, you brought something with you called a burn book, a binder of smears to attack members personally for doing the people's work of oversight. Please set the burn book aside and answer our questions. And when you hear us reclaim our time, that means it's time for you to stop speaking. We only have 5 minutes, so when we reclaim our time, that means you stop.
Yeah, but here's the problem. This is the only thing I don't like about them, is that you guys like layer them with questions, lay on top of questions on top of questions on top of questions. Then when they start to answer and they're answering like the 3rd or 5th question you answered, you ask them, they're like, oh, no, you didn't answer my 1st or 2nd or 3rd question. It's like, bro, you asked like 6 questions in 5 minutes. And then you want to give me like a minute to respond to all 6 questions. And then if I don't give the response you want, you're going to hit me with the reclaiming my time. It's like, what? It's really a circus show sometimes.
We will ask the chair to stop the clock and let you go on his time. The quality of justice in America depends on the character of our government. Please do your job and bring the Department of Justice back from the brink. The survivors seated behind you and the American people watching everywhere deserve a Department of Justice worthy of its name. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Objection.
And all righty, let's go ahead and get to the next video. Like I said, we're going through all the most confrontational moments in this hearing.
Recognized. Without objection. The gentlelady from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Madam,
I'm sorry. May I respond 20 seconds to something that Congresswoman Ross said?
Go right ahead.
Thank you. She also opposed a sex offender registry as head of North Carolina ACLU. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Attorney General. And I'd like to pick up where you left off a moment ago, because we convene here today as a committee for the stated purpose of conducting oversight of the Department of Justice. And so it's critical for us to focus first on the mission of the
Oh, guys, let's not forget to double tap that screen and like the video, guys. Let's get more people on the conversation by double tapping that screen. Appreciate the support. And if you guys have any questions, comments, jokes, or disagreements, I'll be happy to read out loud and engage with it. Just $2 and up. Or if you're a member and I happen to see it. Or just say something retarded. I mean, that'll get me sometimes.
department and assess your success in discharging it. So the mission of the department is to enforce federal law, defend the rule of law, and protect the American people from violent crime, terrorism, drug trafficking, fraud, and exploitation, to promote public safety. And what we have heard today unequivocally is that President Trump's Department of Justice, under your leadership, Attorney General Bondi, is doing exactly that. Just a moment ago, you shared with us some incredible statistics that the United States under your leadership has achieved the lowest murder rate in 125 years. That in the first year of this administration, murder is down 21%, robbery is down 23%, carjacking down 43%, and gun assault down 22%. That is what public safety looks like. Under your leadership and that of President Trump, you've located more than 6,000 child victims of trafficking and exploitation, arrested 1,700 child predators, and apprehended more than 300 human traffickers. Significant increases. And those aren't just statistics. Those are precious lives that your department and the men and women of federal law enforcement have saved. Madam Attorney General, you've mentioned a couple of specific criminal trends during this hearing that I'd like to discuss with you further, because one of our important roles in Congress is making sure that our laws and our law enforcement stay ahead of predators as technology evolves. I lead legislation in the House along with bipartisan co-sponsors on this committee to make sextortion a...
Now, to speak on those stats, it is impressive. But the problem is, though, that this Epstein files overshadows all of that. And that's what everybody hates to hear. Especially if you're MAGA. Like, I get it. Like, but bro, the murder rate, the crime is going down across the country. Like, yes, bro, yes. But there are rich people or billionaires trafficking children. And they're out and about as we speak. Some of Epstein's, assistants are out right now living their best life. So I'm sorry, but yes, that does kind of overshadow all the accomplishments that the FBI and the DOJ have brought. Not all of them, but a good amount of them, because this is like the hot topic, like something we've been looking at for a while now. And I see why Trump was a bit upset about this. Like, oh, this is distracting from all our accomplishments. And he's right, but it's just that important.
Clearly defined criminal offense. We actually passed that out of the House of Representatives. We have a bill to promote Operation Renewed Hope to help rescue more child victims, and the Defiance Act to provide legal recourse to victims of deepfake AI intimate images. I would love to hear your perspective and what you are seeing related to these technology-based criminal trends, sextortion, and AI deepfakes. What are you seeing at the Department of Justice, and why do you believe that efforts to combat these types of crimes are important?
Now, if you looked at the Epstein files, I mean, it did get pretty bad. Now, when I was reading through it, and I did see some connection to Epstein's trafficking operations and, porn, actually. There were porn websites, and we're talking about the old ones from back in the day, man. I'm talking about, you know what? I mean, I guess I'm gonna be exposing myself a little bit, but like RedTube, RedTube was on there. We got places like X Hamster. And the reason why these were linked is because these were links to victims of Jeffrey Epstein. Yeah. Which gave me a sinking feeling in my stomach at a certain point, because it's just like, oh, shit. So while you were out there getting your rocks off on that website, yeah, you might have been looking at a trafficking victim. Like, but yeah, it did lead into that. And I like what she was saying there, like, yo, you know, technology is actually spreading these crimes of like fraud, human trafficking, and all this good stuff. How do we combat that? Because if you do look at the Epstein files, I mean, really, the porn industry played a huge role in it. Like, well, modeling as well, too. Anything that really extorts women. But some
Sextortion, and thank you for supporting that, Congresswoman. I think that was a bipartisan effort, actually. I think many of you on both sides of the aisle supported that. Thank you for that. You know, as a career prosecutor, it's horrible seeing that and seeing that young women and often young boys have been exploited with sextortion. And I see, thank you, both sides of the aisle nodding on that. It's horrific. The suicide rates go up. And that's why we have to do everything in our power to protect not only young girls, adult women, boys and men from sextortion, because it is happening and we're doing everything in our power, thanks to your legislation, all of you, to stop that.
I'd like to hear a little bit more about some of the Department of Justice programs like Project Safe Childhood and the Internet Crimes Against Children Task Forces, partnerships that bring together federal, state, and local law enforcement. Sometimes the work between those law enforcement groups together really creates some incredibly powerful outcomes and some great success stories. I know you, as Florida's Attorney General, had a tremendous amount of leadership in our state, trying to make sure we were taking care of children, also the elderly, protecting them from fraud, ending drug trafficking. Tell us a little bit about some of those departments within DOJ.
Yeah, when you talked about Project Safe Neighborhoods, we've done a lot of that in Florida when I was state AG, and actually back when I was a state prosecutor prior to being Attorney General. That is so important. I feel like what we've been doing in DC too, with the Take Back DC and Make DC Safe Again, is similar to that. Going into the neighborhoods, working with the community, seeing law enforcement officers out there playing basketball with kids who live in the neighborhood. It's pretty remarkable what we've seen firsthand. Citizens in Memphis saying that they can walk outdoors now and they feel safe. People coming up thanking law enforcement and working hand in hand with them.
Which has been the same thing in DC. I mean, people go, oh, the National Guard is a police state and all that. And oh my goodness, like, well, I'll be real with you. These National Guard and these extra police guys are actually working well with the community. They're cleaning up crime. They're literally picking the trash up off the streets, and they're looking over the youth. You can catch these guys looking out at basketball courts where there used to be shootouts all the time. I mean, I can't get mad at that, especially if it's happening in the Black community. It's like, I really can't get mad at that. Like, come on now. And I know there's Black liberals that be like, oh, you should hate this. I should hate my people having an extra layer of protection. Like, do you hear yourself, bro? But all right, though, let's get back to it.
Thank you, Chairman. Attorney General Bondi, glad you finally made it here after hiding for 4 months from this committee. I understand why you're hiding.
Okay, that was a funny way to start it off. Like, yeah, you've been ducking smoke for 4 months, so I'm glad your punk ass finally pulled up. It's like, whoa. All right. I mean, thank you for coming at me nicely, I guess.
From us.
Chairman?
You're one of the worst attorney generals in our history.
Damn.
And an instrument of
Let's take this back.
Thank you, Chairman. Attorney General Bondi, glad you finally made it here after hiding for 4 months from this committee. I understand why you're hiding from us.
Chairman?
You're one of the worst attorney generals in our history and an instrument of Donald Trump's lawless authoritarian agenda. And I'm glad the American people are seeing who you are, how you act, and the lack of good values. You weaponize the Department of Justice to target immigrants, working families, and anyone that Trump deems an enemy of the state, all to protect real powerful criminals, including in your administration. My Democratic colleagues have focused on your cover-up of the Epstein files and your passion for protecting pedophiles and child traffickers. That alone is grounds for impeachment. But there's so much more to your corrupt tenure as Attorney General. You directed prosecutors to investigate elected officials in welcoming jurisdictions, and you got thrown out of court when you sued Chicago.
Hold on, though. Whoa, bro. I'm gonna be real with you. You better have that same criticism about Jack Smith and what he did to the Republicans. I mean, he went after them basically because they were political enemies. Like, let's be honest here. Same thing with Donald Trump. And here's the problem. Like I said, it seems like when you guys go after Republicans, it's law and order. It's all good. We're just trying to catch criminals. But when Democrats came after, oh, this is retribution. This is vengeance of Trump. Nah, keep that same energy. Fair is fair.
County and Illinois. You directed prosecutors to prioritize low-level immigration cases while gutting enforcement against corporate criminals and public corruption. You revived draconian
You're
law
talking
of
about public corruption to
1798,
me? Whoa.
which should be repealed to illegally send people to a torture prison in El Salvador. You fired over 100 immigration judges, including the assistant chief immigration judge in Chicago, without cause.
God damn, Monty. Shout out to my man, Mr. Paramedic. He says, I'll try R1. Renee Good for 16 children on average per day. Sorry, 16 Renee Goods aren't even worth one child. Well, god damn. Damn.
And installed unqualified military judges whom you instructed to deny asylum in violation of the law. You prosecute the president's enemies like Jim Comey and Tish James while giving impunity to federal agents.
Let's be real. When it came to her fraud crimes, I mean, those were pretty legit. The problem is, like I said, Pam Bondi effed up by appointing somebody who wasn't confirmed by the Senate to prosecute them. And that's why Comey and Letitia James got off, is because Pam Bondi is incompetent. I'm gonna be real with you.
Who are murdering and brutalizing and terrorizing constituents, including in Chicagoland, in my neighborhood. I saw it last year firsthand. You and Kash Patel covered up the murder of Silverio Villegas Gonzalez in my district by ICE agents. You tried to investigate Renee Good instead of the ICE agent who murdered her, and you tried to cover up the murder of Alex Preddy by CBP agents.
Hold on now. Hold on. There was no cover-up murder of Alex Preddy. As soon as everybody's seen it, we said this will be investigated. What cover-up? I mean, even if they went out there incorrectly and called them domestic terrorists, which even I condemned, by the way, even if they went out there and did that, that's not a cover-up. It's still being investigated if it was a lawful shot or not. So what cover-up? Like, come on now, bro. That's inaccurate to say.
You bring fake charges against protesters like the Broadview Six and Marimar Martinez, whom your administration labeled a domestic terrorist. This is the Montessori teacher who lives in my district.
Shout out to my man Monty. No, you're right, bro. I said the same thing. Like, so no questioning, just telling her off. I thought she's supposed to answer questions. Like, me too. But I mean, from the first video, we kind of got the tone where he was literally like, yeah, I just want to sit there and ask you, I want to grill you, ask you 6 questions, and you're just supposed to sit there and take it. And when I let you answer questions, you better just agree with me, or I'm gonna hit you with the reclaiming my time. It's like, really?
While protecting thugs who terrorize us and DHS authority. That's what you do. Protect and enable the criminals who are plundering our society and destroying what's left of democracy and the rule of law.
True.
Epstein accomplices, mass DHS thugs, corporate criminals, Tom Homan, Eric Adams, insurrectionists, the list goes on. And you talk about fighting crime, but you protect any criminal who helps you and Trump turn our country into an authoritarian gangster state. And after all this, nobody supports you. I'm not talking about Democrats. I'm talking about conservative judges who are condemning the rampant lawlessness at DOJ under your leadership. Your prosecutors are quitting in droves over being forced to prosecute low-level immigration cases, including in Chicagoland. Your MAGA base despises you because you're covering up the Epstein file. How ironic. And
No, actually, no, she fired them. I remember that story. It was a bunch of prosecutors saying that, oh, it's below us to prosecute these undocumented immigrants. And I'm just like, it's your job. Hold on. Are you literally saying that you don't want to do your job? And Pam Bondi ended up firing them because they literally sat there and told Pam Bondi to her face, like, oh, yeah, and to not do it, we're going to go ahead and take our pay leave. She was like, all right, cool. You can take your last paycheck and get the F on up out of here. And I ain't gonna lie, as much as I don't agree with some of the message she's been using when it comes to the DOJ, I agreed with that. Get their ass up out of here if they feeling that way.
even
you work for the American people, not yourselves.
Boss has repeatedly complained to your staff about you, calling you weak and ineffective. Weak and ineffective. That's what Donald Trump thinks of you already. You will not win, however. Chicagoland rejects you. The American people reject you. Our communities have
I don't know about that, man. There's a whole big old group of black women that's talking about turn Chicago red. I mean, if they were all turning against her, then trust me, there'd be none of that. But I'm gonna be honest with you, when it comes to Chicago, bro, people are begging for Chicago to get cracked down on. I mean, bro, there's assassinations broad day in the street, kids coming out with guns shooting people. I mean, bro, there was just two youngsters came out, broad daylight, by the way, shot into a car and killing a woman and the man. Killing the woman. I believe the man's in critical condition, and there was a baby in the back, and the baby was not hurt. Thank God, by the way. But that's what's going on in Chicago. And then y'all want to sit there and tell us that, oh, nothing's going on here. Oh, actually, you're a fascist for even looking in Chicago. Like, do you not see that there's people getting killed in broad daylight? Every day, damn near. Like, are you serious? And that's the problem. Liberals talk about shit they don't know about. You don't know how bad it is in Chicago. So y'all might need to sit the F down on this one. But shout out to my man Monty. He said, I never ever before seen a script chewing out. You're protecting flipping pages and authoritarian regime. Bruh. I know, right? It's like you're protecting flip pages and authoritarian regime, by the way. It's like they're throwing everything at her. I'm gonna be real with you. And this guy had 5 minutes to grill her, and he's been grilling her for 4 minutes and 10 seconds straight. And remember, they only got 5 minutes a pop.
Demonstrated our strength and resilience in the face of cruelty and cowardice. Democrats must impeach and remove lawless officials like you and Kristi Noem and impose accountability for every criminal action. But you can spare yourself more humiliation. Resign now and submit yourself to accountability by the American people. Mr. Chairman, before I yield back, I ask unanimous consent to submit for the record this Wall Street Journal article dated January 12th, 2026, entitled, Trump has complained about Pam Bondi repeatedly to aides. Thank you, and I yield back.
Objection.
Oh, wow.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
I thank the chairman.
May I have 20 seconds, please?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah,
Thank
please.
you.
Let's hear the opposition research.
Thank you. That's absolutely right. That they're not running for, he's not running for office again because, well, I don't know why you're not running for office again, but after the filing deadline, you publicly announced you would not run when your chief of staff, Patty Garcia, announced and took your seat.
That's a state matter. That isn't a federal matter. You should investigate crimes.
I mean, okay, she's pretty much saying, look, man, you sat up there in your soapbox to try to win over constituents because you're losing in your own district. Like, so pretty much you're performing. You're not really doing your job, which a lot of these guys do. A lot of these people are all about performance and not really to getting to the truth. And that's not all Dems. That's not all of these Dems, but most of them are just doing it just to grill her and not really trying to look for real answers here. It is what it is with some of these guys. It's sad, but this is where we're at. And shout out to my man, Mr. Paramedic. He says they don't want questions answered. They want to throw a temper tantrum about losing an election or things just not going their way, to be quite honest with you, because they're, like I said, it's all about ICE. It's all about the Epstein file, which is the Epstein files is valid. But to grill her about ICE, I mean, bro, save that for Kristi Noem. Like, save that for her. I'm be honest with you guys. Like, trying to come at Pam Bondi for that don't really make too much sense. Like, leave her with the Epstein files and F up prosecution of Jane Comey and Letitia James. Grill her on that. But anything ICE related is a bit unfair. If you're going to do that, bring in Pam Bondi and Chrissy Noem.
Exercise your constitutional rights in a way that tramples on someone else's, are you?
No.
No, you can't do that. I mean, you have a right to petition the government under the First Amendment. That doesn't mean you can come into this room and start screaming at Mr. Raskin or me or anybody else and disrupt a congressional hearing. You have a right to protest on the street, but that doesn't give you a right to go into the Capitol and disrupt Congress. Something these guys talk about every day. You can't
What we're talking about is now they're going to talk about Don Lemon's actions. So you kind of hearing his example is like, look, you could protest like outside of this building, but as soon as you come in and try to scream at, these guys here, yeah, you're going to go to jail. But for some reason, Don Lemon didn't understand that.
5 minutes. Madam Attorney General, you're not allowed to exercise your constitutional rights in a way that tramples on someone else's, are you?
No.
No, you can't do that. I mean, you have a right to petition the government under the First Amendment. That doesn't mean you can come.
I'm done. Shout out to Jay's like these devs need scripts to wipe their own asses. I mean, like, God damn. Shout out my man Jed.
Come into this room and start screaming at Mr. Raskin or me or anybody else and disrupt a congressional hearing. You have a right to protest on the street, but that doesn't give you a right to go into the Capitol and disrupt Congress. Something these guys talk about every day. You can't do that. So when Don Lemon said that he was exercising his First Amendment free press rights, freedom of the press rights, that's not really accurate because he was trampling on other individuals' rights. Is that true?
Chairman, we will always protect our churches and the freedom of religion. And yes, that's accurate.
First right mentioned under the First Amendment, freedom of religion, freedom to practice your faith the way you think the good Lord wants you to, right?
That's right, under the federal government.
And isn't it true that Mr. Lemon met at a shopping center with the rioters who entered City's church in St. Paul, met with them prior to marching to the church?
Yeah, he cooked. He cooked.
He did meet, and this is a pending case right now, so I will only stick to what is in the four corners of the unsealed indictment, if I could, Chairman.
Yeah, I'm
There's a lot more that will come out, but under the four corners of the indictment, yes,
I mean, let's be real, dog. He met up with them, tried to claim like he didn't know what was going on, even though he had him on their show about like what 2-3 days ago. Like the man tried to play ignorance or he tried to feign ignorance, but be honest with you, the story just doesn't line up with it. I mean, bro, even when you pulled up, like, let's be real, his ignorance claim stops when he pulled up to that church, seen that they were walking inside and he went in with them. That's where his ignorant claim stops.
They had an operation called Operation Pull Up. They said they were gearing for a resistance. They met in a parking lot and they caravanned to a church on a Sunday morning when people were worshiping together.
And Mr. Lemon said that he live streamed before entering the church with the rioters. Didn't he say we're going to head to the operation? Didn't he say this he said this on camera? Is that right?
Yes, Chairman.
Yeah.
And more.
That he was in Minnesota and that, as you said, they were gearing up for an operation. So you can't do that. This is why this is, I think, so important that this guy be held accountable. And I think why you guys have charged him and indicted him. Moving to the second subject here. Will John Brennan be indicted? Mr. Brennan lied to the committee, which you're not supposed to do, last Congress, and we deposed him. He definitely, 18 U.S.C. 1001, we're all familiar with it. He lied to the committee, and the Congress, and I think the country would like to know if, in fact, he's going to be indicted for lying. And here's why it's so important. I'll give you a chance to respond. Here's why it's so important. It wasn't just that he lied to us, it's what he lied to us about. He lied to us about when all this weaponization against the President of the United States started. He lied to us about the dossier and specifically what role the dossier played in the intelligence community assessment. Because we know back when President Trump was first elected, first term, this is when it all started, which led to the Mueller and to the impeachment and to the Jack Smith and all the stuff that's happened in the last decade. But it began here, and he lied to Congress about the role he played. And I just want to read a couple of things he said during that deposition before I give you a chance to respond. Mr. Brennan, when asked a question, said the CIA was not involved at all with the dossier. He said it was their purview, FBI's purview, and not ours. He also said the CIA was very much opposed to having any reference or inclusion of the Steele dossier in the intelligence community assessment. Well, that's interesting because declassified information that was declassified this past summer by the CIA says something entirely different. It says, Brennan, I want to put this one up if we have it. It says, Brennan ultimately formalized his position in writing, stating that, quote, this is released by the CIA Director Ratcliffe. My bottom line is that what I believe that information warrants inclusion in the report. He was further asked by an CIA official. The same officer said when he approached the director and asked that the director refused to remove it after being explained this wasn't good. With the dossier's many flaws, he said, yes, but doesn't it ring true? So
Wow.
This is John Brennan using that document to change intelligence.
AKA, we know there's some bad information on here, but it's like, bro, it doesn't matter. We give it to the public and it's going to ring like it's true. It's like, but it's not. It don't matter. People will think that is true. Like, but so we're just going to mislead the people into thinking that Trump's a Russian spy? Yep. I mean, that's what Brennan lived. That's pretty much how it went down between Brennan and his associates. That look, man, there's bad information on this, but it doesn't matter because people hate Donald Trump so much they're gonna think that is true, and it worked. It did, and some of you guys were foolish enough to believe it.
Community assessment, which I think led to all the stuff we've seen over the last decade, and I think this committee in the country, Congress in the country, like to know if Mr. Brennan is going to be indicted.
What I can confirm is that we have received a referral from you, Chairman Jordan, to investigate John Brennan. His attorneys have made some public statements, but the department,
Ex-FBI director under Obama, I believe,
is still bound, of course, by our longstanding policy of not discussing matters. What I will.
The crazy thing about Brennan is that, I mean, bro, a lot of people, whistleblowers, have came out against Brennan just to explain what type of piece of crap he is. Like, if you hear any stories about that guy, Brennan, it's about how much of a piece of crap he is and how he's willing to do anything to get a leg up on people. Even his come-up story is shiesty. But, all right, let's get to the next video.
The gentlelady is expired. Gentlelady yields back, and the gentlelady from Georgia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Bondi, as the Florida Attorney General, attorneys from your office handled the appeal of my son, Jordan Davis's murder, which was denied. As a result of the efforts of those attorneys under your watch, the court actually upheld the life sentence for a man who used prejudice as his defense for murdering my son and scarring his friends for life.
Okay.
Attorneys from your office under your management worked hard to remove a dangerous man from the community who terrorize innocent people like my son and his friends. The compassion and respect that my family received throughout that ordeal were critical in helping us keep faith in the rule of law and justice. Based on my experiences, I have seen how strong victim services, sustained investigations, and well-supported prosecutors can make a meaningful difference in the lives of families who are grieving and suffering. Ms. Bondi, just yes or no, would you agree that government officials should be respectful and supportive of victims' families as they mourn?
Yeah.
First, Congresswoman, thank you for talking about that, and I'm so very sorry for what happened to your family.
Thank you.
And yes, I agree with that with all victims, including the ones sitting behind us today. I absolutely do. And
Okay.
also, thank you for voting yes on the Lake and Riley Act.
Thank you for that.
Thank you.
Okay, so your answer is why the recent treatment of families in Minnesota raises really serious concerns for me. Because shortly after Mr. Alex Preddy was murdered, administration officials referred to him as an assassin and called Mr. Preddy the definition of domestic terrorism. They also lied about Mr. Preddy holding a gun and threatening officers. After Ms. Renee Good was murdered by ICE officials in Minneapolis, administration officials also accused her of being a domestic terrorist and investigated her wife in a clear act of retaliation. The statement Mr. Preddy's mother made after the murder resonated with me more than you'll ever imagine. She said that, and I'm quoting, The sickening lies told about our son by the administration are reprehensible and disgusting, end quote. And I assure you, I know how it feels to hear lies that are told to justify the taking of someone's son. They were used by my son's murderer as a defense, and those lies still affect me today. He was called a thug, and he was called a gangbanger. And the attorneys from your office actually defended my son's name, his memory, and defended his honor. I'm certain that Mr. Petty's mother watched videos of her son, Alex, an ICU nurse at the VA hospital, using his phone to record federal agents. She also watched him getting pepper sprayed, kicked, hit in the head, and surrounded by at least 7 agents before having his—
Yes, lady, but I would also tell her this. As she's explaining this, I'd be like, hold on now. You know, Alex Petty walked into that situation. He could have walked to help the old lady up, but instead he walked in front of an ICE officer putting hands on him, trying to stop him. That's where he effed up at. If he'd have just went for the lady that got pushed on the ground, he'd have been good. But the fact that he tried to stop law enforcement, got in his way, armed, by the way, that's on him.
Gun removed from his waistband, which he
shouldn't have died, by the way. Shouldn't have died, but I mean, he definitely should have been arrested.
Legally carried. And she watched seconds later as 2 of those agents shot her son Alex at least 10 times. The administration was quick to spew an incorrect narrative and call him so many things that they wanted us to ignore the truth that we actually saw with our own eyes.
I mean, look,
Ms. Bondi, will you—
calling that man a domestic terrorist was wrong, but we're not going to sit here and pretend like bro didn't just walk himself into it. It's not like the Customs Border Patrol officer came over there and dragged him into it. No, he walked over there and got himself involved, armed, by the way, without letting law enforcement know. I mean, you're supposed to let law enforcement know if you're armed. Let me be real with you. It's because especially if they're pulling you over, or if you're about to get involved in a law enforcement scene, especially without their permission, you should definitely let them know that you're armed. Because, I mean, if you let them find out, that's not going to be good for you.
Announced the statements.
I would hope that
they were made to tarnish the names of Alex Petty and Renee Good. And will you protect their names like those attorneys back in Florida under your watch protected my son's name?
What I will say is we are looking at everything to shed light on what happened that day.
Yo, and shout out Jordan, supporter and friend of the show. Shout out to my man Jordan. But that's funny though. He said, yeah, so she watched them kick the tail light out of a federal vehicle. Did she also watch him spit in their direction as well? I mean, she watched all that. Did she give that the stamp of approval? I mean, like I said, God rest the man's soul, but he wasn't out there, acting like a child of God. Let's not sit there and say that now.
And it is an ongoing and active investigation, both of those cases, and I assure you they will be investigated.
Investigating, we understand that, but will you do everything in your power, as you have done for my case, as you are asked to do, as you've sworn an oath to do? It is your responsibility to make sure that you are following the rule of law. Those families in Minnesota, they deserve the same respect. They deserve a full investigation, which you have not even begun to do yet. So what are you saying? Is that they don't deserve any respect for a full investigation into their murders?
They are getting a full investigation into their murder, done by the federal government. There is a full investigation. So anybody who's saying that there isn't, that's a lie. You can look this up. There is currently a federal investigation going on to Alex Petty's shooting, into his death. I mean, I don't know why there are people out there lying, saying that there isn't, when there is. There's no cover up of Alex Petty at all.
Well, that is incompetence on your behalf.
Well, that is
the American people do deserve better. Non-commitment to defending the rule of law is what we see from you. I will always stand up for survivors, and I heard you say earlier when you told us that you will fight for them as well. And based on the information before us, these families have not received the same commitment to investigate what happened to their loved ones, nor have they received the respect that I would expect from the nation's top law enforcement officer. Investigations have been slow-walked, they've been canceled, and the special agent assigned to Renee Good's investigation resigned following pressure from your officials to reclassify Ms. Good's case.
I'm the
For
gentle lady.
families seeking answers and accountability. There was
Yeah, because they seen it as a lawful shot, and some of them wanted to try to prosecute it as a murder when it wasn't. That's the problem. I mean, and like I said, Dems are going to be mad about how it's honestly how it's decided upon. There's really nothing we could do for y'all on that note. Like I knew that Renee Good shooting was going to be seen as a lawful shot. I mean, it's Alex Petty, we're still waiting on it, but I'm predicting that that's also going to be seen as a lawful shot as well. And like I said, none of them should have happened. I don't wish death on nobody, but these people put themselves in that position. And it's sad, but that's the reality. All right, let's go ahead and actually, let me go ahead and bring my man Monty up, man.
How's it going?
It's all good. My man's in the suit, looking sharp. How's it doing? How's it going, brother? What's up? But all right, does he got any thoughts, my man?
I mean, this just seems like grandstanding. Like there are no questions asked except until you get to the majority leader, and then you get a leading question. Don't you think people's deaths should be investigated? Of course. Yeah. What kind of circus is this?
I know it's crazy, but this is an oversight committee or a hearing. But all right, though, let's get right back.
Question is that right? Like that's how you provide oversight. You say, "Hey, what about this thing that you did over here?" Not, "You're a horrible person and everybody hates you."
Literally, and everything you're doing is wrong. And it's like, all right, so where's the questions again?
Right.
But all right, let's get back to it.
UC's receipt, several UC's receipts. I'd like to have unanimous consent to introduce the National Security Presidential Memorandum 7 dated September 25th, 25.
Objection.
The Bondi Department of Justice memo dated December 4th, 2025.
Objection.
An article from Newsweek entitled DOJ Deletes Study Alleging Rise in Far-Right Terrorism dated September 18th, 2025.
Without objection.
Notice article from October 3rd, 2025. Trump's directive on organized political violence could lead to increased surveillance of his critics.
Without objection.
Washington Post article, September 25th, 2025. Trump targets domestic terrorists, but only mentions the radical left.
Without objection.
Idaho Capital Sun, October 18th, 2025. Rest easy, Idahoans. The No King demonstrators are American patriots.
Without objection.
Attacks on freedom of speech, what nonprofits need to know, published by the National Council of Nonprofits, the largest network of nonprofits in America.
Without objection.
The Freedom from Religious Foundation warns that Bondi memo weaponizes federal law enforcement against non-Christians and dissenting viewpoints.
Without objection.
Wow.
A Ken Klipperstein blog from January 28th, 26, ICE's secret watch lists of Americans.
Without objection.
And an Intercept article from February 2nd, 26, Trump calls his enemies terrorists. Does that mean he can kill them?
Without objection. The gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Attorney General Bondi.
Good afternoon.
Oh, you're right. Good afternoon. It's been a long day. I wrote this morning. We've known each other a long time, and I'll always be appreciative for your assistance when you were Attorney General in Florida after the shooting at my high school at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas in my hometown of Parkland when we passed the bipartisan bill, the Marjorie Stoneman Douglas School Safety Act, which was the largest policy response to a school shooting in American history. Your department also prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law a constituent of mine and former felon that had plans to kill me when he was picked up by law enforcement after he was target practicing in his backyard with 2 rifles, a scope, a silencer, 3,000 rounds of ammunition, an anti-Semitic manifesto. My name was the only name on their target list, and my kids found out about this from their friends at school. So thank you.
Wow.
However, the most transparent administration in American history. Before Trump, we didn't know the word transparency, apparently. It's been 12 months since you gave Republican influencers part 1 of the Epstein files. You said the list was on your desk. Then a memo came out and said that there was no list. Phase 2 of the binders never happened. The President of the United States says the Epstein thing is a hoax. He blasts his own base for wanting the release of the files. He blamed Barack Obama. Republicans voted against the release of the files in the Rules Committee. Then they refused to even return to the Rules Committee until they could be protected from future votes on the release. Speaker Johnson sends Congress home a day early before break. They sent the Deputy Attorney General to meet with Maxwell. She says something favorable about the president. Miraculously, she gets transferred to
And I'm just going to keep it real. Yeah, what the Trump administration was doing with the Epstein files wasn't the best look. And I'll be real with you. This was the strategy. They knew it was going to be a distraction. It was going to take away from all the wins and take away from that. And they didn't want to release it for that reason. Now, you can argue, well, I mean, that's a pretty selfish reason not release it. And I agree. But this is the main reason why I didn't want to release it, because I mean, look at what it's doing. It's doing exactly what they predicted. Any W that they got is being overshadowed by the Epstein files. Now, you can agree with that or not. That's up to your own personal opinion. But this is the strategy behind why they didn't want the release of it. I mean, you could say, oh, no, it was for protecting the pedos. But I mean, let's be real. They're on both sides. And but the main arguments that was coming from the Trump administration was that this would be a huge distraction.
Yeah. And it is. Like that's all. They literally cannot do anything, or they could do whatever they want, I guess. Depends on how you see it. Because people have a one-track mind. They're not going to remember that, you know, inflation is going down, crime is at the lowest point, that, you know, the Epstein files themselves are actually released and out there. You know, there's more coming, but, you know, border crossings are at an all-time low. The Republican, you know, initiative to stop fraudulent voting with voter ID has overwhelming support. So yeah, this is completely, you know, it's the Trump administration's, you know, promise to the American people to release this stuff, and it is getting released. Funny how this never happened under the 4 years that Biden was president, when the same public interest was still out there. But, you know.
I get it. Hey, shout out to the man, my man, the lunatic libertarian. Trump is a moron. All systems are failed. And I mean, hey, man.
He doesn't participate in any systems. He shouldn't be worried about it anyway.
I mean, hey, it is what it is with that one. But shout out to my man, lunatic libertarian, bro. Appreciate the support.
Minimum security facility. No one can explain why. Miraculously, the leaks to the Wall Street Journal stopped. We come back from break. We have the Massey discharge petition. Republicans drop a rule, a non-binding resolution trying to kill the Massey discharge petition. The White House says passing the Massey discharge petition is a hostile act. Trying to stop the necessary 218 signatures, according to Republican members that signed it, the White House brought them into the Situation Room, you know, the place where the president goes for time of war, promising things like appropriations or maybe even to primary them. People in the room say you were there. It didn't work. We get the 218 signatures. We eventually passed the Massey petition. You guys didn't release the files. You were forced by Congress, every member of the House except one, and the entire Senate. The reason the president signed it is because it was a veto-proof majority. We can't agree on anything, and yet the entire House but one member and the whole Senate forced the administration to release the file.
But here's the thing, though. It's like to say that, I mean, they were forced. They could have still voted no.
He could have vetoed it. It doesn't, just because it's veto proof does not mean he can't say, I don't want to sign this.
Yeah, it'd have been a terrible look. Of course, it'd have been the most terrible look ever, but yeah, he could have done it.
Everybody wants the files out. And he's sitting here grandstanding about some bill that they forced them to do it. He signed the executive order months ago, like within a month of him being in office.
No, and let's be real though. Trump was the one who ordered the Republicans to be like, no, all right, F it. Let's release it. No, I want all you guys to vote yes on it. And they all did. So if anything, I mean, in a way, he's kind of right though, because you guys, Trump did have to pretty much tell them, no, you guys are going to vote yes on this. Let's get it all out there. But let's not forget, Trump was the one who ordered it. And your guys' argument is that Trump is the one who's trying to hide it. But he's the one who literally demanded that the Republicans vote yes for the Epstein files to be released. All right.
Kash Patel under oath said to Senator Kennedy, the FBI is not in possession of any credible evidence that Epstein trafficked girls to anyone but himself. We know now that's not true. According to documents, Epstein had a worldwide sex trafficking ring. Girls from Poland, Czechoslovakia, Russia, Paris, modeling agencies sending him girls. He even had a relationship with a summer camp where he groomed girls at a picnic table.
Yeah.
Ghislaine Maxwell says 29 Epstein associates cut secret DOJ deals. Turns out there is a list. 6 names readily available if you unredact them. Co-conspirators named, but we got them when you unredact them. Maxwell recently tells a House Oversight Committee that she wants clemency to release more names. Kash Patel under oath said Trump's name appears less than 100 times in the files. We now know that's not true. Trump's name appears more times in the Epstein files than God's name appears in the book about God. Okay, by the way, this is the Trump Bible. Move over, King James.
I'm crying.
Trump's name also appears more times in the Epstein.
I'm sorry, that was fucked up, but it was a funny joke.
Hold on, let me fact check that real quick. Let me continue on.
Go ahead.
Epstein file,
I got you.
then Harry Potter's name appears in the 7 books about Harry Potter. Lutnick says that in 2008 he went to Epstein's home. Says he had a massage table.
God and Trump, right? That's
Mhm.
what he's claimed so far.
Yeah, he pretty much saying that Trump's name is mentioned more time in the Epstein files than God is mentioned in the Bible. I was like, damn.
All right, let's see.
All right, well,
in the living room.
You know, you get
But
those
Epstein
numbers.
said he got one every day, that it was the right type of massage. He and his wife decide to leave and say they'll never be in a room with him again. Howard then says, I'm sure the Epstein stuff is all on video. He was the greatest blackmailer of all time. Well, how would Howard know that? But now the files are public. And in 2012, we found out that he and his family are on Epstein Island after.
Hey, and shout out to my man Gaming for sending the 10 on Venmo. And like I said, anything you guys sent to Venmo gets doubled. So he sent 10. So that's worth 20 towards the call in. So basically, that's a baller alert. Shout out to my man Gaming.
Epstein pled guilty to state charges. I'm from Florida. I take my family to Disney World, not to Epstein Island.
Bruh.
There are documents in the files that dispute
All
the
right.
president's claim that he kicked Epstein out of his club. Allegedly, the president said that he asked Epstein to leave. Supported now that's disputed though. Statements from the manager of the club. Now, Madam Attorney General, I have like 25 seconds left. So, because I'm curious, and I'd like to see flip to the Jared Moskowitz section of the binder. I'm interested to see what staff provided on the oppo on me, and
All
because
right,
we're in
you
the
ready for this
Olympics,
set?
I'm gonna.
All right, go ahead.
So, Trump's name in the Epstein files, Donald Trump appears 1,432 times in the Epstein files. God in the Bible appears 3,800 times. Harry Potter, or Harry, appears 18,956 times.
Oh, wow. So,
So
he was wrong.
every single one of those was a lie. Maybe
Dang.
you should come up with better gotchas, because lying that's easily verifiably false in less than 5 minutes.
And here's the thing. I mean, like, did you just include the New Testament or the complete Bible? Like, they're new. No, I'm asking him. I think he just included the New Testament.
Oh.
Because that's
Yeah.
the only way it would really make sense. If we're talking about the entire Bible, like, all right.
Yeah.
Give it a grade. I just want to see how good it is. So give me your best one.
So first of all, nothing is funny about mocking the Bible and holding up a
I'm
Trump
not
Bible.
mocking
That's
the
what you
Bible.
did.
That's the
You
best-
made a
that's the-
joke, and I find
No,
offense
I want
to
it,
that.
but
That's
I
all I
want
have
it-
to say.
I want it
It's
from
a
the burn
joke.
book.
Hold on,
I want it
pause.
from the burn book. Which
It's a joke, not a lie. In order for a joke to be funny, it has to be true. It is misleading and it's mischaracterizing and leading people to believe that Trump's name shows up 3,800 times or 20,000 times.
All right. And shout out to my man Jordan. He says, I like how there's no talk about Trump aiding the investigation around 2006 in the files,
Right.
as well
Oh
as
my
telling
God.
them they need to go after Ghislaine. I mean, good point.
And
I mean,
that's
a really
half
good
of what the
point.
files are. That's literally half of what his name is in the files, is him telling the FBI about all the things he does, or all of the things that are mentioned.
And Armand, we got quite the lengthy response for you, but shout out to my man Lunatic Libertarian. He says, I don't participate in systems doesn't make me wrong. Have you heard or read how this country was created, paramedic? The Federalist Papers? Where is your law, boy? Anarchy relies on the sacrifice of self to family and accountability till death. And well,
So literally the Federalist Papers talk against anarchy, you dumbass. But thanks for the $50.
I always do appreciate the support. And we are about, well, actually, no, I think that does hit the call-in line limit. So I will be posting the call-in line. Now, we'll still be reacting to this. So Lunatic Libertarian, if you guys are going to come up here, let's try to make it a little bit more civil and let's keep it on track.
Boy.
I think the chairman
May I have
I guess he's
20
never read
seconds,
them.
please?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Let's hear the opposition research.
Thank you. That's absolutely right, that they're not running for, he's not running for office again because, well, I don't know why you're not running for office again, but after the filing deadline, you publicly announced you would not run when your chief of staff, Patty Garcia, announced and took your seat.
That's
I
a
believe
state matter.
Democrats
That
got
isn't a
angry
federal
about
matter. You
that as
should
well.
investigate
I
crimes.
believe
Time
Democrats
belongs-
got
time
angry
You should
about that as
investigate
Time belongs to the gentleman
violations
from
of the law.
Texas. The time belongs to the gentleman from Texas.
No, that hurt his
A little
feelings.
flexibility on the time. I appreciate the chairman. Madam Attorney General, am I correct that under your leadership, the Department of Justice has prosecuted cases of non-citizen voting? So it's false, as some of my Democratic colleagues have claimed, that it doesn't happen.
Yes.
I ask that today because we're voting on the Save America Act today to enact common sense policies to ensure only American citizens vote in American elections and enact federal voter ID laws. But it's true, for example, that in just this month, a federal grand jury in Newark indicted 2 men with illegally voting in federal election and making false statements. Mohammed Mazammel and Mohammed Shakil were non-citizens at the time they registered to vote. This happens, it happens regularly, and you're prosecuting those crimes, correct?
Yes.
But does that prosecution of those criminals overturn their previously cast votes?
That's all pending.
But it does not overturn votes that they've cast, right? So passing the Save
No,
America
Congressman.
Act would help deal with that problem.
Yes, Congressman.
Second question. As Attorney General, you're in charge of the Executive Office of Immigration Review, correct?
Yes, Congressman.
The Biden-Mayorkas regime caused the immigration
Here we
court
go.
case backlog
Here
to
we go.
explode, correct?
Explode.
Does that sound about right that in September?
All right, shout out to my man Ham. He says Trump, Mar-a-Lago, and Melania, sorry. I don't know why I F that one up. But Melania names show up 38,000 times in the files. 5,000 files with his name at least once. Trump being an FBI informant is hilarious. Informants are part of the conspiracy. Okay, you got to be involved to be an informant.
Here we go. Pull that up real quick.
Gotcha. Oh, you mean you sent it in the private chat or
No, it's on stage. You just have to.
Oh, got you. Even better. There you go.
Donald Trump. Sorry, if you just look up Trump, or sorry, if you look up Donald Trump, it's 4,000 or 1,432 times. Just get rid of the thing because sometimes it's mentioned multiple times in one sentence or one page. That's what you get. 4,725. So more than God in the Bible. I guess he was right about that. But Donald Trump does not show up 38,000 times. Now. Melania, if I can fucking spell right. Melania. Did I spell that right? Melonia?
Melania.
Oops. 98 times.
All right, not that much.
Now. So what are we at? 1,600? Mar-a-Lago. Let's just look up Mara because it'll pop up. 1,064 times. Oops, and that's not even
Maria. Oh, that's a bit tough one because it's bringing up different names. But all right,
bringing up other names.
Yeah, bring up other names.
How do you spell Mar-a-Lago? Maralago.
All right, well, shoot, you do that in the background. I got you. Let's get back to
42 times.
Oh,
nice try.
Not that much.
2020, 4 months before President Biden took office, there was a backlog of 1.5 million cases, but by the time to deal with that problem.
Yes, Congressman.
Second question. As Attorney General, you're in charge of the Executive Office of Immigration Review, correct?
Yes, Congressman.
The Biden-Mayorkas regime caused the immigration court case backlog to explode, correct?
Explode.
Does that sound about right that in September of 2020, 4 months before President Biden took office, there was a backlog of 1.5 million cases, but by the time President Biden left office, the backlog reached nearly 4.2 million cases?
Oh my God.
It sounds about right, but I don't have the exact numbers.
It would be accurate to say that most individuals who file for asylum have a meritless or fraudulent claim?
Thank you. I've been saying that for a while. Like, bro, these asylum claims, like, one, we didn't check up on them, and then some of these guys straight up lied just to get into here. And we just took it at face value. No investigation, no double checking, nothing. Just, oh my God, it's just so terrible in my country. Okay, welcome to America. And that's literally what we were doing with these guys.
Most, I don't have the numbers.
Oh, so does it sound correct that of the asylum cases adjudicated in FY 2023 under the Biden regime, that only 14% resulted in an asylum grant and only 12% in fiscal year 2024? Does that sound correct?
It sounds correct. I'm sorry, I don't have the numbers.
Could you get that information to us to
Yes,
verify
absolutely.
that data?
I'll get all that information to you.
Under the Trump administration, immigration judges complete an average of 65,000 cases per month, the highest average completion rate in at least a decade. Does that sound correct?
That sounds correct.
Hey,
Ms.
Seth,
Bondi, how many new cases under EO?
I would literally love to reach over the fucking screen and strangle half these people. Not that many times, LOL. You do realize like half of the things that reference Trump's name are just copies of other documents that reference Trump's name, and a quarter of those documents are just articles such as this one with Trump's name in the thing.
They ain't trying to hear that, Monty. They ain't trying to hear
Not
that. Okay?
Trump is a racist. Trump is a pedophile. Trump is this. It doesn't say anything like that in the Epstein files. It says Trump is reporting on suspected sexual predator Jeffrey Epstein.
IR received in fiscal year 2025. Have you all had? And of those, what percentage have been granted asylum? Do you know?
I can try to get you those numbers. I thought I had those.
That'd be great, because my question is whether President Trump's decision to pause asylum in the wake of the shooting of a National Guardsman by an Afghani here in Washington, D.C., and the nation's capital helped to stop the backlog in your office. Does that sound correct?
Yes, Congressman.
My point being that the leadership of this administration is ending the backlog, reducing the backlog, making sure that we don't have fraudulent asylum claims clogging it, and keeping Americans safe. Is that correct?
Yes, Congressman.
So a couple other quick questions on another important topic that has been raised by both colleagues on both sides of the aisle with respect to the Epstein case. A few questions. One, Jeffrey Epstein was charged in July 2019 for sex trafficking under the Trump administration in his first term. Is that correct?
Yes, Congressman.
And that Ghislaine Maxwell was charged in 2020 also under the Trump administration, correct?
Yes, Congressman.
So it is safe to say that the administration led on that issue and that there was silence in the previous administration. Is that correct?
Yes, Congressman. Almost complete.
Hey, I want to
silence from
piggyback
everyone
off
who's
of
been
that.
Trying to still.
Go ahead.
So check this out. While under the Biden admin, they were asked on, I want to say at least 3 or 4 different occasions about what they were doing about the Epstein files. And it was the first half of Joe Biden's term. Jen Psaki was asked about it by CNN, Fox, MSNBC, and ABC News networks, and the BBC.
Bro,
you know what she said? You know what she said?
Mm-hmm.
We'll circle back to that. And then the next day, when the same people asked the same questions, she hit us with the, we'll circle back to that. That's why the circle back thing became a meme. And then after Jen Psaki left, Jean-Pierre, her girlfriend or whatever, was asked about the same topic, and she literally dodged the question. The Biden administration did absolutely nothing about the Epstein files. They implicated Trump, but when pressed further, they cut it off. Which is interesting because according to the files, Trump is recommended as having given testimony about the whereabouts and the affairs of all of these high-profile individuals. Which, in case you guys don't know, and I'll let the video play after this. In case you guys don't know, Trump's name was actually redacted in the original files because they didn't want to implicate. He was a key whistleblower, and when he gave that permission, so like if you notice during like last year, he was like, "I don't care, release the files or whatever," and he was saying it was a hoax, and everybody was like, "What would you have to hide?" That's because the FBI was actually going back and forth in released communications or whatever. FBI was going back and forth with Trump over kind of, to give you Cliff Notes version, what the hell are you doing? He was like, well, I'm giving the people what they want. It was like, yeah, but you're a key fucking witness. You'd end up ruining the case. I don't give a damn. It's pretty much how that conversation went. So they ended up unredacting his name.
All right, bro. All right. Shout out to my man Gaming came in already cooking. Monty, got anything to say to that though? I'm gonna give you a couple minutes to reply.
I have one thing to say to the lunatic libertarian. He's asking me all these nominal questions about useless information. What's your BAC tonight?
Oh, damn. All right.
We'll just yes, what's the frequency of a transvaginal ultrasound? What's the nominal range of a Mark 19? Fucking dumb ass shit.
Monty, BAC is ethanol.
No, what is his BAC tonight?
Yeah,
blood alcohol content.
Yeah.
I know. I'm saying it's just ethanol.
I'm done. Damn. All right, let's go.
It's just 1.0.
We'll talk about it.
God damn. All right.
Yes, Congressman, almost complete silence from everyone who's been trying to still talk about Epstein. They didn't say a word under the Biden administration. Nothing.
And I want to make one other point and then another question, though, that is important. I want to make one observation, and that is that we've heard the information today, which is troubling, that Jane Doe's, that victims' information was made public and was unredacted in the files that were released on Friday. So my question is, some of us had argued when we were dealing with the discharge petition in Congress that when Congress inserted itself into the process, that we needed to be very careful to ensure that we were protecting victims. So a question that is both, I just want to make that clear that some of us were fighting for that here and we didn't get a chance to amend it or change it. So that was concerning. But a question a little more pointed, I have to say, is why though were the victims' names released that shouldn't have been? That there were names in the files that these Jane Does, that their names shouldn't have been made public when there were some accusers whose names were redacted. That's question one.
Mm-hmm.
And question two was that Ghislaine Maxwell was put in jail for trafficking minors. Rightly so, and you properly said here at this table, you hope she dies in jail. Well, I want to know, will anyone besides her or Epstein, which I congratulate President Trump's previous administration and this Department of Justice for continuing all of that, but that they were indicted, but will anyone else be indicted and prosecuted under this, given the information that's in front of us? So two questions.
Thank you for letting me answer that. They didn't want to hear my answer on the other side. Yes, given the tight time frame of 30 days, I believe we got everything released within a little over 60 days. I'm talking as fast as I can. My time is up. We did the best we could immediately. If everyone's been coming to view the documents, if someone's name should not have been redacted, we're releasing it. If someone's name was redacted, we said right away, was not redacted and should have been, meaning a victim. We went back and redacted it. We're doing everything we can based on the tight time frame and over 3 million pages that we released that Donald Trump signed for pure transparency. Second, what was your second question?
About whether another individual will be indicted.
Absolutely. Thank you for asking that. And they never wanted to hear the answer to that. We have pending investigations in our office.
I mean, you get that guy, Leslie Wexner, and look, I believe you. But right now, it's a little bit tough. I want to believe it, but right now, I think everybody in this panel is in a bit of a disbelief when it comes to further prosecutions.
Well, yeah, I mean, you got to look at it. They're kind of slow to drag their feet. Now, if they can move a bit quicker, I mean, the way that I would believe it is if they start handing out subpoenas. They start issuing appearance notice, writs of certiorari. If they start slinging them out, then yeah, they really own that type of timing. Then I'll believe them. But until I see some subpoenas go out, till I see some FOIA requests go out, till I see some FISA warrants go out, something like that, then nah, I'm not gonna believe them.
What you think, Monty?
I mean, I have absolutely zero faith in any Justice Department. The only reason that this has even come out, barring that we have a president that's willing to let it happen, is because there is so much scrutiny from the public that it's just political suicide not to.
Yep. All right, we got Chad who came in here. I think this is my man Ham. Yo, what's going on, bro? What's your thoughts?
What's up, boys?
What's up?
What up? I've never met you before, but hi.
Hi.
Yo, I just wanted to correct Monty on the files for Trump on Epstein, man. There's 5,000
I'll
in
go
there.
ahead and mute myself now. I know where this is going.
So, do you know how to spell Donald Trump?
No, do you understand that? Wait, hold on, Monty. What did I say? His name, Melania Mar-a-Lago, show up 38,000 times.
We literally just went through.
Hey, Monty, let me explain it to you because obviously you don't understand the way that the search engine works, my man. So let me explain it to you quickly. I said 38,000 times. The name pops up. That's unique. That's not each individual file. When you go to that search engine, it showed 4,800 times the name Trump showed up, right? That was 4,800 files, not 4,800 times his actual name shows
every
up.
time Donald Trump's name is uttered, that's the hair you want to split?
No, bro, I'm telling you, you call me a liar, and I
You
and
are a
you
liar.
and
It was verifiably false. If
no,
if
it's not.
a liar,
You
you're
don't understand the way it works.
I don't.
Was it? Is it 4,800 files or not?
It is 4,800 files.
Okay,
That's
so
how
I
many
was
times
right.
His name is mentioned. If my name is at the top and the bottom of a file, are you going to count that twice?
Yes.
Then you're dumb.
No, you're stupid. You don't understand it. I said his name shows up 38,000 times within the files.
You're being hyperbolic for the sake of being hyperbolic.
No, you said it. You said it was wrong. It wasn't wrong.
It is
and
wrong.
Okay, here's the thing. Set that aside, Monty. Is how many times is okay? Once, twice, 10, 20? How many times do you want your president's name to show up in the Epstein files?
How many times
Answer
do you want
it.
your president's name to show up in? Hold on.
Zero.
Wait.
Wait. So I have a question. Wait, but while you're getting that, let me ask you a question. What's your
All right,
name?
I'm gonna give this conversation 10 minutes. Go ahead.
All right, what's your name?
Chad.
Chad. Okay. So Chad, I got a question. If in the event, now I'm on the neutral. I'm a truly neutral side. It's like, yeah,
So
I'm on the.
0 times is too many, right?
I didn't say 0 times is too many. You said how many do I want?
Yeah,
0 would be perfect.
Cool.
Hold up.
So
So
zero
let
is
me
too many.
ask
Right?
my question before you go in. So I'm on the side that he's on an FBI informant, but if he is found guilty, then hey, let the bullets land where they may. You know what I'm saying? That's kind of where I'm at with it. If it is proven, let's just sweep all this let's sweep all this under the rug. If it can be proven within the next 6 or so minutes, or some point during the live, and Trump was basically referred to as an informant or is alluded to as an informant, would you concede the point that his name being in there isn't just a default omission of guilt? Because what we have to remember, and I've seen several YouTubers say this, I even seen S.E.T say it, and it clearly goes over people's heads, and I need people to stop not taking this into consideration.
Danny, can you get to the point already? Because he's a
Shut up! I'm getting to it. People are forgetting that just because your name is in there doesn't automatically mean you're guilty, and I need people to really take that into consideration.
That way, though.
Well, it needs to be addressed over and over and over.
Oh shit! My name shows up in 62 files. Does that mean I'm a pedophile?
Right. I have a common name. There is a very high likelihood that my name.
Now I do want Chad to respond, bro, because I mean I'm pretty sure Chad might be a bit lost. But Chad, you still keeping up with the conversation? Not saying that you're slow, but you know.
Can I please respond to what he said to me?
I think that gaming was going at Chad. So I mean, Chad, do you have anything to say? Or you go?
Well, no, I was going to say I agree.
Okay.
I wasn't going at Chat directly. I was just putting that out there because I don't want the assumption to be like anybody's name in there is a omission of guilt.
All right. Go ahead, Monty.
So, as I was saying, if you're literally doing this just to be disingenuous, then sure, I'm sure the name Trump pops up 38,000 times or whatever the hell you said it pops up. Who cares? Who really fucking cares? Like, why are you making? Because let's look through the files that say Trump. Oh, this is a news article. Oh, this is Trump talking to the police about Jeffrey Epstein, reporting him. Oh, this is Trump fucking another copy of another thing that's been mentioned twice in the same file. So duplication of documents, all that fun shit, repeated over and over again. Here's one talking about how Biden and Trump's presidential debate. Like, what does that mean? It means absolutely nothing. A high-profile person's name is mentioned in an online news article. A high-profile person's name who's been the subject of fucking ridiculous fucking accusations that have all been proven false is in the files. No shit, dude.
All right.
All right. So obviously a news article is innocuous. Wait, Monty, I didn't interrupt you, so just be quiet for a second. So
That's
listen
how
to
you
me.
get to that number. Acknowledge that.
Yes, his name is okay. His name being in there 38,000 times is as a result of his 53,000 different files, I believe he's contained in. And is every single one of those files, Monty, let me answer. Is every single one of those files, is every single one of those files an accusation of guilt? Monty, shut your mouth, dude.
He's in 58,000
Oh my
files.
God.
You gotta let him
How is
finish.
his name
This
in
is
there
this is
38,000
stupid, dude.
times, but he's in 50,000 files. Make that make sense.
Are you gonna let me answer?
He's in there 0.07% of his name's not even all the way spelled out. How does that work?
Monty, explain to me all the files that he's in the FBI report lines, right? All the FD 350s. How about the limo driver that heard him talking about sexually assaulting victims? How about all the victims? How about all the victim statements that are in there? Okay. Now I'm not saying that he's guilty. All I'm saying is that, hold on, guys. All I'm saying is this: we know they were best friends for 10 years. We know that. Why Epstein was up to this shit. So don't put on rosy colored glasses and act like he was totally not anywhere close to it.
You're failing so hard to prove anything. You're reaching now. Because now
how am I reaching? How is it reaching and say they're best friends when there's pictures with each other? They're at Mar-a-Lago.
That is in the files. Have you read the files?
Yes.
Or are you just fucking repeating what CNN and fucking dumbass?
I don't watch CNN. I've read the files. Are you saying that they weren't friends, Monty? Monty, were they not friends?
You've read them all?
Were they not friends?
No, they weren't friends.
Oh, they weren't friends. Bro, you have your head in the sand. Obviously, there's pictures where they're together. They're out, they're socializing together.
Hold on.
Are you just going to totally ignore all of that?
I have a picture of me with the governor of North Carolina. Does that mean we're friends?
Do you have 10,000 pictures with them?
Is there 10,000 pictures of Trump?
Yeah.
No, there's not.
Yeah, okay, listen to me.
Quit being hyperbolic.
They were both in New York. They were both in Palm Beach together, Monty. Why are you don't think that they were being best friends when they were exchanging the check for a lightly used girlfriend? You don't think that he wrote happy birthday wishes to the guy? You have to be honest.
Like you're literally
it doesn't mean that listen
things that CNN says. No. Stop. You're making yourself
okay, so here's the thing. Is it weird for an old dude to be into young models, just generally speaking, Monty? Do you think that's like something strange?
Is it strange as in it doesn't happen? No, it's absolutely completely fucking common. Have you not been paying attention?
What does that? I don't know if it being common means that it's strange or a
literally
or a weird
that's the
thing.
opposite of strange, my guy. Strange
means
unusual. Usual being the key word.
So so being a pedo, like obsessed with like young girls being usual?
Hold on now. I do think we need to find out some information before we go off on this tangent. Like we need to find out. Whoa. We need to find out now which files mention Trump in terms of his involvement in the investigation and which files mention Trump's outside of that investigation for us to get a true number of Trump's
doesn't
involvement
matter.
outside
The
of the
number
investigation.
38,000
I agree. I agree 100% with you, Seth. I'm just
Then why
saying,
are you
are you
repeating
like,
that number?
I don't understand how anyone can
Why are
say
you
that they weren't
repeating that? If you're
friends.
so misunderstood, why are you repeating that? You've been proven wrong. Why
How are you
still
proving me wrong, Monty? Because you said it's not true.
Now they were friends. They were friends. We have to sit there and use the word were. They were.
Yes. And I feel like if you can't admit to that, then the whole thing is disingenuous.
It is disingenuous. Find me proof that Donald Trump sexually assaulted a child. Find me the
I
proof.
didn't say that. Did I, Monty?
Until then, shut up.
Monty, I didn't say that.
Until
You're the
then,
one that's saying
shut
they
up.
weren't friends.
When Jeffrey Epstein was arrested, they weren't friends. Fucking back in 2006 when he was turning him in, they weren't friends.
How about 1998?
1998, I wasn't even fucking alive, so I don't.
So you don't know. So just
doing
because you weren't alive, you don't. So you just haven't done the research, I guess. Then, Monty, this is the point, man. You're ignoring the facts. You're ignoring the
numbers
facts.
that are hyperinflated just to make your point, and it's fucking stupid. How many times?
Let me.
No.
You only got 45 seconds.
Stop. How many times has it been fucking copied and pasted where there's fucking redacted and then unredacted and it's fucking 2 copies, doubling the amount of time something shows up? But the fact that it says 38,000 times and everybody wants to fucking hinge their fucking hat on that like it means a goddamn thing when fucking half of them are news articles about someone. I can't help that someone writes a news article about me and fucking later on is quoted.
Monty, you don't know if they're news articles or not, so stop saying that.
I do. I literally just fucking went through it right on screen.
You went through 5,000 files.
No, I didn't go through 5,000 files, but I went through fucking the first 30, and they're all fucking news articles. And then you go through the next 30, and there's copies of those news articles because it's been.
There's no way you just went through. No way, dude. You did not go through 6.
All righty, gentlemen. I gave you guys a good 10 minutes to go back and forth on it. No. We're going to go straight to the video because that's what the audience wants. I mean, you can come in a little bit later, but at least let this video finish because we'll probably get into a different topic. But let's keep it pushing, guys.
All right.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you. I seek unanimous consent to introduce into the record the research that Representative Kamlager-Dove and I referenced concerning the threat of right-wing domestic terrorism, which the Department of Justice scrubbed from its website in September.
Without objection, the gentlelady from
Thank
Texas
you.
is recognized.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. And to be clear, I'm not going to ask any questions of this witness because this witness has revealed that she has no intentions of answering questions. But instead, I'm going to ask some very basic questions really quickly of my colleague, Becca Ballant, if she will answer right or wrong, raping children.
Is that Jasmine Ghetto Bitch
Right
Crockett?
or wrong, killing random citizens.
Fucking Umbrella 2.0. Yeah.
Right or wrong,
I
enriching
can't
yourself
fucking
as
stand
the
her. Can we
sitting
please
president of the
get
United
past
States.
her?
Definitely
No,
wrong.
bro.
Okay, thank you,
Come
because I
on
probably
now.
never
People are
would.
trying to watch it, dog. Come on now. We got 300 people trying to watch the video.
No one's trying to watch her.
No, I mean, well, remember, we got both sides in here. But all right, let's come on now. Let's hold our tongues for a little bit and let's bear with it.
Questions of this witness because this witness has revealed that she has no intentions of answering questions. But instead, I'm going to ask some very basic questions really quickly of my colleague, Becca Ballant, if she will answer right or wrong, raping children. Wrong. Right or wrong, killing random citizens. Definitely wrong. Right or wrong, enriching yourself as the sitting president of the United States. Definitely wrong. Okay, thank you, because I probably never would have got that with our witness. Our witness who somehow is a lawyer but does not understand how it works with witnesses. I'm not really sure what law school she went to
You usually
and
ask
what all
witnesses
kind of
questions.
cases she tried. But typically when you come into a space and somebody's a witness, then they sit there and they answer questions instead of asking questions. And then we also have this objection that we use as lawyers called non-responsive when a witness fails to actually answer the question. But nevertheless, let me address the survivors because that's exactly who they are. They are not victims, they are survivors. Let me say thank you for having more courage and moral clarity in your pinky fingers than the entire Department of Justice. We are currently the laughing stock of the world, partially because of the failed leadership within the DOJ, as we see kings and queens falling everywhere around the world. But we don't know the basics of right and wrong in this country because it's not about partisanship. And that's why I applaud Thomas Massey, because he's the only person on the Republican side that has a backbone and knows how to stand up to corruption. But nevertheless, let me keep going. My Democratic
you
colleagues
that
have been attacked this entire committee hearing. They have been lied on. And frankly, the American people weren't looking for that. They were looking for answers about the corruption that they see coming from this administration. In the written testimony of this witness, of this particular witness, she stated that when she took office, she had two main goals. The first was to end the weaponization of justice, and second, to return the department to its core mission. Not only have you lied about both, you've intentionally done the exact opposite. You're spending more taxpayer resources arresting journalists than you are prosecuting pedophiles.
Oh, and shout out to Tove on Rumble. She sent the Rumble rant in. She said, funny how Holcomb is an insurrectionist under Trump, but was a hero under Obama for doing the exact same job, the exact same way. Dude is a joke and an actor, just wants to make a spectacle. I mean, yeah, I agree with you on that one.
And creeps. In fact, your boss, the president of the United States, stated that this administration, quote, took the freedom of speech away. And at your direction, DOJ has arrested Don Lemon and Georgia Fort. And I might add that y'all actually had a judge that rejected y'all for trying to arrest Don Lemon before, just like the grand jury rejected y'all as it relates to Senator Kelly, just like the grand jury rejected y'all as it relates to Senator Slotkin, just like the case against Tish James was dismissed and the case against Mr. Comey was dismissed. I completely don't get how it is that you're sitting at the top of DOJ because you don't seem to be good at your job. You're spending more taxpayer resources arresting these journalists. In fact, we know after Georgia Fort and Don Lemon were arrested, we know that there were homes of journalists that were raided. We know that threatened prosecution against students protesting your actions and forced tech companies to remove apps used to track ISIS activities. But let's circle back to you protecting pedophiles and creeps, because I want to talk about the president and his possible involvement with Jeffrey Epstein. Now, I don't know what the president might have done with Jeffrey Epstein, but unlike this administration, I believe that facts matter. So let's talk about the facts.
Now, all right, now. So I want to give us a good little 5 minutes to go back and forth about what in God's name is she talking about? Who wanna tackle that first?
Bro, I don't even know what the hell she's talking about, bro. Every time she opens her mouth, it's just some stupid shit that comes out. I don't even know how many times she made a whole bunch of personal attacks addressing actually nothing of the point. She's ending up here quoting the same type of mismanaged BS, knowing damn well she has the same information that Pam Bondi gives her because this is a fucking review board. She has that information. Every single one of those sitting members of Congress
guys, wait. Jasmine Crockett's name is in the Epstein file. She must be a pedophile too, according to Chad.
I'm done. Wait, she is?
Wait. So let me.
Her name pops up in data set 10.
Yeah. Her name
That's
is in
idiotic.
There. Wonder who's.
That's your logic, dude.
No, the logic is when you're with a guy for 10 years and you own a business for young models and you've been accused by upteen million or, quite literally, a dozen women,
we have the
guilty of a civil case. We already addressed this. I'm not going back to it. That's a stupid remark, Monty.
YouTube's terms of service, sir. You cannot defame people without proof.
Well, when you're held civilly liable, that's totally fine.
Without proof, you accused him of being a pedo. Stop it before the stream gets taken down.
I didn't call him a pedo.
In my honest opinion, I was real with you. I'm honestly surprised that she even mentioned or gave praise to Thomas Massey. Now, of course, we all know it comes to Jasmine Crockett, bro. She's gonna go after every attack she can. Now, I'm gonna be real with you. When it comes to the handling of the Epstein files, bro, I don't even care if it's Jasmine Crockett saying it. She's not wrong. Now, to sit there and nitpick at everything is petty as hell. Okay, course, I disagree with her on ice. But when it comes to these Epstein files, she's not wrong.
But yeah, and that's what I'm getting at. It's like, bro, stick to the Epstein files. At least you got a foothold on that. But no, you want to go through this whole song and dance and try to belittle everybody and how they've been handling everything. Like you haven't fucking let in literally 2 million illegal immigrants in her fucking district, driving down the average worker wage and subjecting her people to abject poverty. You are in no room to lecture anybody, Jasmine Crockett, and I hope you fucking see this.
All right. Well, Chad,
Out
you got
here
anything to say?
representing St. Louis.
No,
Out
I
here
was gonna
representing-
say I agree with gaming to the extent that it should concentrate on Epstein, and I think just like politically, it would make sense to do that since it's such a hot button topic and unites a lot of the voting bloc. So,
Yeah, I mean, she, yeah, that's the one thing that she got right. Now, the better question that these congressmen need to be asking, and I don't give a damn what side of the spectrum they're on, why in the hell did it take so long? Because Trump signed it within the first 90 days of his presidency. He signed the executive order. It was on the fucking news. Everybody loves to watch the news. Don't know how many people missed that. They managed to miss that. But he signed it within the first 90 days of his presidency. The better question to ask is, why the hell did Congress wait so long to actually get these files pushed out?
But all right, hold on now. Shout out to my man BTK, Democratic Party, a domestic terrorist organization. Well, damn.
Jesus.
Man, yeah, shout out to my man Jordan for becoming a member, bro. Make sure to email me and I'm gonna hit you with that Discord link so you can get into Discord. Appreciate the support. All right, guys, let's go ahead and get back to it.
Number one, Donald Trump is one of the most named people in the Epstein files. At least 5,000 files contains more than 38,000 references to Trump, his wife, or Mar-a-Lago. Fact number two, Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell.
I'm weak.
There it is.
Shout out Chad for bringing
There
that
it
one up.
is.
5K files mentions Trump.
I literally watched this earlier. That's where I got it from, and it's a New York Times article.
You don't know it. You're just parroting what she said.
Well,
No,
I'll be real with you. I think this can be verified.
Yeah, it's in a New York Times article. Take some time to do it.
We have the files. Go look at the fucking files.
No, Monty, no. Actually, think
Hey,
about it like
dude,
this.
chill.
When you looked at it, it did come up about like 4,000 times, even when you just searched Trump.
If you just search
Thank
for
you.
Trump, yeah.
And
if
those
you
are the
search for
five. And
Donald
you said
Trump,
about 4,000, so that is accurate. The numbers, like
At
maybe they're a
least
bit off by a
5,000
couple
is
hundred
less-
files,
is
but
more than
4,000 files
4,500.
does seem to mention Trump at least about 38,000 times.
Yeah, and how many of those are copies of the same file that have been
We do
filed
not know.
in different courts?
That's what you got.
Here's how we're going to, all right. So here's how we're going to disseminate this. Here's how we're going to disseminate this. I think everybody, and I'm not aiming this at anybody on the panel, don't take it this way. I'm aiming it at the, I'm not looking at the chat, so I don't even know what the chat says. I'm aiming this out into the ether just in case you got people that watch your YouTube that want to take it and run with it and clip it. Everybody shut the hell up about trying to point fingers at who's guilty. Unless you're willing to actually go through and read the evidence, like on some of these sick bastards, let's say Trump is implicated. Let's, for all intents and purposes, say that yeah, he was doing like some bad stuff with some underage girls. I'm more concerned about the fucking bankers. You know, the shakers, the movers, the ones that who, if we take our focus off of them, these motherfuckers have said and are willing to kill millions, if not billions of people, start war, collapse entire countries to get their way. That's who the fuck I'm worried about.
All right, guys, let's go ahead and get right back to the video.
Maxwell made young girls available to Trump on multiple occasions. For example, according to this file, Ghislaine Maxwell presented a young girl to President Trump who spent more than 20 minutes apparently flirting with her. Here's another example. This shows notes from FBI investigators that describe Jeffrey Epstein transporting a victim to Mar-a-Lago to meet with President Trump, where he bragged to Trump that, quote, "This is a good one." Now, I'm not saying that the president is a pedophile, but there is a lot of evidence in these files that suggests that he's very close friends with a lot of men who are pedophiles. What's crazy about all of this is just that this is a big cover-up. And this administration is engaged in it. In fact, this administration
I'm sorry
is
to cut it off
complicit.
one more time,
But there
I
are
gotta give
numerous
her comments
others,
on it.
like
I gotta give
how
her
the
props.
DOJ is attempting to obstruct justice in the investigation of the rogue agents who have murdered American citizens, or how the DOJ seized voter data from Fulton County in an attempt to steal the 2026 midterm elections, or how federal agents have Tom Homan on tape accepting a bribe and your agency killed the investigation, or how your agency is ready to give the president a $230 million payday, which is unconstitutional. The Constitution is
All right. Oh, what was you about to say?
All right, so I will give her props up until she went off the fucking rails again. She did characterize it correctly. and I wish more politicians would do that. She said that, his name is brought up and he's got some serious allegations. However, I'm not calling him a pedophile, but he's friends with a lot of them. That's a fair characterization. Even if you don't agree with it, it's very tame, it's very mild, it's straight down the middle.
All right.
Clear. The president shall not receive any payment except his salary while in office. The fact of the matter is that you will be remembered as one of the worst attorney generals in history. An attorney general who has prioritized obstruction over justice, corruption over the law, fealty to the president over loyalty to the Constitution. And Mr. Chairman, I will yield.
It's pronounced fidelity.
Gentleman from Kansas, the Attorney General, former Attorney General, Mr. Schmidt is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and General Bondi, thanks for being here. Did you have anything you wanted to say before we talk?
I do. Thank you, Congressman. Thank you, my friend, for many years. I find it interesting that she didn't even want to try, Congresswoman Crockett, to ask any questions because she certainly did not condemn her leader, Hakeem Jeffries, for taking money from Jeffrey Epstein after Epstein was convicted.
True.
And I will be brief to give you your time, Congressman.
Hey, play that back.
She didn't want to
Did I hear that right?
No, that's true. No, that's true.
Play it
But
back.
now,
Play it back. Play it
Jeffrey
back. I need
Epstein-
to
hold
hear.
on now. Let me explain it, guys. Now, Jeffrey Epstein's people. It wasn't Jeffrey Epstein himself, but he did express interest in investing into or donating into Hakeem Jeffries' campaign. Now, I believe Hakeem Jeffries may have I think he actually turned it down, or he never pulled up to the dinner. But his people were not Hakeem Jeffries, but his people, basically people running his campaign, were willing to accept that money from Jeffrey Epstein.
So he accepted it. He was smart. Because here's the thing. If you have somebody accept money on your behalf what he's doing is he's doing he's basically proxying it. Is the easiest way to say it. Because if you can have the money accepted without your face or hands being attached to it, that's even better because you have plausible deniability. It's the way the U.S. works through special forces.
Yeah, but kind of clears Hakeem is because, like I said, accepted through third party, so he has plausible deniability all the way through.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
I will be brief to give you your time, Congressman. This is what she didn't want to talk about. Texas from Cuba, convicted, homicide, arson, weapon offense.
Convicted. So what we talking about? Convict some of these perpetrators that rape these women that are sitting behind you that you refuse to even acknowledge they are here.
Time belongs to the gentleman from Kansas.
Mr. Chairman, could I have a few seconds back
bet,
to make
you
up
bet.
for the yelling? Thank
bet.
you. General, did
Thank
you have
you,
anything
Congress.
further to say?
Texas, convicted of homicide. Cecil Joseph from Dominican Republic.
I'm weak. She had to leave the room over that.
Texas, convicted of homicide.
Did she really?
Cecil
Yeah.
Joseph from Dominican Republic.
Yeah, she got mad when she brought that up. Like, see, you can see her right here just walking out.
And what did I say about her running her mouth and about how she's led over 2 million people in her fucking district and all the crime and shit went up? Damn, bro. You hate to see it. And she's not the only.
All right, let's keep it going, guys.
She's not the only Democrat that wage crit.
All right.
Time belongs to the gentleman from Kansas.
Mr. Chairman, could I have a few seconds back
bet,
to make
you
up
bet.
for the yelling? Thank you. General, did you have anything
Congress.
further to say?
Texas, convicted of homicide. Cecil Joseph from Dominican Republic. Texas, convicted for kidnapping, rape. Khalid Khan from Afghanistan. That's why they want to talk about Epstein and not what's happening in their own states.
Thank you, General, and thank you for being here. And
That's tough.
this has been quite a spectacle to observe today. I think it's sad. I ran for Congress because I thought we had serious problems in this country we wanted to try to fix together. And this performance today, not yours, General, but some of my colleagues, has not shored up my confidence that we are up to the task. You and I served together for 8 years when you were Attorney General of Florida and I in Kansas. You served professionally. I'm glad to be able to serve with you in these new roles, and I'm
Hold on, set.
All right, hold up here.
Before you go on to the next one, I want to shout this guy out.
right.
Fucking.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Bondi, I went over.
Go ahead.
I don't know. I'm a cuck, whatever his name is. I would be pissed too about enforcing stereotypes and not going after pedophiles. Enforcing stereotypes are a stereotype for a reason, my guy.
And all right,
What's
guys,
the
let's keep it
stereotype
going.
that illegals commit crimes when you try to say that they don't?
I mean, yeah, that's true.
Set Tove trying to get in.
Oh no, she's in. She's in here now. Hey, Tove.
Hello. You know, this isn't the first time she's stormed out after getting called out for something going on or something she's failed to do or something going on in her district that she's failed to fix.
Bro, it's just like, bro, her and Gavin Newsom are basically the same. Like, they don't fix nothing in their state, city, district, but they want to sit here and talk about Trump 24/7. I'm just like, yeah, this is why you guys need to focus more on what's going on in your district than whatever Trump is doing.
And she has the audacity to talk about, and yes, no, President Trump enriching himself while being president is obviously not a good thing. But she's doing the exact same fucking thing as a congresswoman.
Oh yeah, they all
And
do.
what
But
is
then
how
judge
is
each
Trump
other for it.
enriching himself as the president when his net worth has consistently gone down?
He made like $3 billion off his crypto deals last year. What are you talking about?
Yeah, he made
That's why-
like $1
you can
billion
still look him up on
last
Forbes
year.
and he's worth the same he was. Fucking liar. Keep
I got a
$500 million from the UAE going into Liberty Financial.
Yep.
Google
That's why
it.
his net worth is
Chad,
still
so I got-
measured at $5
wait,
billion.
No, I actually know what he's talking about. And do you know why he's not arrested? Do you know why he's not?
Because
I'm
some
gonna give you some backstory. I'm gonna give you some backstory. So
Hold on
back
now.
in
Whoa. How
no,
long
no,
is
no,
this
no.
backstory
It's gonna be
Just
a
get to the
10-second.
point. We don't have all night.
Yeah.
Boy, golly, you be long-winded and be arguing people down. I know you ain't talking.
That we're having a conversation, not just listening to gaming.
All right.
All right.
So let me explain it. So basically, the reason why Trump isn't arrested for that was because Congress failed to pass a law in 2024 and in 2026, in 23, drawn up by Josh Hawley to prevent members of the government from owning and publicly trading stock and from using their business to get financial gain. And all of Congress voted no on it, Republicans and Democrats. So that's why she can say that and be a fucking hypocrite.
All right.
New York recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Bondi, I went over to the department yesterday for a couple of hours to review some of the unredacted materials. And I am looking forward to your detailed explanation for why you have withheld almost half of the documents, which is required by the bill. Now, obviously, there are 3 million documents, so I didn't get through much. But one thing I didn't see was the client list that you said you had on your desk a year ago. I did, however, find a couple of important documents. An 86-page prosecution memo from the Southern District of New York and a draft indictment from Florida against Jeffrey Epstein's co-conspirators. For reasons that I cannot understand nor are permitted by the bill, they were still redacted, even for members of Congress. So, Ms. Bondi, will you commit right here to immediately providing those two documents in unredacted form to members of Congress? Not a complicated question.
Well, I guess it is for you because you have a law degree and those are privileged.
Okay, they're not privileged, but we will discuss that later. I also found an email that I have right here from Jeffrey Epstein to Ghislaine Maxwell that was unredacted. And it included notes of statements that Donald Trump made about his prior relationship with Jeffrey Epstein. Now, there is no reason for this to be hidden from the American people. There is no privilege. There is no attorney-client privilege. And I see you're checking with your staff. And I can assure you, staff, this is not under attorney-client privilege because it was sent from Jeffrey Epstein to Ghislaine Maxwell. Will you commit to
it's
publicly
hearsay.
providing.
I mean,
the
no, that's actually a really good burn
unredacted-
right there. He's
It's
like, yo,
firsthand
hold on.
evidence, dude.
Hold on. An email engagement between Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell, and you redacted it? The whole thing. Not
If
just
it's
names,
about-
but the
if
entire
it's
thing.
That's a valid question.
It's
That's
a
not
valid
hearsay.
question, but can I answer the valid question, please? Or am I going to get shot down 5 times?
Go ahead.
So hearsay.
Make it quick, like you told me.
Hearsay is redactable, not under the law. It shouldn't have been redacted here, but I can see why that copy of it is redacted because it's hearsay. Simple as that. It's not Donald Trump talking to Jeffrey Epstein. It's Ghislaine Maxwell. So that's like me and S.E.T having a conversation about you gaming and saying that you did all these horrible, reprehensible things. Let's just say you spat on your mother and kicked your wife in the stomach while she was pregnant, and we send that to each other. That doesn't make it true, for one, and it shouldn't. It does. I mean, Trump's not a victim, but that should not be. There should not be damning things in there that 2 people said to each other, so people like fucking Ham can go fucking chew on it.
I mean,
no, because they could very clearly admit to guilt within that correspondence. You don't know the contents as much as I do, Monty. And the law to release the files did not give any exception for hearsay.
Did you not listen to what I said, dude?
Yes, I did.
What did I say? Repeat back to me what I said.
If there's hearsay within the contents, it wouldn't be admissible. It shouldn't be. I understand why it's redacted. No, that's not what the law that Congress passed. Monty, you just asked me a question.
You didn't listen to me.
Yes, I did.
Really? What was the first thing I said? That it should not have been redacted. But I can see why in other case proceedings that a redacted document would get filed in a fucking case proceeding.
Huh. All right. Well, give my personal opinion on it. I honestly don't think there's really too much of an
I don't
excuse
understand the
for
relevancy to that.
I know you don't because you're stupid.
Bro, no, I have a criminal law
You have a criminal
college
law
education.
what?
Yes.
You have a certification? Cool. Go get certified somewhere else.
Bro, I have a bachelor's degree in criminal
I have
law.
a bachelor's. I can't even say bachelor's, but I have a bachelor's degree.
Come on, Monty. Hold it together. Personal ad hominems. Don't do
Jesus.
that. You don't like when people do it to you.
Come on.
But all right, let's keep it going.
Fuck it.
Because like I said, I know all of us are in the agreement though that this should not have been redacted. Now,
No, it
Monty
shouldn't
did give a
have been.
decent explanation on why they redacted it, but we'd all like it for this to be unredacted, especially if it's between Epstein and Ghislaine. Or
Again,
Maxwell.
if it's a copy of a file that was in another court proceeding, and then it's in the files, and then there's a copy of it that's unredacted, then that's literally what's going on. It was redacted for a case, still put into the Epstein files, unredacted, with the unredacted copy next to it. They're making a whole bunch of baloney about nothing.
So what they should do to clear all this up is just issue a subpoena and a FOIA.
But gaming, you can find that file unredacted in the files. That's how he knows that there's an unredacted version of it.
No, I know that. What I'm saying is just to keep his mouth shut.
But all right, let's keep it going.
And I see you're checking with your staff, and I can assure you, staff, this is not under attorney-client privilege because it was sent from Jeffrey Epstein to Ghislaine Maxwell. Will you commit to publicly providing the unredacted version of this so that the American people can understand the extent of Donald Trump's lies about his relationship with Jeffrey Epstein?
You're about as good of a lawyer today as you were when you tried to impeach President Trump in 2016. Have you apologized for that in 2019?
Will you unredact this? Will you
were
unredact
lead
this?
counsel on that. Privileged.
I'm asking you, will you unredact this?
Privileged.
So it's not
Privileged,
unredacted?
of course.
So it's not unredacted,
I look
exactly.
forward to discussing this more. Now, these are obviously improper redactions.
And let me
to
stop for a
protect-
minute.
I'm talking. I'm
if they're
talking.
not privileged,
Nah, Bam Bam, you gotta let him cook.
Quiet.
don't yell at me. If they're
Mr.
not
Chairman, would you
privileged,
stop the clock? This is on your time. It's not on Mr.
If they're
Goldman.
not
Even though you
privileged,
used your
if we review them
improper
and they're not-
redactions
you'll like my answer.
to
If we
continue
review
to
them and they're not
protect
privileged,
Donald
Time belongs to
we
the
will
member.
be happy to release them.
We'll
after
stop the
review.
clock. We'll stop the clock. Time belongs to the member. Go ahead.
Even though you used improper redactions to protect Donald Trump and other predators associated with Jeffrey Epstein, you did the exact opposite thing with the survivors and victims of this scheme. So their identification information was really the only thing required to be redacted, and it was not. And it's clear this was not a mistake. This was not by accident. This was not because you only had 30 days when you really used 75, and that doesn't even include all the hours last March that you were redacting it. But I'll tell you why it's clear it wasn't a mistake. There is an email entitled Epstein Victim List. There are 32 names. One is redacted, 31 are not. So someone looked at it and decided to redact something. And I will tell you that that is clearly intentional to intimidate these survivors and victims. Now, in a interview last week.
How will you tell me that's intentional?
So which is it? Were they
Oh, scoot up to the mic, Monty. It's hard to hear you.
Were they shitty in redacting it and just use some AI software to redact it as they have claimed before? Or were they intentionally trying to intimidate people? Which is it, Congressman?
I'm gonna be real with you. I don't see how the whole protecting Donald Trump thing, because I mean, let's be real. I mean, the whole reason why we know he's in the file so much is because his name is unredacted. Now, I hear him when he says, low key, you're protecting some of the guys that are working with Epstein. I can see how he got to that point, because like we said, there's a lot of, emails that, it's pretty damning that Epstein was doing some moving of children. But for some reason, we don't know their names. But trust me, we know Donald Trump's name all over it. But we don't know too much of who Epstein was working with. Actually, we just found out 6 names, and that's because of it's unredacted to the people of Congress, not us.
But aren't there also like 3 million more files?
Yep, it's 6 million in total. They said
the videos and shit, whatnot.
I'm just saying that's where the really dark shit's gonna come into play.
Oh, bro, did you see the magnifying glass video?
Yeah. Oh,
that shit was crazy.
There's already been some really dark.
Or the photos with the girl's hands.
Yeah, the diary stuff was disgusting.
Bro, trust me, I was going through those like last night. And I had to put the phone down every 10 minutes just to I'd be like, I can't believe I see.
I'll be honest with you, I can't handle more of that fucking bullshit tonight.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
Did you see?
I'm still decompressing from the other night.
Did you see the video I sent you? It's like 2 hours long, so we might.
Of Steve Bannon and Jeffrey Epstein's video, bro. Yeah, we can react to that because he was talking about a lot of things.
He talks about a lot of fucking shit, and honestly, it's the first time I've heard his voice because I've tried not to fucking listen to Jeffrey Epstein because it just gives me the heebie-jeebies. Feels like the fucking boogeyman, but it's a worthwhile fucking watch.
Bannon asked him if he was the devil.
Right? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Are you serious,
bro?
He actually asked him.
The simple answer is yes.
It's crazy.
He is fucking Satan reincarnated.
Bro, gave the most creepiest answer to that too. But all right, let's keep it going.
In an interview last week, Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche
You can't go off script.
said that any victim that wants to speak with the department has done so, hopefully. Well, thanks to the incredibly brave people sitting here behind you, we can actually ask them if that's true. Now, would the survivors and victims who are here please stand up one more time? Just by show of hands, how many of you or your loved ones actually have met with the Department of Justice and provided testimony and estimate and evidence? None.
What?
And of those of you,
hold the fuck on.
Wait. How did they? Hold on. How did they know they're victims if they didn't provide any testimony or evidence?
Hold on. No, I think it was to the prosecutors and not actual DOJ. That's what I think they're talking about. So you're telling me none of these victims came in, or the DOJ did not hear out none of these victims?
Charged him, Set.
Huh?
Doesn't
the DOJ charged Jeffrey Epstein? So they
but
in order to have convicted him,
No, that's the prosecutor. No, the prosecutor is the one who was dealing with the victims at the time, not the DOJ.
Yeah, that's the DOJ.
Yeah, but you have to turn that information over to the DOJ for a case like this.
How did they convict Jeffrey Epstein with no evidence?
Right.
Well, pretty much you mean with no victim testimony?
It doesn't make sense.
I don't know. Usually,
you can get them without the victim testimony. It's a
You
bit.
can.
I mean, I'm gonna be real with you. It's a bit of a
It's
stretch, but
harder.
they're saying that they were going off a no victim testimony, which is kind of hard to believe.
I don't know.
Yeah, that's wild.
He's a
There's
lawyer.
more victims than what's sitting behind her right now. There's a lot more victims and survivors than that.
Well, I
Just
would have to
because
look at the
those
actual charging
ones,
document, like what was Epstein actually charged with? Because I mean, there's like wire fraud and things like that that you might not need,
It was
like victim testimony with.
It was like 10 counts of human trafficking, I believe, the last time I looked at it. And
Yeah.
like conspiracy to do the same and fucking.
I don't know. Somebody might want to
And
look at
it wasn't a lot of charge. It wasn't 38 counts of anything. I know that. But I don't know. That seems weird that they don't have any victim testimony on file.
And then on top of that, they didn't show them on camera either, which is kind of crazy.
They didn't show on camera because they're trying to protect their identities.
All right, let's
But
talk real quick.
I was gonna say, just because they just might not have those victims and survivors' testimonies. Like I said, there's plenty, but they may not have thought they needed every single one of their testimonies, in order to charge and convict Epstein because of how many there were. So they might have been going for the ones that
or
were the
I just thought about
worst.
something.
Yeah.
My bad though. But I did just think about something. Or none of those victims were included with the DOJ's findings against Epstein, or wasn't included in the DOJ's case against
They
Epstein.
didn't need it to make.
None of the victims
that's what
there that's sitting up behind Pam Bondi, has been included, but other victims could have.
Can I ask you a question, Set?
Yeah,
because I have an opinion on this, and I actually want to hear everybody's opinion. I don't think Trump should do it, first of all, but do you think we should give Maxwell a deal so she'll talk?
Nah, not really. No.
Nah, I was about to say we've already given her multiple deals and she hasn't even taken those.
I mean,
she's been
think
giving
about
out BS, if anything.
We put her in I'm be real with you, a prison for rich people, where she's able to have a dog, go out and work out, commissary, and all this nice stuff. And she's not going to give us nothing for that. Like, bitch, we just got you out of like a max prison. Well, I think it was like a mid-grade or max security prison. And that's you're in a way better situation now. You can't give us nothing. Oh yeah,
right. How do you get that testimony out of her then? Because she's just going to.
I mean, I think that's the problem. We're going to have to chalk it up to a lost cause and start making threats.
No, there's a way.
Making threats.
There's
a lost cause.
Chad.
Yeah, no, I think she doesn't deserve clemency, and there's sufficient evidence in other pathways to find co-conspirators, whoever they are.
Okay.
Yeah.
It just doesn't require her testimony.
Yeah.
I think the only way.
I think the only way she might have even given them crumbs of a testimony is if she had gotten that pardon, and he said, hell no, that ain't happening.
So I think, honestly, if we're gonna do this, like I said, if we're gonna do this to get testimony out of her, I would suggest that the DOJ send in trusted persons, because we already know that they're all through the DOJ, which is going to make this tricky. Send in trusted persons to these known bank accounts, because obviously the FBI has the list, so they know where they need to go and who they need to talk to get this information. I say we send them in there. I say we extradite King Charles to the United States. I say we get
Prince
some
Andrew?
of these. Yeah, Prince Andrews. I'm sorry.
Jesus Christ!
I say we get some of these. I say we get some of these foreign dignitaries and these foreign elites under U.S. custody and put them under some pressure and see if they'll squeal. The way you handle these types of crimes is you have to go after their finances. Jail don't scare them. Torture and killing, that don't scare them. You start hitting them with.
I hear what you're saying. Now, I'm going to say this, but I get what you're saying though, because I would threaten her with, look, we're going to find a way to cut your commissary off and send you back to max.
Funny you say that, gaming. There in that interview with Epstein, he's talking. He's like, yeah, you were in a 6x9 cell. Did that change anything for you? No, I was still on the phone with the Treasury.
Right.
Yeah.
So when you take those avenues of financial incentive away, people are going to start talking, especially when the FBI, because the president, this administration, Democrat and Republican, even states can do it. They can seize assets, they can freeze accounts, they can liquidate frozen assets, they can start going after any and everything because they have probable cause.
All right, let's get back to it.
I say threaten her with General Pop. Nurse Irving said it. Just threaten her with General Pop. We're gonna put you in the fucking pen with everybody.
And
well, no, you don't want to kill her.
Hold on, guys.
Like
Hold on. We spent too long in the conversation. It's already been over 10.
Ah, man.
Which is everyone. How many of you have reached out either individually or through a lawyer or representative to offer to provide testimony and evidence? All of them. And of those all of you who have reached out, how many of you were denied or ignored by the Department of Justice? All of them. And despite the shameful and despicable efforts by Ms. Bondi and her department to intimidate you, how many of you are still willing to speak to the Department of Justice? All of them. Well, Ms. Bondi, it looks like you have some more witnesses to talk to.
Gentleman's time has expired.
And I yield back.
We will go to the good gentleman from North Carolina, Congressman Knott.
May I have a moment, Congressman?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Here we go. Here's the photograph. This is why he wanted to repeat everything.
Oh, damn. I mean, I guess you do got the burn book.
Here we go. Here's the photograph. This is why he wanted to repeat everything that had been said previously on Epstein. This is his state, New York. You probably don't even know who this is. Wahid Mohammed from Afghanistan.
Yes, because I'm no longer a prosecutor.
Convicted of assault. Wow, he represents New York. Wow, yet he doesn't care about the illegal aliens convicted of crimes. Assault and homicide. No longer a prosecutor, so he doesn't care about his constituents. Here we go.
Right now, woman.
Arson.
Wait, pause this.
El Salvador.
Hold on.
Miguel Palacios. Furman Flores Ramales, Mexico, rape.
But I mean,
let's talk about the 70% of immigrants who are detained without a criminal conviction or arrest.
Stop the clock. Stop.
Okay, so I got two things to say to this, and I'm gonna make them quick. Number one, you don't want to kill Ghislaine Maxwell because you need their internal communication structure to collapse so that one of them will squeal and the other one will corroborate. And two, back on what we just witnessed, this is what blackmail looks like. I don't know if anybody just caught that, but this is blackmail.
Don't.
It's a light form. It's a light form. All right, level with me.
For 1 minute.
We all know that the FBI, CIA, and NSA have information on all politicians on how they perform. And they will use this information to their advantage if they don't do what they say, especially around primary season. What's this time of year? Primary season. Top it off with the fact that they're asking prodding questions, whether we like them or not. She's revealing information that these senators obviously don't want out in the public.
But it's
effectively force.
It's public information.
It's public information, but they already know that most people aren't going to look into it. And whether you want to agree with that or not, this is the weapon of blackmail.
It's not blackmail. It's called opposition research. It's not blackmail.
Yeah, I think there's a fine line for that. I'll say this, that through all of this, admittedly, I think something that we can agree with is that the deep state is real, and I think it's really a small cohort of leaders in the intelligence community who are able to keep blackmail above our politicians and business leaders, because as seen here by Bondi, not answering any questions and essentially, in my opinion, what's a cover up that happened underneath Biden, that happened underneath Trump 1,
and
Obama, Bush.
That's what I was getting at.
There's always been someone there willing to do it. And I think it's because three-letter agencies kind of had them underneath their heel, as well as maybe a small country in the Middle East.
So what's the exception
I
right
like that
now?
one.
Why is it now that it's coming out? That's what I don't understand. So I understand everything you're saying and I agree with everything you're saying, but why now? What is
I think it's
Because
just
they
so
want to break the
overt,
world
you know what I
system.
mean? And I'll be honest with you, I think like the social media aspect of this, where like the likes of the right wing of Bongino and Patel, when they were before they became part of the government, were influencers, right? It became part of the zeitgeist of the 2024 MAGA movement that it inevitably had to come to light, and it was a house of matches, right?
Right, but it
Everyone's
doesn't
involved.
have to. Like, so because you're right about everything you're saying about the deep state. You're right about the three-letter agencies gaming. They could have just and said, nope, we're not going to release that. They did that with the MLK files, the JFK files. It wasn't until 50 years later that they released them. So what the fuck? What has broken where that this has been allowed to come out? Because
All right, so check this out.
if this is what's allowed to come out, what's not coming out?
Okay, so check this out. I said this last live, but now that you bring the question up, here's my theory. Again, I hope I'm wrong on it, but if I'm right, you heard it here first. CNN, you better run me my ones. Y'all, Set and Monty know what I'm talking about. But I think the reason why it's allowed to come out now is because somewhere out in the ether, Tim Walz is connected to this, and the fraud in Minnesota is connected to this. And because Tim Walz started getting pressure applied to him, because Tim Walz is now under investigation, what I genuinely think what's happening is they're moving money from the United States through the Somalians, giving them a small percentage to prop up their government, and they're using Somalia as a launching pad to disseminate the money into other countries. It'd be a complex money laundering scheme. And so because Tim Walz messed up, or it's being uncovered, and now testimonies are getting exposed, especially with Nick Shirley blowing up the way he did. They tried the ICE raids, the killing of Renee Good and Alex Peretti, the signal chat, the riling up. People are still laser focused on the corruption and fraud. Epstein file is their nuclear option. And if people get back to that corruption and fraud, I think that Tim Walz in Minnesota is the weak link in the chain.
And all right, let's go ahead and get back to it. But shout out to Terry Irving for sending the Happy Boo for 10 jewels, and shout out to Yakin. I'm not even going to try to pronounce the first part of that, but shout out to Yakin for sending a bronze medal for 50 jewels. Appreciate the support, guys. And if you have any questions, comments, jokes, or disagreements, I'll be happy to read it out loud and engage with it. Just $2 and up. Hold on, huh?
This is the. Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I accidentally unmuted myself while I split my lip, and I'm looking for the chapstick for it.
Here we go. But all right, let's get back to it.
Thank you. I'd like to introduce for the record a letter to Director Gabbard from Mr. Warner and Mr. Himes, and a letter of response from her to them about who invited her to Atlanta, and a copy of the search warrant. And I'd also like to just make clear for the record, the reason people in Memphis weren't going out was because the ice was on the ground, and we were afraid we'd fall. But other than that, we go out all the time.
Gentlemen, without objection, there's unanimous consent. The gentlelady from Vermont is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Attorney General Bondi, according to your department, a child is sexually abused in the United States every 9 minutes, and the vast majority of survivors never get justice. And that's one of the reasons why I think the Epstein case has resonated so deeply with so many Americans. And the other reason, I think, is because it has revealed a two-tiered system of justice. And the powerful are protected, and the survivors rarely get any accountability. And the Epstein files contain evidence of a multi-decade international criminal conspiracy involving some of the wealthiest and the most powerful people in the world. There's evidence of financial crimes, political corruption, sex trafficking, and of course, horrible sexual abuse.
Set.
And I want to remind everybody.
Yo.
Bro, this is just fucking House of Cards. Have you ever watched House of Cards?
Yeah.
This is just House of Cards.
Oh my God, you're right.
Yep.
That's why this feels familiar.
Oh my God. Yeah.
All right, let's keep it going.
This isn't a game. These are real people, people who have suffered, who are sitting here with us today, and they deserve answers and they deserve accountability. And I'm here to try to get some for them. Now, I've seen some of the unredacted Epstein files, and obviously, as you know, President Trump's name is all over them, but so are the names of other senior Trump officials: Howard Lutnick, Secretary of Commerce; John Phelan, the Secretary of the Navy; and Stephen Feinberg, the Deputy Secretary of Defense. These men were appointed by President Trump to senior positions in his administration. All of them have clear and confirmed ties to Jeffrey Epstein. Attorney General Bondi, yes or no, has the Justice Department asked Secretary Lutnick about his ties to Epstein?
I'm weak. And shout out to my man BTK. Says Walls will run to the CCP China if it's jail time. Well, yeah, if it's jail time for him. And I can see that. I can see that. You know what can I say, bro?
Well,
my man Walls loved China. He loved the Communist Party.
Well, and that's why we should freeze his passport. Well, this is why I say we should freeze his passport, do a restriction of movement while the public, restriction of movement on him, make it to where he can't leave the country, have a bounty prepared on him if he does, offering an egregious amount of money for his capture. We
can just Maduro him.
True.
Yeah, we could just Maduro. Well, got to be careful because that's China.
So what?
I know they're a weaker superpower, if they can even be called a superpower. But remember, they do have nukes and they do have a considerable amount of weight. Do have to give them some respect.
They're not a superpower. They're a fucking
economic superpower, at least.
I say that we freeze all of his ability to move to keep him pinned into the state. And then I say, while everybody is focused on this Epstein stuff, they just railroad through the financial investigation, divert like at least half of all the trustworthy FBI agents to figuring out where this money is going, who it's tethered to, and why.
All right, let's get back to it.
Excuse me. Secretary Lutnick has addressed those ties himself.
I'm asking you, has the Justice Department specifically asked Secretary Lutnick about his ties to Jeffrey Epstein?
He has addressed those ties himself.
Has the DOJ asked Secretary Phelan about his ties to Jeffrey Epstein?
I don't know whether he has addressed those or not.
Has the Deputy Secretary Feinberg talked to the Department of Justice about his ties to Jeffrey Epstein? Yes or no? Has the Department of Justice talked to Deputy Secretary Feinberg about his ties to Jeffrey Epstein, which are clearly spelled out in the files? It's a very simple question. It's not a trick question. I'm just asking you.
Yeah, I'm stunned.
Shout out to Jet. Shout out to Jet, though. That's funny. Just lower tariffs and China will give tampon back. Like, bro.
Weak. Tampons him. But like I was saying, oftentimes the answer you're looking for is staring you right in the face. Also investigate Kamala.
Feinberg about his ties to Jeffrey Epstein, which are clearly spelled out in the files. It's a very simple question. It's not a trick question. I'm just asking you.
Yeah, I'm stunned that you want to continue talking about.
Oh my gosh.
Epstein
Okay, I'm reclaiming my time. I'm asking you not a trick question, a simple question. Okay, so what is clear is we have evidence.
Do you know who Chris Malin is?
We have evidence that 3 senior officials within the Trump administration have ties to Jeffrey Epstein. And what I can
ties mean?
I can conclude
What does
from what
ties
you are
mean?
saying that you have not talked to them.
What does ties mean? Can
I
you
think
define
Americans would be shocked to learn that you are not interested in talking with these officials who have ties to Jeffrey Epstein.
What does
across
ties
the
mean?
world,
Can you define that?
across the world,
Can you
prominent
define
men
ties?
who've been exposed in the files have resigned their jobs in disgrace. And that's a good first start. And that same
Disgrace is
standard,
not saying the word
this
Chris
same
Malin.
standard should apply here. And Americans want accountability.
Who is Chris Malin?
Was the president
he?
aware? Please stop talking. It is not your time to ask
was he?
questions. It is not your time. I'm reclaiming my time, Mr. Chair.
One second.
Time belongs to the gentlelady from Vermont.
Was the president aware of Secretary Lutnick's ties
He
to
tried not
Epstein
to
when he
laugh.
chose him to lead the Department of Commerce? Was he aware?
Chris Malin was a Border Patrol agent.
Okay, so I'm going to
shot,
conclude
and
that
she
the president, in
never
fact,
mentioned
did
him
know about his
in
ties
her
because he was the next door neighbor.
Shame on you.
Oh, for goodness sake.
Answer the
This is
question.
pathetic. This
Beautiful
is
state.
pathetic, Mr.
Committee will be
Chair.
in order.
I am not asking trick questions here.
You
The
got your
American
5
people have a right to know the answers to this. These are senior officials in the Trump administration. This is not a game, Secretary.
I'm Attorney General.
My apologies, I couldn't tell.
Oh, wow.
By
Me personally, I
2008,
would never
we
let
knew
something like that slide.
that Epstein was a convicted sexual abuser. And we now know that Lutnick went to Epstein's Island in 2012. How was that not a deal breaker for the president? And why aren't you asking questions of the Commerce Secretary about what he saw when he was at the island, which he lied about not ever going to? Why are you not asking these questions? And I see that my time.
I would have to hit her with this one. I'd be like, first off, bro's in front of a committee right now answering these questions. So I don't even know why you're mad at her. Like, I would have to point that out. Like, he's answering these questions right now. And think about it. And I gotta let's give the Trump administration a benefit of the doubt. They went with Howard Lutnick's word that, in 2005, that was the last time we seen Epstein. Or that was the last time he hung out with Epstein. I'm pretty sure they did not know that he wasn't being all the way truthful with that. And now that these files are coming out, we're discovering that, oh, no, you did continue contact with Epstein. So we got to give the benefit of the doubt that they did not know about that until the Epstein files revealed it.
I call bullshit. I call complete fucking bullshit because they fucking screen these people. They do top secret security investigations on every fucking presidential appointee and every single position. I do not accept that they just didn't know. This is you scratch my back. I'm kind of repulsed. I honestly, I am a little bit repulsed that her response is a conversation about something. It's an issue, but it's a non-issue in this fucking setting. And that is disgusting. It shouldn't be happening. She should not be fucking, oh, but what about this? What about this? Answer the fucking question. Did you fucking interview him or not? It's a
yes or no. But I think what she was asking is not as much like what is Lutnick's response as why is the DOJ not investigating that? Which I think again is a total valid question for this. But I want everyone's opinion as to like what's going on with Lutnick. Like he was very transparent in his interview with CBS or whoever it was.
New York Times, yeah.
Yeah, after 2005, I never saw that guy because he was gross, is I think the way that he said it.
You're right.
And then clearly he wasn't. So, I mean, it's just, what do you guys think about that? Is that someone who should be our Commerce Secretary? I don't know.
And I do need to correct the record on something. It was the New York Post interview that he did, where if you want to find his exact wording, it was a Lutnick New York Post interview that he did where he said he only went to Epstein that one time, was creeped out, and then never hung out with him again.
Now, I'll say this. Just because you hung out with somebody does not make you, but birds of a feather flock together. That's all I have to say about that. And that's all, that's all that should fucking matter, right?
I think he should lose his position based off of the fact.
I mean,
that
simple fact, it's a lie, right? I mean, that's it.
Yeah,
no matter who it was.
It's a verifiable lie that he still fucking hung out with them.
Yep.
Yeah, you should lose your position based off of that because you lied to not just the president.
But I
the
want
American
answers
people.
as to why the Justice Department, who does these investigations, the FBI and the DOJ do these investigations to vet people for these positions. Maybe not as much for the Commerce Secretary. I'll give him the fucking benefit of the doubt. But I wouldn't be giving this benefit of the doubt to a fucking Biden appointee. I wouldn't be giving this benefit of the doubt to a fucking Obama appointee. I'd be fucking ripping them from like this.
But here's the thing, though. That this is where I can only give them any type of graces that are, or I give the DOJ any type of grace, is that maybe they didn't know until the Epstein files came out. Because remember, this is all like, bro,
know that.
like
The
what?
DOJ
This is
has the
redacted
other
information.
file.
And
My guy.
I do have to agree with Seth on this one
No,
because
bro, they didn't release
there's
them, so
a
that means they didn't have access to them.
No, the DOJ
Yeah.
had the Epstein files. They're the ones that did the investigation. They
But-
run.
Yeah.
But no,
But
let's be
here's the
honest
other-
though, they were probably working with the Epstein files that Pam Bondi gave those influencers. This is why they kept coming with us. Well, oh, he didn't
Yeah.
traffic to
No,
nobody.
Seth,
They were
Seth,
working
you're
with the
wrong.
no, I'm not, because even Cash Patel said it. They said we said that off of the information that we were told that we had at that time. And if FBI is saying that, then the FBI that's their investigation with the DOJ works with. So if they're saying that they didn't even have access to that information, who's to say that the DOJ did?
So
Yeah.
That's a fair
somebody,
And-
this is what I'm trying to say. This is what I'm trying to get through. The DOJ and the FBI work together. They're the
I
same.
know you didn't hear my point, because even the FBI said that they didn't have that information.
Who had it then? How are they releasing it if they didn't have it?
But bro, they had it, but didn't have access to it. Remember, they had to be what? Unclassified or whatever. Remember, they don't like that. There's
Right,
a
but when
certain
you do a
amount
top
of like
secret
information
security
they don't
clearance,
even
you
have
have-
access to, and that information they
No,
didn't have access to
you're
at that
missing
time.
Something here, though. You're
I mean,
missing
bro,
something.
and think about Monty. If you're saying this, then bro, Cash Patel needs to go. All of them need to go, because that means that they've been knew this. By your logic, they've been knew this, and they just all hit it.
Yes, that's what
but
I'm saying.
here's the thing, though, but according to what the FBI has been telling us, they didn't know that information until the files came out, and everybody started reading it. Now, do I believe
What I'm
that?
trying to say,
No,
what I'm trying to say,
we're here.
what I'm trying to say is when you do a top secret security investigation, you have access to information like this. A top secret security investigator has all of the information. They have it all.
Do we know that for sure?
Yes, I've gotten a top secret security clearance.
So we know for sure that they knew that Lutnick was
When
in
someone is
contact with
investigating you for a clearance, no holds barred. They look into everything, whether released to the public or not released to the public. Whether it's some desk clerk at the FBI has access to it. No, it's not like that. When there is a need to know, anytime your name is uttered in public light, especially, or in foreign affairs or any kind of criminal proceedings, they have access to all that. You'd be very surprised to see. You can ask Gaming, because he was a mineman. He had the same security clearance. They go through everything, and they have everything, and then not to mention everything that they have, which they did have. So it gets classified in a certain way, right? You have your classified information, your CUI. And then you have classified at top secret, and then you have above top secret, which we're not going to talk about.
So hold on now, Monty. Because you're kind of going away from the main point here.
No, what I'm
did
trying
they
to
know that Howard Lutnick was in contact with Epstein during the time they said, well, we didn't have that information? Because according to the way these guys work with classified documents, if it wasn't a direct investigation to Howard Lutnick, they wouldn't have known that, because they can only bring up these classified files on a need to know basis.
Right. So when you're investigating somebody, a need to know situation is when
But a
their
security
name...
clearance, sadly, isn't even though they undergo an extensive background check, it isn't really an investigation.
Yes, it is. It's called a top
it's not. Or they'd have been able to find it.
A TSSI is a top secret security investigation. That's what it's
security clearance.
No, you have
extensive background check. The grand security. That's what you're talking about. What I'm saying is that they might have not had access to those files because it wasn't a need to know basis. That means they weren't investigating him for Epstein, so they didn't have a need to get those classified files.
Anytime your name is mentioned in court proceedings, especially, like for example,
we're talking about a guy who was being nominated for Commerce Secretary.
Right, and they go through a TSSI.
Well, I think it's two things. It's one, the investigation itself and the content of whatever, how deep they go into it. And I think the point is that these files were compartmentalized to such a degree, no one knows who could actually get their fingertips on it, whether you're a top secret investigator or not. But the second part of it is, if they did even have their hands on it, who does the buck stop with for the nominations? And it's the president, right? So
No, it
Really, it only matters to one person for the nomination itself.
No, so the president appoints.
The president nominates them, and
Right.
and they're approved by the Senate. That's the point I'm making, Monty, is that
Yeah.
I can put the facts in front of you. I found this, this, and this. They've been here, blah, blah, blah. But if you don't care and you're the head honcho, it's all for naught. That's the point, right?
But before you go,
And I'm not saying that happened, but that's the reality of the situation.
But before you go before the Senate, you have already completed your TSSI.
No, I understand that, but a TSSI doesn't necessarily mean that they had access to these compartmentalized Epstein files.
Maybe I'm willing to give them. That's where I'm willing to give them the benefit of the doubt. However, I do know how extensive they are and what they fucking go through. Anytime your name is mentioned, and remember, this is in district courts before it's all kind of pushed up to the top of the DOJ when they have all the files. Like, they're in district courts. Sealed documents are up for grab. Expunged records, gag orders, anything. The government absolutely has access to them. And somebody did see, like, it popped up somewhere. I mean,
Yeah,
one would hope, I would say. One would hope, but, I don't know.
But at the same time, they were they probably didn't look too deep into it because they were going off of what he said.
But that's what you do.
About his.
So before you get a TSSI, they have you fill out a very, very, very long fucking questionnaire in something called EQUIP. And it asks you about everywhere you've been, anytime you've traveled, any foreign contacts, i.e. Jeffrey Epstein would be a foreign contact. So as soon as he would put Jeffrey Epstein on there as a foreign contact, because he was a foreign contact, otherwise he perjured himself on the EQUIP form, they have to investigate Jeffrey Epstein. And so that gives them the purview, unless they were stopped from getting it.
I don't think he'd be a foreign contact. I mean, he was a U.S. citizen.
So when he was being evaluated for Commerce Secretary, it does look like, well, yeah, you're right, Monty. He would have had to bring up Epstein himself in order to be something to be investigated. If he didn't and I'm real with you, who would let anybody know that? But yeah, you're right. But due to he didn't though, because due to the fact that he didn't, that's why this wasn't investigated into, or why his connections with Epstein wasn't brought up, because even though there are classified files on it.
I mean, so they don't just stop at the contact. They go to, like, if me and you are, in contact, I would have to list you as a contact if you're like some foreign national, right? I list you.
So Monty, I just want to get a direct answer real quick. So are you saying that these guys pretty much knew about his connection to Epstein while,
I would say the
interview
chances of them not knowing is about 5%. And it's only under the case in which Chad just brought up, where it was compartmentalized, even outside of a top secret security investigator's purview, which is pretty fucking big.
Now,
hey, Seth, let Gamer on.
Oh yeah, I got you. I was just looking it up. It says now to access the top secret files with the TSSI. Now, the access is not automatic. Yeah,
right. You have to get it approved.
It requires a top secret clearance and a valid need to know for a specific project and formal indoctrination into the program.
Now, can I explain what that means in layman's terms? So
yeah, but you do kind of see how they can work around that, though.
But you can and you can't. So if you try to work around it, it flags it, and it's like, oh, why are you trying to hide this? And it fucking brings that into the fold. So what that literally means is, I am a top secret security investigator. For the purposes of investigating S.E.T, I am going to investigate X, Y, and Z person. I'm going to go to if there's files on that person. Oh, there's top secret files on X person. Huh. I need permission for that. What's the permission you need it for? Well, I'm investigating this person for a security clearance. Okay, here you go. That's a need to know. And we're going to brief you into everything that's around this. That's why it takes like 18 months to get one of these things done.
You also forgot to mention the fact that most of these files, if we're talking about, I've been listening and I've also been reviewing how some security clearances works for investigations. Most of the FBI does not have the TSSCI, which is top secret compartmentalized information. which is leagues above the general TS. And
yes, you are right.
If his investigation was under the TS SCI, that means literally only a handful of people in all three branches had access to his file, which means, to Monty's point, yes, somebody in the higher echelons definitely seen it, and they chose to say nothing.
Well, can I just say this, that I think the whole investigation to Lutnick is a moot point, because let's say that he was investigated and it was brought to the attention of Trump and his chief of staff and everyone involved. Do you think they would really care? Like, Steve Bannon was his he was his director of his campaign, and he's the guy who interviewed Epstein, right? And did that, like, so there was people all hanging out with one another, hanging out with Epstein, and still part of the administration. So I think it's kind of a moot point wherever the investigation came from, to be honest with you.
Okay.
That's a fair point.
So it goes to your point, though. So if you are right about everything you're alleging, then that needs to be investigated, and we need to know why and how and by what means. We'll never see it as the general public, but the House Oversight Committee and the judicial branch of the government absolutely is going to be going through this to see why was this person investigated, and why did they pass this when there is clear proof that he was in contact with Epstein. And when you're a public figure, every single person in your life gets scrutinized.
Yeah, that is
except for
true.
Lutnick, man, because for some reason that man was able to skate right past with the history he had.
Yeah,
and that's what's kind of throwing me off, is because these type of investigations, they run through your entire past. Like,
they're supposed to anyway.
That's what.
I'm sorry.
That's kind of what. No, I was gonna say that's kind of what makes me believe that they took his word for it and just kind of skip. I don't want to say skipped over, but yeah, basically skipped over what anything that had to do with Epstein in his background check, because they believed.
Guys, if you say your favorite pizzas, or if you say your favorite food is pizza, and they have a picture of you eating lasagna, they're gonna want to know why the fuck you were eating lasagna.
Thought your favorite food was pizza, my guy.
Yeah, right. That's how they interview you.
All right. Let's get back to it, guys.
Is almost expired, so I will say this: do the right thing, Attorney General. Meet with the survivors. They have been asking for a year. Meet with the survivors. Do the right thing. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. The gentleman from South Carolina is recognized for 5 minutes.
May I have 20 seconds of his time?
So that'd be up to the gentleman, but
absolutely, Madam.
Thank you. I was curious if you, Congresswoman, asked Bill Clinton that. Didn't see one tweet, not one. I didn't see one tweet when Joe Biden was in office about Bill Clinton. Didn't ask Merrick Garland anything about Epstein, not once. When he was
weak sauce.
And also, I want the record to reflect
that is a valid point,
you know,
but
with this anti-Semitic culture right now, she voted against a resolution condemning.
Oh, is Jewish. I just want to be clear.
Do you want to go there, Attorney General? Or do you want to go there?
Okay.
Are you
belongs to the
serious?
gentleman
Talking
from
about
South
anti-Semitism
Carolina.
to a woman who lost her grandfather in the Holocaust? Really?
The committee will be in order.
Talk to Jared Wise about anti-Semitism.
Criticizing Israel is not anti-Semitic, Pam Bondi.
Can I get like 30 seconds back? You know.
Yeah, I've been.
Jesus.
I had to. Yeah, that was loud as hell. She lost her ever-loving mind with that one.
Apparently, it was
I mean, wouldn't you too if your grandfather was died in Auschwitz and you were calling the anti-Semite?
Like, bro,
I get it. I completely get it. I just it caught me off guard for a second there, because I'm not used to these people losing their mind like that. Yeah. And was it her that said weak sauce?
Yeah, it was her that said
Yeah.
weak sauce. That was hilarious.
Wow, that sounded. I'm like, dude, that shit my teens saying. A grown ass using teenage slang. What the fuck?
Well,
She's Medicare eligible. She's not just an old adult. She's
Leave her
old.
alone. Leave her alone.
I'm
She's
weak,
asking
bro.
good questions.
Bro, he had to go to low blows.
But all right, guys, back to the
She
video.
said she's Medicare eligible.
If we want to know whether Mr. Brennan will be indicted, you should just ask the president.
Not a point of order, but appreciate you trying to make it one. The gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. General Bondi, it's been reported that there were at one point 1,000 personnel assigned to the task of identifying and scrubbing Donald Trump's name from the Epstein files. Were those reports accurate?
What?
I believe his name has appeared countless times in the documents
how
that
many
have
people were
been released.
assigned?
If I could finish, I'm going to read you the stats.
I just simply asked whether or not it was true that it was 1,000 folks who were assigned that task. Were those reports accurate?
There are more than 500 attorneys and reviewers. I cannot give you an exact number.
And
Who-
I
I'm
wanted to
trying
ask you.
I'm
I wanted to
answering
ask
the
you
question,
about that
sir.
also because
Who
this
were
is a different
assisting
question
with
that
this
you're getting to
project?
now.
So he
There
just
were
wants to ask the leading
500
question and not have an
DOJ
At
lawyers and others assigned the task of redacting the appropriate information, including
Let her answer the question.
identities of the Epstein victim survivors from the Epstein files prior to their release. 500, is that correct?
If I could have finished my answer, there were more than 500 attorneys and reviewers who
Okay.
assisted
All right, okay.
with the, they asked the question and they don't want an answer.
That answers my question,
Congressman,
ma'am,
let
and
me
I'm going to
continue.
move on.
More than.
I'm going to move on.
From
General
multiple.
Bondi, would
It will be in
agree?
order. Time belongs to the gentleman from Georgia.
General Bondi, would you agree that your 8 years of service as the state of Florida's Attorney General, the third largest state in the nation, served as an excellent preparation for your current role as Attorney General for the United States of America?
Not only that, I was a career prosecutor for 18
years. And for
18 years.
And for 18
prior to
years,
being-
for 18
He
years,
asked a
you
question and doesn't
prosecuted-
want an answer. This is
for-
theatrics.
Well, no, for 18 years, you
on.
prosecuted
She answered.
serious
She's kind of
felony cases, including drug cases, correct?
Oh, I prosecuted homicides. I prosecuted capital cases. I prosecuted domestic violence cases.
I didn't realize
I
she was getting
prosecuted
fucking
multiple
reconfirmed.
cases,
And
and that's why I feel for all of these victims. And did you
And
ask Merrick Garland
and
this
you
when
also,
you were sitting
you
before
also
him, sir?
prosecuted sexual assault cases and child sex trafficking cases, correct?
I answered that question earlier. I
Okay.
prosecuted
All right.
multiple
Well, you're-
cases
so
when I
bottom
was
line-
a prosecutor.
bottom
If I
line,
can
you're an
answer the question,
experienced and
for
seasoned-
18
you're an
years.
ex-
Mr. Chairman, will you remind her of the rules? The time belongs to the member of the committee.
You
think
are
I
a
think I've said that a few
seasoned
times.
and experienced prosecutor, correct?
I think we've established that.
Yeah.
Yes or no?
Does he want an answer or not?
I think he wants to say.
When
I want a
answer,
yes
I
or
get
no
cut off.
answer.
I think he wants to say,
I want a
man.
yes or
I-
no
I
answer,
can-
but
yeah, I can
I'll
explain my
live with what you
experience. I'd
have
be
already
love to
said.
explain
Let
my
me ask you.
experience.
Let me ask you this questions.
Clearly,
In
you
the
don't have any.
prosecution of sexual assault cases, you are acutely aware of how important it is to protect the identity of victims of sexual assault, correct?
But just don't respond. Just don't respond.
I have addressed this multiple times. I think others were cutting me off when I was trying
Well,
to.
I just simply asked, are you aware of the fact that it's vitally important to protect the identity of sexual assault victims as you prosecute the people they accuse of assaulting them?
Brother,
Isn't that
obviously
correct?
listening.
Bro, this is just a fucking grandstand.
As we have said multiple times,
Protection of the identity
of all victims
of the victims
are
is
protected.
so very
Who are
important.
protected under? Do you want me to answer or do you want to interrupt?
Well, because you're not answering the question. You do a Jekyll and Hyde kind of routine around.
Not answer, bro. You didn't answer, bro. You've been talking for like 4 minutes and 32 seconds out of the 5 minutes.
Prosecutor.
It's like, bro, you're asking her the same questions over and over again. It's like you're shuckling and jiving. I'm like, bro, I'm be real with you,
dude. You want to
you're being a bit long-winded here.
Yeah.
Well, he's asking basic questions. He's trying to lay a foundation. She's getting pissed off about it.
Yeah, because it's theatrics. She's right. It is theatrics.
I mean, he's just asking her background. It's not really theatric about it.
Come on. Is he grandstanding or not?
He's asking the same question over and over in roundabout ways, trying to catch her and trip her up. And it's not working because she's already addressed it.
No, what he's trying to do is have her use her experience and legal know-how to understand that in a court of law, traditionally, those victims, are anonymous to a certain extent. And he's trying to lay that foundation. She doesn't like the answer. And obviously we know where he's going. He's just taking forever to do it.
Yeah.
This is the guy who also said that like Guam was going to flip over or whatever. So I can't really take him seriously.
Nobody can.
I'm fucking done. Did he really say that? Was that the guy that said that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
he lost all credibility. That's why I'm surprised people let him have serious jobs. I think he's there for a meme.
It
like the
really
token
is.
Black guy.
It's really weird because, I mean, just in the last minute, I'm gonna say he's asked the same 3 questions 5 different ways.
To hear himself talk.
What did he say? What are you saying that he said that lost some credibility? I missed
Mom
that.
was gonna flip over.
Yeah.
Oh, I remember that.
Yeah, as soon as he said that, like I said, he's just a token Black guy. I don't even see why they let him have any serious position.
He's just
I
agree.
All right,
just
let's
an
go.
idiot.
Down here, and I just want you to answer my questions.
What does Jekyll and Hyde mean? Can you
Well, it
explain
means
that?
you're nice to the
Explain that.
Republicans and you turn like Hyde on Democrats. But let me ask you this, ma'am. We have the Epstein victim survivors here today. Representative Jayapal asked a simple question. If you would be so kind and honorable as to turn around and face them and apologize to them for outing them. I mean, how many lives have been derailed because your department was either sloppy and incompetent or willfully trying to intimidate and punish these ladies
Your time
for
is
coming
up.
forward?
Time of the
Which
gentleman.
was it?
The time of the gentleman has expired.
I'm dead.
The gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentleman.
I'm dying. She's like, nah,
I
man, I ain't
don't
even trying to
blame
hear
her.
it. Bro, Pim
I
Bondi was
don't
watching that
blame her.
5-minute timer and was like, yeah, your time is up, bro. I ain't trying to hear
Yeah.
one more.
It's not even worth the response.
I don't blame her on that one. I probably would have done the same thing. He was just so slow and repetitive. It wasn't even
actually
funny.
ask inquisitive questions and try to make this anything other than a fucking spectacle. All you're trying to do is make a spectacle. You're not trying to get to the bottom of anything. You're not trying to demonstrate anything to the American people. You're not trying to explain anything to the American people. You're just trying to say, Pam Bondi was a prosecutor for 18 years and she doesn't think that victims are important. That's all.
Yeah.
I did it in 15 seconds. He could have fucking done it.
No, all right.
And what's even
What do
worse
you
is how
expect from the
slow.
AARP community?
Stop!
God.
Do you live alone? Do you have trouble getting up the stairs? Then you need life alert.
All right, let's keep
He has trouble getting his words out.
Ms. Crockett from Texas is recognized for UC.
Thank you so much. Donald Trump's approval rating implodes on his strongest issue. This is from Newsweek today. It says 40% of people
Thank you.
approve of
You don't
Trump's
need to
handling
read
of
the article to
immigration
us.
and border security, while 60% disapprove.
Without objection,
that is a net
admitted.
drop.
Now I recognize the
Negative
gentleman
20.
from California, Mr. Liu.
Okay, Jasmine.
Oh, she came
Why is she
back.
talking? She rage quit. I think if
There you
you
go,
rage
Rachel.
Thank you,
quit, you
Attorney
shouldn't
General
get to
Bondi,
talk.
for being here today. I'm going to show you two photos.
Thank you.
I'm going to show you two photos of former Prince Andrew. Prince Andrew attended various parties with Jeffrey Epstein. Under the law Congress passed, you were allowed to redact photos to protect the victims of Epstein's sex trafficking operation. You redacted the photos of this victim's face because you were following the congressional law. Is that correct?
It's unredacted now.
I'm sorry that we redacted the victim's
Because you were
face.
following the congressional law, correct?
Yes.
Okay. You have now established that please put the photos back up, that we are looking at a sex trafficking victim. Under the federal victims.
90% yes. I mean, nothing's
Actually-
really for sure. 90% yes, though. And if he's asking why did we, redact the face of the victim, I mean, isn't that what y'all wanted him to do?
That's
But
what
all right.
Here's the other thing. In terms of redactions, because it's actually loose. If the point he's about to make about not redacting her entire body was a thing, then you would have to go after every single law enforcement agency across the nation, because all they do is blur out the face or they'll blur out the eyes.
Exactly.
There's no
I think he's going to say
specification.
that he's a co-conspirator.
Right.
True. But he is a well, Prince Andrew, we can pretty much put him there as a co-conspirator.
Yeah, but
you
the
know,
thing
for,
is,
you know-
Patel said there wasn't another one, or any,
What
I
do you
should say.
mean?
That's what he's trying to back her into. I think. I don't know. I haven't
Set.
seen this yet.
All right.
Set,
Well,
what do you
well,
mean?
hold on now. Let's keep it going. Let's keep it going before we make any more comments.
Now established that please put the photos back up, that we are looking at a sex trafficking victim. Under the Federal Victims Trafficking Protection Act, not only is Jeffrey Epstein guilty, but anyone who patronizes Epstein's sex operation is also guilty of a crime. That's why I find it absolutely despicable that you sought to protect Epstein's clients like former Prince Andrew. Last July, you closed the case on Epstein's abusers. The July 2025 memo from your Department of Justice stated, quote, "We did not uncover evidence that could predicate an investigation against uncharged third parties." These two photos, please put the photos back up. These two photos staring you in the face are evidence of a crime and more than enough evidence to predicate an investigation against former Prince Andrew. So I ask you, Attorney General Pam Bondi, why did you shut down this investigation last July, and why have you not prosecuted former Prince Andrew?
I don't believe you asked Merrick Garland these questions when he
Answer the
was
fucking
Attorney General and stuff.
Bro,
I agree with
she
you.
needs to
You
I
answer
tried.
reclaim my
the
time.
Never
I agree
mentioned
with
it.
you. I agree with you.
He's
During,
Did
the
you not
Biden,
hear
during
that?
the Biden administration, I called for people looking at Epstein files. Merrick Garland
He
dropped the ball, as did Attorney General Bill Barr, as did Alex Acosta, a whole string of failures. But you are in charge. You have the power to change things, to hold these men accountable.
Great point. It's just like, look, we get it. There were mistakes made in the past, but I mean, that doesn't mean that you get to make the same mistakes. It's like, what the hell are you trying to say?
Right. And
She
I'm
didn't
glad
do her due diligence. That's what this is. She
Yeah.
didn't do her due diligence in her role. And whenever
Yeah.
you go and look at these things, he's asking, this man right here is asking a whole lot better questions than the other guy. Like, holy moly. He's like, hey, why did you not do this, but you did this?
Yeah, and I mean, I didn't like Pam Bondi's answer with the whole, well, why didn't you hold this guy accountable? Is like,
it's
well,
like
You're
old
in the
news.
job.
You're in the job
fucking
now. It's
campaigned
all
to get in
you.
this job. Do
and
it.
he's
But at least-
asking a very
At least he
direct.
was, yeah, and he's actually admitting that yes, he agreed with her. He didn't. He did. Everybody dropped the ball before her, but now why isn't she holding on to it? Why is she why is she also dropping it?
And honestly, I don't want to hear, why didn't you ask this person that? No, because
don't wanna hear that, yeah.
that case was in fact dropped. And there is a connection there, why didn't you pursue it further? That is a very straight up demanding question that needs an answer.
Yeah.
And you think
Don't
about it,
be
if
a
you knew your
blonde vendor.
predecessors dropped the ball, then why didn't you pick it up?
Yeah, and
That's
the
what
other
she
thing
said.
is, the other thing that I'm looking at is she tried to straw man out of it.
Yeah.
All right.
And you're doing the opposite. You're
I want to
protecting the
know
bar.
why this is being like, at this point, impeach her ass. Like, I'm fucking tired of this.
Honestly, yeah, I couldn't agree more.
I'm so tired. But Democrats didn't do it. So fucking what? We're the Republicans. We're the fucking ones that are supposed to come and clean up the fucking mess. Why aren't you doing that?
Yep.
Agreed.
As did Alex Acosta, a whole string of failures, but you are in charge. You have the power to change things, to hold these men accountable, and you're doing the opposite. You're protecting them. So I want to move on to another man.
Can I answer
Donald
that,
Trump.
though?
I want to move on to another
Can I answer
question.
your question about protecting?
You answered the question.
You're saying no. I love this.
I want to discuss another man, Donald Trump, who is all over the Epstein files, like former Prince. Here's the video.
Is that Bill Clinton?
No, that's Epstein.
No,
Like
the dude. No.
Former
Go
Prince
back real quick.
Andrew, Donald Trump attended various parties with Jeffrey Epstein. I want to know, were there any underage girls at that party or at any party that Trump attended with Jeffrey Epstein?
Answer that fucking question.
Merrick Garland.
This is so ridiculous, and that
Oh
they
my
are
God.
trying to deflect from
That's what
all
she's
the
doing.
things Donald Trump
Guys,
has
this
done.
is so
There is no
ridiculous.
evidence
Oh my God.
Donald Trump committed a crime. Everyone knows that. This has been the most transparent presidency. He's
No,
the one
I'm-
who
I'm-
asked
I'm-
for those
I
files.
reclaim my
He
time.
regretting
You got your answer.
voting
You
for
said there's
this.
no evidence.
All right.
Can you just answer the question?
That
It's a
blew
fair
me right
question.
there. I was just like, that's what
I can't. Like this, either she is just willfully fucking incompetent, playing politics, or she's fucking hiding something. And we all
She's
know where
hiding
the
something.
fucking we all know
It's the last one. It's
we all
100%
know-
that last
hold
one.
on. We all know where the fucking left is gonna fucking take this. Oh, she's just fucking protecting Trump. It fucking looks like it here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
it does.
I'm
asked that those files
reclaim my time.
be
I got your
released.
answer. You said there's no
President
evidence.
Trump asked
Mr. Chairman, please
Trump
stop the
to
clock.
sign
Please stop the clock.
the legislation. This is
Time.
this
I'd like
is
to reclaim
ridiculous.
my
Time belongs to the gentleman from California.
Okay. I'm going to put
Oh,
up
this-
another document from a witness who called the FBI's National Threat Operations Center because I believe you just lied under oath. There is ample evidence in the Epstein file.
Don't you ever accuse me of a
I
crime.
believe you just lied under oath, and this is all on videotape. You said there's no evidence of crime. I'm showing you. Here is a witness statement who called into the FBI.
Yeah, and see, this is why my point reigns in is that I don't think these guys had access to these files before they made their statement. This is why I lean into that, because I'm just like, yeah, he's right then.
And now
If
she's
you had
not-
access to these files, you're cooked because you said that there was nothing there. He was trafficking to himself, but here are the files proving otherwise. FBI files, by the way.
Just fucking admit that you were fucking wrong, that you were being fucking overly zealously fucking political, and that you were playing fucking team sports, and now you fucking got caught with your hand in the cookie jar, and you need to go and reinvestigate this shit and bring these people to fucking justice. That's all
Monty.
it fucking
And
takes.
like, bro, like I said,
Monty,
it's
you're
either
being
she
too
didn't have
common
this
sense.
information or she had it and she just said F it.
Monty, you're having too much common sense. Y'all are
Right.
remember this is politics, bro. Come on now. What did I tell y'all about having common sense?
You can't have common sense when it comes to any of them, and you can't use your brain and be logical when talking to the left.
Well, so
And I'm
here's the
sorry.
thing. This is of her own making.
Yeah.
There's no way that she didn't have these pieces of evidence. This is really basic materials, the FBI report line. She's the one who had the binders in the first part of 2025. She's the one who said she's got the files on her desk. Like, she essentially admitted that she had the evidence, and then she just perjured herself. So yeah, I mean, Ted Lieu nailed it right on the head, actually.
Yeah, she
I
said that
agree.
she had them on her desk, and then she said they didn't exist.
Oh, and shout out to my man
Yeah.
457. He sent the bronze medal for 50 jewels. Appreciate the support, my man. But all right, guys, let's keep it going.
This is
Threat Operations Center. He drove Donald Trump around in a limo. He overheard what Donald Trump said to Jeffrey on his cell phone. He was so angry, he was going to stop a limo and hurt Donald Trump. And he met a girl who said she was raped by Donald Trump and Jeffrey Epstein. She later had her head blown off. And officers.
Now remember, this is a story told by a driver, it was never corroborated or anything like that. But I mean, it is crazy to hear.
It's evidence.
I still find this story or this statement
We don't know.
very,
Nicole,
very.
we just don't know.
Yeah.
We don't know. And it needs to be
Exactly.
investigated. That is why we fucking wanted her as the attorney general. That is why.
No, we wanted Matt Gates.
Oh, we did.
Yeah, we wanted Gates.
But
yeah, but they cooked him.
That is why we
17-year-old
elected
woman.
this guy. That is one of the major reasons why we fucking elected this guy. I can't tell you how many fucking funny videos of Kash Patel going and knocking on everybody's fucking doors and going arresting people, and Pam Bondi in a fucking courtroom fucking convicting people that we fucking got pushed out. Where the fuck are the arrests? Where the fuck are the convictions? Where the fuck is the investigation? Where the fuck is a common sense answer other than look at this illegal immigrant? Cool. You got an illegal immigrant off the street. That's also why we fucking elected you. Now do the other fucking job we elected you for.
All right.
Up a limo and hurt Donald Trump. And he met a girl who said she was raped by Donald Trump and Jeffrey Epstein. She later had her head blown off, and officers at the scene said that could not have.
And shout out to our man Jay Scott. He said, this is making it impossible for me to debate the left, especially at work. I mean, bro, when it comes to this right here, it's
Making
like,
it look bad.
I'm sorry, but like when you like, I 100% agree with this statement right here because I don't really like talking politics at work. I don't think it's the time or the place. And I have a couple people at work that just really like to talk politics at work. And I'm like, I can't say anything against this if they bring it up. Nothing.
Yeah.
Nothing. Like you just gotta sit there and agree. Like you're right. There should be more done. And that's all the left is really saying, bro. There should be more done. How can we sit there and argue against
They're
that?
gonna take this.
Everyone
they're going
can
to take
agree.
this and fucking scream from the fucking high heavens. You're gonna see it in your fucking chat. Oh, Trump's a pedophile. Trump's a pedophile because this fucking dumb bimbo doesn't know how to fucking answer a question. She's been a fucking attorney for what, going on 30 years now or 25 years now. Answer the fucking question. Quit fucking deflecting.
All right.
Well, I mean, she is giving
Suicide.
attorney answers.
No one at the Department of Justice interviewed this witness. You need to interview this witness immediately.
Bro, ASAP.
Epstein should rot in hell. So should the men who patronized his operation. And as we sit here today, there are over 1,000 sex trafficking victims, and you have not held a single man accountable. Shame on you. If you had any decency, you would resign right after this hearing
Time of the
concludes.
gentleman has expired.
Bro, I'm sorry,
May I
but
respond?
I agree.
That
Yeah, I don't know
that
how you respond
entire
to
last
it.
point, everyone can agree.
He doesn't
You're
want
allowed
to talk
to.
about
I
the
did not ask a
horrific
question.
crime in California. He
Bro,
does
again?
not want to talk about
I did not
Pause,
ask a
crime
question.
Another
in his
straw
state.
man.
Madam Attorney General,
This is
I did
another
not
straw
ask
man.
a question.
Meeting will be in order. The gentleman has yielded back his time. I think our next witness will be.
Oh my god.
Bro.
Damn it, Pam.
Another attorney answer.
God.
Bro,
damn it,
it's
Pam.
like, no, what
Why
he
is
said
she
was right.
doing this to herself?
I mean,
I
there's
willing
really
to bet you
that's
somebody
the best
paid her.
defense she got.
No, I'm
If
willing
the
to
best
bet
defense is a straw man argument, she needs to get off the bench.
Facts.
Yeah.
Facts. Because you like you said, like Chad said, bro, she put herself here. So you gotta speak, you gotta speak on this. And if you want to sit there and straw man and red herring about immigrants, I'm like, I'm sorry, but you're not Christy Gnomes. We really don't care. You're
And
AG.
Here's the other thing is she's
All she
making it
has
look
to do is
like
fucking be honest. That's all she has to do. Is fucking be honest and take
Chase, I
accountability.
completely agree with you. Holy moly. I'm sorry. Can we pin that comment that he said?
because she's an idiot.
Yes.
What I was trying to say is, you know, she's the way she's making it look is like she's just enjoying the perks of the title and not doing the responsibility. She is honestly making herself look like a high schooler who just wants to be the senior who wants to graduate without actually doing the work to graduate.
She's basically basically reinforcing a stereotype of blondes.
Well, let me ask you guys a question. Let me ask you a question. Gamer said it earlier, like follow the money for everything, right? I think that's true in a lot of things. If you're been the AG of Florida for 8 years, you've been a esteemed attorney for 25. Why would you run your name through the mud and get in front of Congress and look this stupid?
And that was the other
Just,
thing.
I mean, what do you guys think is the reason why she'd be doing
somebody
this?
is paying her. Somebody's paying her off from a 3-letter agency.
I mean,
or someone's threatening
no, guys, let's
her
be
from
real.
a
Wasn't she
3-letter
also
agency.
Attorney General when Epstein? When I don't think when Epstein did. Wait, when was she Attorney General when I think it was Alex Acosta was the one who kind of let this guy off? She was Attorney General then, and she could have went after it then. So this isn't the first time she stood down from tackling the Epstein.
Is she holding water for Epstein because she's afraid?
I mean, to be honest
I
with you,
think
dog,
it's
I
gotta
can
be
see her
something.
holding water
She's
for
a
Epstein
very
because-
fucking aggressive prosecutor. I've seen
Not
her.
like guys, like, all right, maybe I'm going to be a bit
I have
conspiratorial, but
I have a speculation.
all right, go ahead.
What if she herself is in the files?
That'd be crazy. I think it would, but will we know by what? Maybe with the second
we
one, we
wouldn't.
might find out.
I don't,
Maybe with the
I
second
don't
one.
fucking
No.
doubt anything. Honest
Maybe.
to goodness, my stance on this has stayed the same consistently. If you can give me proof that anybody hurt kids, I want them to go through the fucking wood chipper, up to and including anybody.
Yeah.
But
So
I ain't gonna lie, Pimbani, she might be paid for. She might be being paid
I
off.
haven't seen
I
it.
almost feel like
I've heard.
I mean, all their names are redacted, so
Yeah, but I've heard
There's-
conjecture and all this fucking speculation of team sports, but I have
Wait.
not seen proof of anybody, really anybody. All the fucking they're all fucking redacted. So the second someone can show me proof, I will be right on there fucking holding a sign in a fucking protest and with fucking Antifa.
All right, let's get to the next video. All right,
here's
let's get to the
my-
next video, guys, because it's been a little bit too long.
Hold on, let
Thank
Toad
you.
say something.
Thank you, Chairman Jordan, Ranking Member.
All right, Tove, go ahead. My bad.
I was gonna say, here's my kind of off the wall theory. What if she's actually working with the Democrats to make
She's
to
acting
make
like
the
a fucking Democrat.
Man, she's doing a good job if that's the case. But shout out to my man Vladstein, said makes you wonder which elites have something over her head. Same with Cash. I'm not going to blame Trump for their stupid behavior. I mean, all right. But let's keep it going. But a lot of people are going to blame Trump though. So hey, I ain't gonna lie.
but it's Occam's razor. It's the easiest thing to explain. It's her boss.
Yeah.
That's the common denominator, guys. Like I'm like, regardless of politics, I don't care about any of that stuff. If you replace it, like that's the easiest way to explain it, right? I don't know.
I mean, to be honest with you, yeah. But all right, guys, let's keep it going.
Raskin, and thank you. Thank you, Chairman Jordan, Ranking Member Raskin, and distinguished members of this committee. Thank you for hosting me here today. I'm grateful for the opportunity to answer your questions, highlight the work of our department, and discuss the most important topic of all, keeping the American people safe. A little over a year ago, I was sworn into office as the 87th Attorney General of the United States. I came into office with the goal of refocusing the Department of Justice on its core mission after years of bloated bureaucracy and political weaponization. The Department of Justice's core mission is to fight violent crime, protect the American people, and defend the rule of law above all else. While our work is never done, we have made tremendous progress to make America safe again. In 2025, we saw the lowest murder rate in 125 years. That's nothing short of historic. If you compare 25 to 24, here's what you'll find. The murder rate is down 21%, robbery down 23%, carjacking down 43%, gun assault down 22%, ag assault, burglary, could go on and on. Crime is declining. This did not happen by accident. The numbers tell an important yet straightforward story. President Trump has given us the resources, the support, and the leadership to protect the American people. President Trump's policies have saved lives. I cannot think of a policy outcome more important than protecting the lives of American citizens. Can you?
All right, we're gonna move past her opening statements and get right back to you. Whoops, here we go.
Time of the gentleman has expired.
Thank you.
Time of the gentleman has expired.
I have a UC, Mr. Chairman.
And that is the gentlelady from Texas.
I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record. El Paso airspace reopened after FAA quickly rescinds 10-day flights restriction. This was published by the Texas Tribune on February 11th, 2026. And it says it was because of an impasse with the DOD over the use of unmanned military aircraft and not triggered by Mexican
What
cartels.
does that have to do with the fucking DOJ?
Point of order, Mr. Chairman. I didn't hear back about the second round of questions. I assume that's not happening. I just want to be able to assure
Seth, did we hear Massey's questioning?
That's not a point of order.
Not yet, but I do got it.
That every member will get.
That's a good one.
With the witness. Will there be 5 minutes for each?
Yeah, you get 5 minutes. Yeah.
With the witness. Okay,
Yeah.
very good.
Yeah. Okay. And are you up next? Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I want to begin by acknowledging the survivors of Jeffrey Epstein's horrific abuse who are in the room with us today. I want to thank all of you for your bravery in speaking out. I want to say that you and the other survivors of these heinous crimes deserve better from this Department of Justice. In particular, it is shocking that the department did not redact the names of Epstein's victims, but it did redact the names of their abusers. I don't know whether this was done out of incompetence or whether it was deliberate and malicious, but either way, it is completely unacceptable. Even more troubling, the DOJ has failed to bring any of these perpetrators to justice. Instead, it has engaged in a relentless pursuit of Donald Trump's perceived enemies. I want to focus on just one example. The Attorney General of my home state of New York, Tish James. This DOJ has been hell-bent on securing an indictment against Ms. James for something, anything, simply because she held Donald Trump's companies accountable for years of financial fraud. And indeed, the department manufactured an investigation against her for alleged, quote, mortgage fraud. But the U.S. attorney leading the investigation, Eric Siebert, a Trump appointee, refused to bring charges against Ms. James because there was simply no evidence. Unfortunately, a prosecutor who refuses to do Trump's bidding has no place in this DOJ, so Mr. Siebert was forced out. Trump could not contain his fury that he expressed to you in a social media post addressed to you by name. I'm sure you've seen it. Quote, I fired him and there is a great case, he wrote to you about Mr. Siebert. Then we moved down. We can't delay any longer. It's killing our reputation and credibility. They impeached me twice and indicted me 5 times over nothing. Justice must be served now. And obviously, you followed that order. Lindsay Halligan, Trump's former defense lawyer who had never prosecuted a case in her life, was installed to replace Mr. Siebert, and it was clear that part of her mandate was to go after Ms. James. Halligan immediately sought an indictment, which
I mean, you know what's kind of hilarious about this? It is a bit of retribution because there was a lot. I mean, didn't Letitia James pretty much, get elected on or, get put into the position on the premise that, oh, I'm going to go after Donald Trump?
Yes.
So that's what she got elected
Yes, she
on. So the fact that you guys are complaining about that is hilarious. You're right. It shouldn't be done. But you guys sat there and watched her do it. And now you're crying that somebody's doing it to her. I mean,
And
hey,
here's
man,
the other.
if they find verifiable evidence, it is what it is.
Yeah, and it's funny because one of the things that she went after Trump for, she's currently actually there's actual proof that she did herself.
Yeah, mortgage fraud.
Yep.
But all right, no, I do want to get over to Thomas Massey though. Let's get over. We're gonna get back to that video, but let's get into our guy Thomas Massey because apparently he was the one that was cooking the most. But shout out my man Vladstein. All of this just to shift opinion for midterms. Yeah, that's true. These these politicians could care less about any of the victims. If they truly cared, they would have leave politics out of it.
But here's the thing. Here's my take on that. And I agree with you, Vlad. And it's absolutely what the Democrats are doing. But make it at least look like they're fucking doing that. Stop fucking affirming it and making it look like they have a fucking point. Fall on your fucking sword and say, hey, this is what fucking happened. There's fucking a million fucking plausible answers she could have fucking given other than look at this mean looking illegal immigrant.
All right, let's get to the next video.
Briefly to her statement.
Well, I think we can do that
Okay.
probably on
Next.
one of our members.
Okay, thank you. I don't want that to get away. Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Behind me, I have 3 documents from the DOJ production that are emblematic of the massive failure of the DOJ to comply with the Epstein Files Transparency Act. To my right is an email that was sent by the victim's lawyers to the DOJ. It was a list of names not to redact, a list of names not to release. What did the DOJ do with this email? They released this email in the document production. Literally the worst thing you could do to the survivors, you did. And they're getting phone calls. A lot of these people didn't want to be known. And we know you touched the document because you redacted one name and you redacted the lawyer's name, but you left the survivor's name there. The next document I want to show you, that was in the title, the victims' survivors' names, all right? The title of this one is Child Sex Trafficking, Co-Conspirators, fully redacted. And by the way, I'm going to unredact them here. Les Wexner is in this. Now, your your deputy attorney general said, oh, well, he appears hundreds of times in the files, but he doesn't appear in this file until I forced you to release it, where he's listed as a co-conspirator, not to
co-conspirator and main financier. I mean, he's one of the reasons why Jeffrey Epstein got that mansion is him. And the scary thing about Lex Wessner, him being a financier and a co-conspirator with Jeffrey Epstein is that, bro, this man basically runs the city I'm in. Like, to be honest with you, the man got his name all over the place. I mean, our big mall, Easton, our Ohio State University, his daughter has her own building there. Crazy stuff.
Hey, Seth.
Yo.
Can you put us across the bottom of the screen? You and I are just covered up by your QR code.
Oh, I got you. Whoops. There we go. Well, yeah.
How shallow can you be, Monty?
The child sex trafficking, not to prostitution, not to money laundering, child sex trafficking. And then finally, what we have here is the third exhibit that I have is emblematic of the FD 302 release. These are the documents that we need that you're holding on to and over redacting because they have the names of the men who are implicated. How do we know? Because the survivors gave testimony to the FBI, and it's in there. And what happens when you go to the portal at the DOJ to look at what's behind this redaction? Another redaction. So we can't even see them. And then there's some of these files you've pulled down from the website that we will never see because we can't search the redactions. So I have several questions for you. Who's responsible? Are you able to track who in your organization made this massive failure and released the victims' names? Are you able to track who it was that obscured Les Wexner's name as a co-conspirator in an FBI document? Do you have that kind of accountability?
I believe Wexner's name was listed more than 4,000 times.
Yeah, I already told you that. This is where he's listed as a co-conspirator.
Can I finish my answer? Come on, let me finish my answer. We corrected that within 40 minutes. He was already, you're acting like everybody's trying to cover up Wexner's
Leave me alone.
name.
Reclaiming my time.
I'm going to answer this question.
Reclaiming my time. Mr. Chairman.
This is how this works.
Can I have my time back? Mr. Chairman.
The gentlelady can give her answer. The time belongs to the gentleman from.
All right, I'm reclaiming my time.
Can I give my answer?
So I'm going to put the language of the bill up on the screen.
Chairman, may I give my answer on that? It's a political joke, and I need to give my answer on that.
We'll let the Attorney General respond, and then the gentleman can move to his next question.
It's my time.
Within 40
Chairman.
minutes, you asked me a question.
You can give
Within
me-
40 minutes, Wexner's name was added back.
Within 40 minutes of me catching you red-handed.
There was one redaction out
Where
of
he's
over
listed as a
4,700,
co-conspirator.
and
Okay.
we invited you in.
Gentlemen.
This guy has Trump derangement syndrome. He needs.
Nah, come on, sis. Come on, sis. Like you did redact the co-conspirator of Jeffrey Epstein.
No, she didn't just go
the DOJ.
Bro,
come on,
bro.
Like, come on. And then he was like, oh, he has term derangement syndrome. That doesn't escape the fact that a co-conspirator's name, one of the main co-conspirators of Jeffrey Epstein, was redacted. That
Answer
doesn't
the
escape that.
fucking question.
Well, she is trying this time.
I think at this point we can all agree on every side that she just needs to be taken off the bench and somebody needs to replace her.
Oh God, because at this point it's done. It's done. I have no more.
He didn't say Trump one fucking time.
The thing is if it was just simple incompetence or a crappy AI, there's like day 2 activity that happens after the release. It should be a continuous auditing process to be able to check, did we redact, over redact, under redact? So like her justification of saying, "Oh, I got it off after 40 minutes," is like it's total BS.
Yeah, no, like it's absolute. Like you want to go and verify because they do this shit electronically. They're not fucking highlighting shit with a black Sharpie anymore. They're doing it electronically. So you want to go in and fucking actually look at the publicly accessible UI and fucking go read through it and make sure the shit that you wanted redacted is actually redacted. But this is fucking bullshit. The fact that his name is up there and then it's redacted in one name, like either way. I grilled the guy earlier for fucking not keeping it consistent, but that is now my question. What the fuck are you guys doing? Why are you so bad at your fucking, either you're so bad at your job, which you're not fucking bad at catching me for fucking not paying $600 of fucking tax on a Venmo transfer. So what the fuck is going on that you're
Somebody
hiding?
has her. Somebody has her. She
needs to get the fuck out of the office.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Someone's either paying her or someone has something on her that's got her
or maybe she's
playing these
afraid she's gonna
games.
get Clintoned. I don't fucking know, but either way she's compromised and I don't fucking want her in there anymore.
I don't know. I think that she's probably a really great investigator. I'm going to be honest with you guys. Like a lot of people are probably scared of her getting in there. I think she saw this stuff a long time ago.
Then why
I don't underestimate her abilities as an attorney. I'll put it to you that way.
Then why isn't she fucking running with it then?
My thing is, if she's straw manning every single question,
yeah,
then why does she do the same thing as an attorney? And if she does,
that's why she's a good attorney.
Be an attorney. That's not what makes a good attorney at all. That is something that actually hurts her as an attorney. Because if you sit here and you straw man and you're saying, oh, but what about this person doing this? No, that's not how refuting evidence works or bringing evidence into court works. That's not how that works.
All right, shout out to my man Jace. This makes me wonder why Senate didn't want Gates as AG now. I mean, because Gates was really going to go after people, and Gates was calling out Israeli influences. So, I mean,
I
let's
don't
be
know,
real.
man. I'm just.
Bro, you start calling out that, and you're no longer eligible to work in the government no more. I mean, shoot, look what they did to Steve Bannon. But all right, let's get right back to it.
You're a failed politician.
Gentlemen,
You need to
I
get
want
on
you to watch
these
the
matters.
video. Chairman, please restore his time and remind the witness of the rules here.
There is no credible information. None. If there were, I would bring the case yesterday that he trafficked to other individuals.
Is that your position as well?
I mean, that's what I was talking about too.
You're a failed politician.
Gentlemen,
You need to get
I
on
want you to
these
watch the video.
matters.
Chairman, please restore his time and remind the witness of the rules here.
There is no credible information. None. If there were, I would bring the case yesterday that he trafficked to other individuals.
no credible information. So
Who believes them?
Is either they did this without
fucking
knowledge of the
blatantly
Epstein
said it.
files or what was actually in there, or they seen this and they say, yeah, we're just gonna run a cover up. A or B.
It's one of the
There is
two.
no C factor.
It's literally one or the two. Either they didn't have the information and they were fucking grandstanding then, or they had the information and they fucking lied about it. Either way, they need to be fucking gone. The two of them. Kash Patel, I really, really, really had fucking high hopes for you, but fuck you, dude. Fuck you.
Yeah, he sold out on that one.
Is that your position as well?
My position is any victim who comes forward, of course, we would love to hear from them. 1-800-CALL-FBI. Did you ask Merrick Garland that the last 4
my
years?
God.
Did you talk about Epstein?
I am reclaiming my time. I'm glad you're asking about Merrick Garland.
You get to reclaim
Because this
time when
is
you don't-
bigger
when
than
you can't-
Watergate.
when I don't answer a question the
This
way you
goes
want.
over 4 administrations. You don't have to go back to Biden. Let's go back to Obama. Let's go back to George Bush. This cover-up spans decades, and you are.
I mean, let's be real. We're going all the way back to 06. That's Bush.
Yes.
It's like you just can't sit
I'm
there
so-
and blame Biden's administration the whole time. I mean, we gotta go back to Bush, Obama, Biden, and now Trump. Everybody's
Bro, I'm
complicit.
Trump won,
Bro,
Biden
I'm
won,
so-
Trump too. All of them.
Bro, I'm so glad that that senator actually said that, because he said the quiet part out loud. Like, bro, this goes back decades. We can't even just stop at one president.
Yeah, we
But they're
was like
fucking
like
way
AG's
later,
already
man.
failed us for decades. We was hoping you're gonna be different.
That's what we fucking voted for, was fucking different.
Yeah, no more
We're getting the
cover-ups.
same shit we got from Merrick Garland. If I fucking wanted Merrick Garland, I would have just fucking voted for Biden again.
Responsible for this portion of it.
And that's
Now,
where the
I want to Biden. Let's go back to Obama. Let's go back to George Bush. This cover-up spans decades, and you are responsible for this portion of it.
And that's
Now,
where the
I want to know at what
transparent-
point did the FBI and the DOJ decide that Lex Wessner was not a co-conspirator? Because our Epstein Files Transparency Act requires you, please put it back on the screen, please, to release the internal decision about whether to prosecute him or not. And it's not in the files, and it's not in the files for any of these other men.
Time of the gentleman has expired.
May she answer?
And he's a hypocrite because he voted against the ban that we were talking about on deep fake AI porn. Only 2 people voted against it, and you were one of them, hypocrite.
The gentleman's time has expired.
Mr.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, could she answer the question?
Chairman, I was wondering. The gentlelady's allowed, the Attorney General's allowed to respond the way she wants to respond to any member's questions, Republican, Democrat.
I have unanimous consent
deep
request.
fake AI. porn.
Gentleman's
That is
recognized for
where
a
this
UC.
conversation
All
is
right.
now.
This is an
How about-
example.
hold on, pause.
I'm submitting these
Pause.
3.
How about real fucking child molestation? How about sexual assault of minors? Can we fucking get on board to fucking go after that, please? Attorney General?
Well, you know, Merrick Garland, and I mean, well, you know,
Shut
the Democrats
fuck up with
and
Merrick Garland. He's gone. That's why he's gone.
Bro, I get you. Trust me. It is frustrating hearing this lady right now.
I'm gonna say
Well, the thing
this, if Republicans lose the primary, one of the biggest reasons is gonna be because of Pam Bondi, and I genuinely think that is what she's setting out to do.
Oh, go ahead, Chad.
Yeah, well, really quickly on that, I'm not convinced that this is like fully for the midterms, guys. I think that, like, personally, I think that there was a lot of other things happening in our country that probably would have been just fine for the left when it comes to midterm, but different conversation. What I was gonna say is that for the attorney general to just blatantly not answer the questions from someone of their side, it doesn't make any sense because we know Bill Clinton's in it. Like, you could be roasting Clinton right now. You could be putting him under the jail, and they're choosing not to do it, which makes this even more fishier in my opinion.
So my
Yeah,
question is, I don't think the right is gonna fucking have a field day with this. I don't think Bill and Hillary Clinton are implicated. Just as much as I don't think Donald Trump is implicated. I do not think this is my guy is fucking clean and your guy is fucking dirty. That's what this fucking was sold to us as. The more I read about it, the more I fucking digest it, the more I realize that that's just fucking political fucking gaming. And I'm tired of that, but I think it goes deeper than that, and I think that I don't know.
I'm just saying from a political standpoint, it could be a win for Trump and his administration if it came out right that Clinton was implicated, which for the record, I'm fairly certain like he was. I mean, one of those diaries specifically calls him out, and it's really nasty stuff.
He's a biter.
Yeah, I think he's part. I think he's part of it, man. But the thing is that if you go that direction, you got to go the other way too.
Yeah.
And I think there's too many people, whether or not Trump's included in that circle or not, that are close enough to his sphere of influence. They just want to touch it.
It's literally, I mean, let's not forget what Jeffrey Epstein's whole fucking mission is. I'm not going to sit here and mince words. Sorry, Set, your stream's going to get fucking taken down by the fucking America's favorite fucking ally. But that's what his fucking job was to do, was to fucking get dirt on people so that he could fucking use it to gain favor. And, it just happened to coke his sick, sadistic fucking urges himself. He is a predator, and he used that, and he was used as an asset by Mossad and probably by our CIA to keep our government in a house of cards holding pattern, keep them in fucking line. Now that it's all fucking coming undone, everybody's trying to fucking run for the hills and hold what they have. If it needs to fall, it needs to fucking fall. That's all there is to it. Period.
All right.
I seen a clip
that are entirely redacted.
Hold on.
So I seen a clip from Pam Bondi, and basically when they asked, why didn't you just release everything unredacted? I think it's in this clip that you're about to watch. And she said, I want my credit set. I said before that if whatever's in those files must be so damning that if it were to come out, it would completely break the world structure. She said those exact words almost. And everybody left, right, and center was like, burn it then.
Yeah.
Burn it.
I mean, like, bro, our whole economy and the government's going to be torn apart. It's ran on child pedophilia. We don't give a damn if that's the case.
Burn it.
Like, burn it down.
Hey, I'll be the first one in the fucking street rioting. If we need to burn the fucking shit down, then we need to burn the shit down. Like, that's all there is to it. You do not deserve power or authority or influence over me and my fucking life if that's what you fucking do. You don't.
This is an example. I'm submitting these 302 forms that are entirely redacted. Even when you go to look at them.
Without objection.
I'm submitting a witness statement that implicates Les Wexner.
Without objection.
I'm submitting an article from the New York Times that the DOJ released nude photos and identifiable pictures of the victims. I'm submitting a letter from A.G. Bondi to Kash Patel, imploring him to quit keeping the files when you found out that they were keeping files from you, because they're still redacting files that you...
Chairman, are we going to recess for votes?
I'm submitting for unanimous consent a document of 17 individuals who've resigned because...
Hold on now. Did he just like... Dang. So Pam Bondi wrote a letter to Kash Patel pretty much saying, look, man, we know you sitting on some files, bro. Come on now. Like,
so in other words, Kash Patel is the one. That's probably why Dan Bongino stepped away.
So if Kash Patel is gatekeeping the files, then wow,
that makes a lot more sense. Why Dan Bongino would be like, yeah, I'm out.
Why is she running cover for them then?
I mean, And honestly, then why ain't Dan Bongino speaking up about it? If anything, he's over here trying to run excuses. Like he's over here trying to say, look, man, that's all we had. You got to understand, and you weren't there, and you're not qualified. It's like, okay, bro. But shout out to our man Jay Scott. He says, at this point, we're all in the same boat.
Pause. So their job as authority figures over us that control our fucking lives, control our fucking economy, control everything about, who we can marry, what gun we can have. They have that much power over us. They're supposed to.
Only one that got power over me is Jesus Christ.
Stop. They're supposed to explain it to us like we're kindergartners so that everybody can understand. Why are they being shady then?
That's a really good question. But all right, though. Now, I guess we can go ahead and move on to our guy, Howard Lutnick, and let's see how he held up. Let's see here. I got a couple of videos here.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Secretary, for being here. Mr. Secretary, the Census Bureau is under your jurisdiction, is it not?
Yes, it is.
And the Census Bureau is in charge of defining what it means to be poor or in poverty in America. Is that correct?
I think it does economic analysis for America.
But it also defines poverty level, does it not?
I don't know if it's the defining.
Well, you need to look because it does.
Okay.
Damn.
How you know, this isn't a quiz. If you know, what's the
Can we pause for a second?
who live at or below the poverty?
Yo.
So out of all of Congress, there's this guy, Josh Hawley, and then there's another one that's a female that I really like, and like it's because of the way they talk, and like 100%. Just listen to the way he phrases things. He's going to try to make sure that everybody knows what he's talking about and make sure that they have to answer it.
Hold on. I'm not saying you're the dumbest person in the world, but you better hope the dumbest person doesn't die.
If you hate cops because they're cops, next time, call a crackhead.
Now, guys, we do have. I'm sorry, but I had to read out the poll. So shout out to the poll. Should Pam Bondi be fired? Out of 237 votes, we have 69% yes, 31% no.
Who's the 31% that said no?
I mean,
what's your name in the chat?
Hey, man, some people.
The ones that realize she's helping the Dems.
Honestly, I want to hear some of the reasons why they say no. Because after this, she has to go.
Please, if you disagree, because this is the first poll that I've been like, I actually want to understand this breakup. Tell me why you think Pam Bondi should not resign or should not be fired.
Yeah, please and thank you. Let's get back to the video.
If you're saying that she shouldn't be fired because you don't want you want the Trump administration to have their reign, Trump can appoint another AG, one that will actually do what we're asking for.
Or America.
But it also defines poverty level, does it not?
I don't know if it's the defining.
Well, you need to look because it does.
Okay.
Damn.
If you know, this isn't a quiz. If you know, what's the percentage of Americans who live at or below the poverty level?
I don't know the percentage.
Okay, it's around 11%. It's been constant. Now, when the Census Bureau defines poverty, they do it by income. You're aware of that. When the Census Bureau defines poverty using income, they only count income that the individual earns or cash income that the individual gets from the federal government. Is that correct?
Well, it includes all sources of their income. I mean, that is the purpose.
Yeah, their income and cash income from the federal government. Is that correct?
Oh, meaning does it include income that they receive from the federal government?
Yeah, cash.
I think so.
Yeah. So if a person makes $11,000 a year, that's considered toward poverty level. But if the person gets a cash payment, let's say in the form of SSI or TANF, that counts too. Is that right?
Yes.
I'm not certain.
Yeah, it
It
does.
does.
Okay. Are you aware that your agency doesn't count non-cash
Hey, State,
payments
you
from
missed
the
the
federal
super chat.
government defining poverty?
Oh, let me see here.
According to Vlad.
I am not.
Are you aware that your agency doesn't count refund?
I'm sorry, that's effed up, but he says, I'm sorry. I'm guessing they threatened to shower Cash Patel. I'm like, bro.
That's fucked up. That's
God.
fucked up. That's fucked up.
But all right, though,
Do
let's
I
get
have
to
a
the best
rival?
part of this. He's like, Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick talks about briefly visiting Epstein Island. If he'd have been honest about that in the first place, you wouldn't be here, but it is what it is.
Secretary Lutnick, as I said in my opening statement, you led people to believe that you had cut off all contact with Jeffrey Epstein.
Here we go.
After the 2005 encounter you and your wife had in his apartment. But as I'm sure you know, the Epstein files show a very different record of interaction. Why do the Epstein files show you coordinating a meeting and planning a visit with Jeffrey Epstein on his private island in December 2012?
So I haven't seen this, but I'm willing to bet his answer is at least 5% better than whatever the fuck Bimbo Bondi said.
Let's see.
It is.
Thank you for the question. I'm glad to be here to make it clear that I met Jeffrey Epstein when I moved to a house next door to him in New York, right? And I met him then. Over the next 14 years, I met him 2 other times that I can recall, 2 times. And that is none for 6 years. So 6 years later, I met him. And then a year and a half after that, I met him and never again. Probably the total, and you've seen all of these documents, of these millions and millions of documents, there may be 10 emails connecting me with him, probably about 10 emails connecting me with him over a 14-year period. I did not have any relationship with him. I barely had anything to do with that.
That's such a Bill Clinton answer.
I did not have sex with that man.
I think you understand the root of concern here. It's the way you described very emphatically your first encounter with him in his apartment, said you were disgusted, would never have any contact with him again. Did you in fact make the visit to Jeffrey Epstein's private island?
I did have lunch with him as I was on a boat going across on a family vacation. My wife was with me, as were my 4 children and nannies. I had another couple. They were there as well with their children, and we had lunch on the island. That is true, for an hour, and we left with all of my
Oh
children,
my God, this
my
looks so
nannies,
bad.
and my wife.
Taking your kids around this week.
I mean, damn, with the nannies. Well,
with the nannies, your wife.
You know what?
Oh
know
my
what?
Stayed
God.
there for
You know
an
what,
hour
Lefty?
and had dinner.
You know
Just
what,
an hour.
lefties? I have no fucking defense for this guy. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I don't care how
Monty.
pretty the fucking island is. I don't care how good the fucking lunch is. If I think you're a pedophile or, in his words, deeply disgusting, I'm not gonna, park my yacht on your fucking dock and go have lunch with you. I'm sorry. I understandably understand why everybody is fucking gunning for the Trump administration.
Well, I didn't pick it up when I first heard it, but he said I brought my nannies, and there's an email where Epstein is like interested in meeting Lutnick's nannies. So that makes it even more kind of gross.
Oh my God, bro.
At least they're of age, dude.
For me,
Well,
like,
I guess.
Maybe.
for me, this is something that like
Is
my
an island boy.
my original
Oh my
question,
God, stop.
knowing what kind of man this was. Do you regret taking your kids around them, knowing what he could do to them?
I would,
Yeah.
I would never take my daughter around someone that I so empathetically said was such a creep. Sorry.
Yeah.
I wouldn't even go around you myself.
All right, let's go.
Right?
We were not a party.
And he moved next
to
door to him?
suggest there was anything untoward about that.
They
in
live next door,
2012.
yeah.
I don't recall why we did it, but
Mr. Secretary, again, as I said, there's
That liquor in his cup is suspiciously red.
wrongdoing with Jeffrey Epstein.
Untoward about that in 2012. I don't recall why we did it, but
Mr. Secretary, again, as I said, there's not an indication that you yourself engaged in any wrongdoing with Jeffrey Epstein. It's the fact that you believe that you misled the country and the Congress based on your earlier statements, suggesting that you cut off all contact when in fact you had not. When you visited the private island, did you see anything inappropriate during that visit?
the only thing I saw with my wife and my children and the other couple and their children was staff who worked for Mr. Epstein on that island.
And
what they look like.
Nah, I know what I think. I think he did see some stuff. He probably thinking about the waitress that was a young lady. He's going like, damn, she did look kind of young. Like, oof. But he ain't gonna talk about
staff
that.
members. Call them staff members. Call them staff members.
Yeah,
That's why I said what they look like. I have a question as to what is in that cup because I realized it like as soon as I commented. That stuff in that cup that does not look like coffee. It's too red.
It's black coffee. What's wrong with you? That's just light coffee. He's a bitch. He drinks his coffee a little light.
God
damn, Monty. Fuck.
You ain't fucking with him no more.
No,
I don't fuck with pedos.
We don't know for sure.
Well, it's all
surprisingly I ain't gonna lie, though. It's damning though. It is looking like a 70% chance. You know, you might have had some.
Because dude, when he got asked that question on what did you see, he stuttered too much for me. And it was either one, he was traumatized, or two, he was trying to pick his words carefully.
He looked like he's at a damn funeral is what he looks like.
A funeral for his own execution.
I'm a decrepit old man.
But all right, we'll get back.
He looks terrified.
The only thing I saw with my wife and my children and the other couple and their children was staff who worked for Mr. Epstein on that island.
And you
No,
realize
he's
that,
trying not to
you know,
cry.
this visit took place after he'd been convicted, right? I mean, you made a very big point of saying that you sensed that this was a bad person in 2005. And then, of course, in 2008, he was convicted of soliciting prostitution of a minor. And yet you went and had this trip and other interactions. Did you have a dinner in Epstein's New York City home in 2011?
Oh yeah, because I think that dinner did happen after his conviction, right?
So hold on, pause.
Oof.
Before we go down that road, I don't understand it, but there were a lot of people, even after he was convicted, that still decided that they were going to hang out with him for whatever reason. People interviewed him. In fact, the interview that I'm going to have set play is literally an interview after he gets out of jail.
Facts.
Telephone back in.
Oh, gotcha.
11.
Hold on here.
No.
So the information that suggests that there was a dinner with Woody Allen and Woody Allen's spouse at the Epstein residence, that's there's nothing to that. Is that right?
I actually don't know what you're referring to. There was, look, I looked through the millions of documents for my name, just like everybody else. And what I found was there was a document that says that I had a meeting with him on in May, I think, for an hour at 5 o'clock.
Okay.
Not dinner or otherwise, for an hour at 5 o'clock.
All right. There's also a reference to the fact that Epstein had expressed an interest in meeting your nanny. Do you know whether Jeffrey Epstein ever met with your nanny?
No, I saw that. I had no idea what that was about. It had nothing to do with me,
No
as far as
interaction
I
at
know.
all with him on that.
No,
Oh shit.
as far as I know, no.
Would you, Mr.
I
Secretary?
mean, you might want to find out because your nanny might have been trying to either, I don't know, get blackmail information on you or but as you work with
Traffic his
Epstein,
children.
like why was Epstein talking to your nanny? Like that is a really good question. You're hitting us with the, I didn't even know that was going on.
Wood chipper.
Bringing the nanny.
Be willing to
And this is,
ensure that
hold up, pause it
file
real
is
quick. I want
complete
to highlight
share.
a point. So this is what I was saying the other day. Some people may be in the Epstein files and are victims, not just of obviously the victims, but like political victims. And some people are in the Epstein files. Obviously, the rest are.
But how are they political victims, though? Chad, how
Well,
are you in
think
here?
about it. Hold up. So think about it like this. Yeah, his whole story about going to the island and didn't see anything besides staff, even though we all know that's a lie. Okay, we can make a judgment about that. But then Epstein asking, having communication with the nanny behind the scenes, that's a classic coercion blackmail tactic. What better way to get a hold of somebody but through their kids? And going through the nanny, and as he said, he didn't know. We gotta take him at his word. Let's give him the benefit of the doubt. If he didn't know, he could have been a target of potential blackmail.
Would it be too far to say instead of the wood chipper, we just turn them into human lab rats?
I'm done.
Bro, we could do testing for like anything. We could do human
We-
trials.
We can make Bill Gates. We can make Bill Gates test his own vaccines, and we can see if they're safe.
I'm done.
Yes.
All right. Let's get back to the video. Whoops. There we go.
Share with this committee and the Congress your own records, any records you have that relate to Jeffrey Epstein.
I will surely talk about that. I hadn't thought about that. I have nothing to hide. Absolutely nothing.
Really?
All right. Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, I do think this goes right to the heart of the question of credibility based on the Secretary's earlier statements. I hope to pursue some of the other issues in front of the hearing as we go on.
All right there. Whoops. Go ahead and get to this one over here.
Mr. Secretary, you've referred and referenced that dozens of states have submitted complete plans for deployment dollars under Beard and signed final agreements. Rhode Island, my state, has done that. They signed their final agreement nearly 2 months ago, but they have not got any funding, and they have no indications of what lies ahead. Can you clarify the situation? What's the holdup?
If your state has signed the agreement, they should be able to draw funds. There is nothing. Once we send you the document, if you sign it, you can draw funds from the grant process. There should be nothing in the way. And I'm happy as I leave here to go find out how I can help you fix that. Because if you've signed that, there should be nothing in your way to receive the grant proceeds.
And if you want a person to deliver it, Newport's a nice place to deliver it.
Yes, it is.
Yes, it is. Until you became secretary.
All right. I guess that's all the grilling they really did on him when it came to Epstein was just that right there. Oh. All right, then I guess we can go ahead and move on to the Epstein interview with Steve Bannon.
Oh, bother.
All right.
Just
Now, have we confirmed that he's still alive, or are we just speculating that?
Speculating.
No, he's still alive.
I
No,
thought it was just speculating.
we have no proof, but it looks very, very suspicious. And in the photo that you see of him on the autopsy table, he is pinker than he is right now. It's almost like he's laying down Trendelenburg, which means feet above heart.
There was also an announcement of his death that was dated the day before from some federal agency, so it's
What?
definitely sketchy. Yeah.
Yeah, a little too sketchy.
You know what?
Okay, so what about that one video that we saw about Hillary Clinton going into his cell? Do you think she was there to help him escape at that point?
Hillary Clinton does not get her hands directly dirty. That is AI. If you saw that,
Yeah,
I know a video did come out. There was a what was it? A video of Epstein in his cell. I mean, I guess he was. It looked like he was trying to hang himself. It looked like, bro. I'm be real with you. Like it was a video.
Wait. Pause.
This was part of the Epstein drop.
Pause.
Yeah.
There's a camera in Epstein's cell after we were told there wasn't.
Yeah. Yeah, when they released all the Epstein files, they released the footage inside his cell, outside his cell, bro. Every
Can you
corner of
find
that jail.
Can you please find that?
Yeah, I got you. Let me see if I can go and pull that up here.
Please,
Before we get into
I'm
details,
sorry to
let's just
derail
talk-
that,
let's
but
give some basics
please.
of some things I want to do inquiry from the others. Walk me through the Santa Fe Institute. What was it about the time of the math? And this was in the late 90s. So they're not going to hear me on this part, right? We're going to do it both ways?
It will not be on the video, but we do have you recorded.
Fine. Remember, when you're answering on these questions, I'm not in the shot, and they're never going to hear my voice. So a little bit, you got to repeat in your answer, you got to repeat what my question was.
Oh,
a little bit.
Found it.
Santa Fe Institute.
All right, let's play it before
All
we
right.
get into this. This is 2 hours.
Viewer discretion advised, by the way. But here it is. This was released by the government. So as you see, this is Jeffrey Epstein, 12 minutes, and this was on, I believe, the 8th, August 10th, 2019.
Where is him setting it up?
Look, it's tied right there, and it looks like, I don't know, is he trying to force it over? Like, what's going on? Because it looked like he did tie something there. And
It's exactly how I said. It's exactly how I said you would do it.
Yeah, it's exactly how you explained it, but it's also exactly how I explained it too. It just looks weird. Like his knees are touching the ground. It's like he's forcing it.
He's still alive. He's absolutely still alive. So
This was just, and this is only a 12-second video. So it sounds like this
pause.
might be just for show. Go ahead, my bad.
Pause. I proposed 2 theories, if you remember. One, pause the video. I proposed that he was laying up on that top rack right there and moved himself and like flung himself off, which is why he broke his neck in the way that he did, so that he would like actually fall to the ground, or that he did this right here. If I said if he did this right here, that's very, very hard to do to yourself. So I don't buy if this is what they're putting out there, I don't buy it. He did this. They did this for show. He is still alive.
Yep, and let's see here. Where does this? Yeah, this comes from justice.gov/Epstein files/dataset8. So you can go into dataset 8 and you'll be able to find this video.
All right, let's get off of it before YouTube takes the stream down.
All right.
Top of your game on Wall Street. Do you decide to
Oh, crap. And shout out to my man Vladstein. He says money and power is far more important to these people and being a part of the power cult than the morality of being a normal and caring human being. Obviously, it's all about money. It's all about money. Every single time.
That's which was at the time, or endow, or become the donor or sponsor, however you want to say it, for what was considered the most cutting edge group of mathematicians in the world. Action.
So Santa Fe Institute in the late 80s, early 90s, I was interested, I was on the board of Rockefeller. So that starts, Rockefeller University, formed by John D. Rockefeller to sort of give back to the community. It's east side of Manhattan, except it was old. It was sort of old fashioned. They were talking about medicine, and medicine by itself was again subject to the ideas of science.
Hey, Seth.
Use science to find.
So Green Bean brought up a very good point. If you put it up on screen, this is the last comment.
Gotcha.
And just
Never know. They might have different models for it.
No. So I've in the hospitals and in jail cells, like suicide rooms, it is exactly like that. Like it's almost like it's not a 360 camera, but it's a fisheye, so you can see, like, there's no blind spots in it.
And
it
was hard to tell because of how low quality it is, but it didn't look like it was a bed sheet Because that's what they said they found is the noose. That didn't appear to be a bed sheet to me.
So his bed sheets were orange. I've never seen orange bed sheets, but they like the pictures that they showed. Like you can see. I don't know if you can
The
find
picture
them.
of the noose that he hung himself with is orange, though.
Yeah.
I'm just saying in that video, it was hard to make it out.
Hey, I get what you're saying. Yeah, true.
And it almost looks fake. Like it almost looks AI. Like all that orange stuff. It looks like there's like an orange puddle behind him.
Yeah, good point. But all right,
It also looks like he doesn't have legs. Like it looked like to me like his legs were in the floor, not on the floor.
Not behind him. Like his femurs were shorter, if that makes sense.
Yeah, if he was kneeling like the way that you would think, then you would at least be able to see his knees. Even leaning forward, you would still be able to see at the very least the like meat of one of his legs, and I didn't see that in the video.
Hold on, I got you.
Behind himself.
I got it right here. I think we can go ahead and look. There's his knees right there. Now, as we play the video,
orange puddle. Look at the orange puddle.
It's a puddle, not actually.
And there's his knees right here. So he's on his knees. I'm not sure if he's dangling above it or is his knees planted on the ground.
His knees are planted on the ground. You can't dangle with
I mean, bro, according to your theory said he might be able to dangle with them knees, 6 feet.
No, my theory was that he threw himself off the top bunk or tied it off of the bunk and dangled below. Like you'd have to throw, like, look at his legs. His legs would have to be kind of under the rack. And he'd be leaning forward and kind of forced into that.
Okay. All right, thanks for clarifying
So-
that one then.
What was that? What was that movie? It almost reminds me of a movie that with Robin Williams where he's a single dad and his son accidentally.
Now let's not get too far.
No. I'm trying to. The way that Monty's describing it. It reminds me of that movie, and I'm trying to describe what. I'm trying to see if I'm going to see if I can find the clip to show what Monty's talking about, because that's how it would really look if he had actually killed himself.
We got to be careful how much sewer slide we put up on YouTube, guys.
Oh no! I shouldn't say I'm trying to find the clip. I'm trying to describe how it looks in that movie, but I'm hoping other people had seen it so that they knew what I was talking about.
All right, well, sure, let's get to this interview because we're only 1 minute. We're only 1 minute in on a 2-hour interview.
All right, you got to listen to this
disease. And I said, no, we need to do something different. We need to start interdisciplinary work. In most,
how did a schmuck like you get on the board of Rockefeller? What year was that?
I don't remember. I think 89 and 91.
So that's one of the most prestigious research places in the world, correct?
Yes.
Okay, how did a guy like you get on the board of a blue blood, internationally known, hard research, Nobel Prize winners all over the place? How do they pick a guy like you, a trader from, or basically some guy from Bear Stearns?
Good question. So I was asked to be on the board of Rockefeller, and I think I was on the board of Rockefeller. There was a money manager who said Rockefeller needs someone with financial expertise because the university is growing and there's lots of new things. You have to, again, we go back to the original discussion the last time. Up until the mid 80s or sort of mid 70s, the most important thing was your name. If you were Rockefeller, you already were considered to be brilliant. If you were head of General Motors, it was your reputation. It was who you knew, who your family was, what was your character. And then in the mid 70s, basically, if you remember, you probably had a calculator. It was very advanced in those days to have a Texas Instrument calculator where it could, by putting in the numbers, it would multiply for you to do square roots. And that was the first, and everyone who had a calculator was already advanced on Wall Street. A simple almost like your accountant. The most important parts of business were really now going to calculations. So it's not only mathematics, but it's things that could be calculated. Reputation couldn't be calculated. I could give you, are you a 10 on a reputation scale, an 8? What does it mean to have a measurement of your reputation? We'll get to that later. But places like Rockefeller needed someone to say, look, we're entering a different world where numbers and the numbers of companies, portfolio management was going to be balanced. It was going to be statistical. Jeffrey, could you come on the board? Potentially sit on the finance committee, Nancy Kissinger and a bunch of other people. And David Rockefeller and I got along very well. He was this unbelievable human being. Respectful to everyone. He introduced his driver as his colleague, not his driver. He would never say, this is my driver. He said, it's my colleague. And David started to explain to me world politics. So David would say, Jeffrey, money is going to be sort of the most important things. People don't understand money. You seem to have this knack for money. I said to David, tell me about your life. What was the worst and the best part of your life? So David said, when I grew up, everyone knew I was a Rockefeller. They didn't know that my father told me he would not leave me a dime, no money. But every time we went out to eat, me and my 5 friends in school, they would leave me the bill. They would expect me to pick up the check because I was a Rockefeller. And he said, I was chairman of Chase Bank. And he said, I remember like it was yesterday, one of the headlines in Time magazine said, David, please fire yourself. So he thought that there was a world that existed that would be a combination of both politics and business and leadership. What do I mean? He formed something called the Trilateral Commission. The Trilateral Commission is some spooky stuff. People said it was something, the Illuminati, there's some mystery about it, people that ran the world. It was politicians, but David said most countries, the politicians get elected for 4 years or 8 years, separate from the royal families in England or in the Middle East. Someone's there for 4 years and then they're not there anymore. The most important people to have stability and consistency would be businessmen. So he formed this Trilateral Commission of businessmen and politicians from 3 major continents. So it was the North Americans, the Europeans, and the Asians. So he said to me, would you like to be on the Trilateral Commission? Now, I was 30 years old, 32 years old. I said, great. And he said, well, you have to fill out this application so they have your bio. And I looked at the list of people, and it was Bill Clinton, former president of the United States, Paul Volcker, every great leader in America, the Asians, the Japanese, and with a very long description of their history. And they asked me to fill in what I would like to have written. And I wrote Jeffrey Epstein, comma, just a good kid. Which I thought was funny. Nobody else did.
I wonder why.
So 7 minutes of not explaining why he was on the board.
Monies and currencies were not really well understood.
I mean,
but again,
he did just kind of expose the financing for what it is, though. He's like, when you know the right people, you can get anywhere. It's pretty much what he's saying.
That's essentially what he's saying, is he knew people.
Bro,
well, right, and that's the reason why everyone liked to talk to him. He could connect people, but 30 years old, getting on the board of Rockefeller, no, I'm sorry, that doesn't just happen because you're a whiz at calculators.
No, what he did was he knew people and he sold his soul to the devil.
No, here's the thing, though. Well, but he had a connection with Rothschild as well. And when you got a connection with Rothschild, I mean, you have access to the entire financial and banking world.
I just, I wish I was blessed with the fucking charisma of Jeffrey Epstein and the fucking brain that he fucking had. I would do so much fucking better for this fucking world. If I could be that fucking influential and that fucking powerful, I would fucking change this fucking world.
Well, he got hired into Bear Stearns by Bill Barr's dad, who was already connected to like intelligence. So he had the door opened in the late 70s and early 80s to the intelligence agencies. Not to mention Ghislaine's dad and
Yeah.
that whole
Can you
thing.
imagine if you had this much influence? Like, I know we fucking disagree politically on pretty much everything, but the amount of shit, like, I take you for a decent and honest fucking good person. Could you imagine if you had this much fucking influence? Anybody up here? What would you take that and do this shit with it?
No,
Hell
I mean,
no.
I can't say I'd be the big. I can't say I'd be a saint, but Lord knows I wouldn't be doing this.
Right?
Like, man,
But
I'll probably get
all
into
right,
money
guys.
laundering if anything. But this is wild.
Well, again, I told you guys I came around to kind of that deep state to this. I also kind of came around to the whole Pizzagate situation by bypass of what I've seen in these files. And what I'll say is, I told you a little bit about my background and my education in criminal justice. So, like, understanding there's some really depraved individuals, right, that you guys all hear on the news or whatever. Now give one of those people $1 billion or 50 billion. Weird stuff's gonna happen.
So this is just high class fucking depravity.
Yep.
Can we pin this comment by the Tay?
Unless forensic text, yeah.
Yeah, because this is true. I was actually going to go. I was very, very interested in forensic psychology and forensics, and there's that last part specifically.
There's metadata and tons of hidden information. Yeah.
Yes,
Yep, I learned very quickly on in my IT education. They taught us where to look for, how to get it. Some of it's encrypted, so there's a way to get everything back.
Hold on, Vlad. What? Check your.
Too late. So let's see. Yeah, I did say this. They said that, bro. They said like the ear wasn't right. Something about the ear wasn't right and all that crazy stuff.
Well,
do
do you have the picture of the fucking of him after the EMTs got to him? I'd like you, if you have that. I have it. I can send it to you in Discord. But like the fucking the CPR defibrillation pad is like all the way over here, and it's not on the right spot, and it's like flipped and backwards.
All right, let's get back to it.
And he's intubated, but the tube tamer's not on him.
I am heading out, guys. My phone's about to die. It's at 3%. So, and I need to get to bed anyways.
Mine's on.
So you guys have a good one.
Like
Bye, Tove. Appreciate you.
Night, Tove.
Good night, guys.
Night, Tove.
night.
Set. Haven't you ever noticed like StreamYard has been consuming more battery, a lot more
Are you on
battery
a
power
PC?
lately?
Huh?
Are you
I
on
can't
a-
hear
I'm
you.
on my phone. I'm on my phone, and it's like, okay, my phone was at 100%, and now it's like chewed through that when I can hold a video conversation.
Because you're streaming. That's why, in a way. It's like when you're on StreamYard, it's like streaming. You're doing like multiple functions at once, including your video, CPU, microphone, all that good stuff. Like it does wear on your it does wear on any device when you use StreamYard. Like when I access StreamYard to my phone, bro, 30 minutes, I'll be at 100 to like 50%.
Yeah, and I have to do this on my laptop with it plugged in, otherwise my phone will die.
Same
And
here.
I'm multicasting to YouTube and Rumble at the same time as well. So if I try to do that on my phone, oh my god,
bro! I mean, that's one of the reasons why my computer shut off that one time, because I forgot to plug it in, and it just
I remember
all the
that.
power.
Bro, your computer shut off, and I was the only one left up there with Tove, and I was like, I guess we run the show now. We can't do anything, but
Nah, I was still up there.
It was wild. But all right, though, back to the video.
It was only numbers. So numbers, and I'll get to the fact that it was bad thinking. It's numbers are very good.
Are most people that you meet, even on Trilateral Commission, when you meet most people, do you find most leaders financially illiterate, economically illiterate?
Most political leaders don't come out of a background of finance. Most political leaders come out of a background of being popular. So in some of the countries, in some of the African countries, for example, they might have been a military person. They were a general. In some of the African countries, they might have been a disc jockey. Or in our country, they would have been an actor. The knowledge of money isn't, they don't have expertise. They have no degrees in finance. They really, and this is one of the major problems. Their expertise, if they have any financial knowledge, is of their own checking account or bank account and filling in their own taxes. So many world leaders who don't really have a financial underpinning make fundamental errors when it comes to money on a country or institutional level. Let me give you an example. If you, Mr. Bannon, if I said your assets increased last year, you'd say, that sounds pretty good. And I said, what does that mean to you? You'd say, well, I have more money. I guess I'm wealthier. I'd say, yes. And if your debt increased, would you feel wealthier or poorer? You'd say, well, I don't want to have increased debt. I don't like the idea of that sound, increased debt. Now, that and world leaders understand when their assets go up, they feel better. However, institutions like banks, things that people don't really understand are financial underpinnings of banks. When I say your bank, Mr. Bannon, you have the Bannon Bank, you doubled your assets. Sounds good, but what does it really mean? It means people owe you more money. You don't have any more money. What? Yeah. A bank's assets are how much it is owed by other people. That's crazy.
Hang on.
Real quick.
Pause.
So,
Pause. I went and I got my accounting certificate. I know what he's talking about, and that is not how assets work. That assets is not how much people owe you even though
I know he's saying that a bank's asset is how much people owe them.
No,
Yes.
that's not even true.
That's true.
It is.
No,
Absolutely.
because
It is true.
For a bank's P&L, a bank's
even
P&L
though
assets are determined by how many outstanding loans that they have compared to their actual
Deposits, which are liabilities.
But
yeah, it's the same for the U.S.
It's
What
completely
I'm
topsy-turvy.
No, so as somebody who went and got their accounting certificate, okay, general accounting certificate, assets are what you have, and it's not what people owe you, it's cash on hand, how much credit you have from other people. There's also like assets are like your buildings, your
But a bank doesn't own any of these things. It's different for a bank.
Yeah, he's explaining the fractional reserve system.
Yes.
When deposits are made into a financial institution, those deposits are utilized to loan out. And for every dollar that you loan out, or for every dollar you receive, you can lend out $5, $6, $10. So each one of those loans is an asset where you have an agreement to someone to pay you back. In other words, those deposits you receive that might need to be distributed to your customers are a liability for the bank. So that's the way it sits on a P&L for a financial institution.
It's completely opposite.
Yeah, that's why.
So as a private citizen, you're absolutely 100% right. Your assets are what you have compared to your liabilities, which are your debt. In a bank, when you give them your money, you can come in, you're supposed to be able to come and take that money out. So it is not an asset to the bank. That is just their underpinning for the asset, which is the loan, because that is actually the liability. Because if you go and take that out, they no longer have the underpinning for that asset.
Yes.
That's making them money.
That's why on banks, that's why they institute a policy of paying a certain amount a month for the maintenance fees. Those maintenance fees are ensure that when you make a deposit, they can at least get some type of money back.
That's actually a total. That's not right. I'm just telling you. I've worked for a bank for 10 years, and I actually like work on our balance sheets. Most of the money that a bank owns is based on the balances that sit in the bank to lend out. So about 80% of the revenue is from just it sitting in the bank. You can tack on about another 5% just for monthly service fees, transaction fees, etc.
The bastards. But all right,
Sorry.
They got to make their billions. You got to pay for their yacht.
I was getting ready to say what's crazy is that Epstein is straight up telling people, and I'm not taking anything he says as gospel. However, when people tell you what the game is and they're telling you how you are, you need to believe them at face value. And
But
straight
he's
up
not saying anything that's completely. He is taking, as Chad pointed out, he's taking 10 minutes now to explain fractional reserve banking, which Chad did in fucking 30 seconds. He's trying to make himself sound smart. He's trying to make himself sound charismatic. Just because he's in the know and in, rubbing shoulders with people, he wants to prep up his position.
Or remember, according to those emails, because he's Jewish. So I mean, Chad. I mean, hey, bro, Chad, you got a little bit of Jewish in you. It's all good.
Quite the opposite. Quite the opposite. Very
Oh,
German.
wait.
Wait, what do you mean?
Wow,
quite the opposite.
German.
What
Hey,
is the
shout
opposite
out.
of Jewish?
A German.
Oh my
oh God.
I mean,
so can I get a Guten Tag?
Good.
All right. Let's
Give
get
me a
back to
Guten Tag.
Guten Tag.
Shout out, Chad.
$1 billion of assets to 10 billion, it means people owe it an additional $8 billion, but their assets have gone up. So the terminology of assets and liabilities is different for banks. It's not natural. And what most people, and you ask questions about world leaders, there's many people, I think your old boss Mercer understood, there's a fundamental part of money, which is called fractionalized banking. And fractionalized banking is something that finance people understand, and the people on the street, and when I say people on the street, that's where I was when I started on Wall Street, would find it impossible to believe. Impossible. Why? Bannon Bank, I give you $1, just one single dollar. In our system of banking, I would say, okay, Steve, I gave you $1. How much could you lend out to your friends? And your natural reaction would be probably something less than $1 because I want to keep something in my pocket. The way our system works is if you as a bank are holding my $1, you can lend out an additional $8 or $9.
Yeah, and this is why, and this is the whole term of like money creation with the banking when it comes to lending. It creates new money.
It gets even worse. So check this out. So I lend you, I deposit $1 into your account set, and then Chad comes and takes a $1 loan from you, and then deposits into my bank, and then I give fucking Panda a $1 loan, and she goes and deposits into Gaming's bank.
Fractional leaning.
And then Gaming goes and fucking deposits his dollar into your bank. We all have $1 that's moved the fuck around, and we've all given our $1 to 10 different people.
But in that process, we probably created like $20.
No. No, it's a factorial. So 1 to the power. Well, I guess 1 to the power of this is bad, but $1.
Take it and make it $10 instead of $1.
$1 times $10 times $10 times $10 times $10 is how you get to that when you start to, if you just deposit it right back into a bank account. And usually you spend it on capital, but that person, I say I go buy a boat, the person that I bought the boat from is going to put it in their bank account and it's going to get loaned out again.
Yeah, but like, all right. So
This
pretty much
is
what I'm
why
hearing from what he's saying. Hold on, guys. Hold on. Now, what I'm hearing from what he's saying is like, yeah, if I give you this $1, and you would think that you'd be all right. Well, I'm gonna loan under $1, but what he's saying is that, well, you maybe get $1, but for some reason you can loan outside of that amount of that. Oh, well, I would say, well, $9, $10,
Chad,
even though you
what
only
is the
received
minimum
$1.
reserve
And this is
for
and this
deposit
is
on
what I say, because this is what an economist was bringing up in Tucker Carlson, how these lending out of dollars is creating new dollars, which is damn near adding on to, well, basically inflation when you
yeah,
do
it's
this
called
type of lending, because we are
so
creating
basic.
new money. And he's kind of explaining that, because he said, bro, $1 just turned out to a lending opportunity for $9.
So if I want to throw my 2 cents in there, I learned just kind of interacting with Magic the Gathering, because it runs kind of like off of the same system. And the way it was explained to me was that the value of $1 can be summed up to 60 cents on the dollar when they issue you credit. And so when we were talking about it, he was like, think about it like this. If it's cheaper for me to give you 60% of the value of the card in credit than it is to actually give you cash, because we don't have it on hand. So what a lot of banks do is they issue 60, sometimes 75% of the value of said dollar as credit.
All right, let's get back to it.
No,
It's
no, no,
impossible.
guys,
They only
you
have
have
a dollar
you have
credit.
that backwards, gaming. You have that
Oh,
backwards.
So we
I
just
do.
can't get back to it.
No, I give you $1. You're the bank. You loan that dollar out to 10 people. I don't. Chad could tell you what the actual deposit on hand requirement is. I forgot what it was, but
They eliminated it in 2020.
Jesus Christ.
Well, that explained why China went through that banking crisis.
Anyway, I give you $1 and you lend out $10. You have just created $9 out of nowhere. And those people go and create $9 out of nowhere. And it just keeps fucking propagating every time the same dollar is lent out. And if there's no requirement, I don't understand how banks have any money on hand.
Bro,
Then.
it's consumer created inflation.
Well, what happens is that the bank, it's cheaper for a bank to lend its own deposits out in the form of loans, right? But at some point in time, you run out of those deposits. So you need to go to overnight bond markets to purchase more monies to lend out. That's what the federal interest rate is. So there's something called a repo bond market, where banks will go put their deposits essentially for sale in those markets at a bit of a discount to try to get them on hand for other banks. Well, if that bond market doesn't have any liquidity into it, Treasury will actually print money. They will create money, create bonds for banks to purchase to lend out that money. So when you talk about creating money, it's not just as easy as like a bank saying, like, take this loan. Essentially, it's all on the back of the Treasury Department, creating
if they just keep
federal Treasury notes out of thin air is what it really is.
And this is why it's F the Feds or the Federal Reserve.
So if they just keep doing what I just described, where one bank gives another bank money and they loan it out, and that gets deposited somewhere else, and they loan that out, all that has to do to keep that whole house of cards from falling down is the Fed just prints money to fulfill deposits.
Yeah, to a certain extent. I mean, you hope that there's enough liquidity and cash on hand in the markets to where you don't need quantitative easing from the Treasury. But at some points in time, they have to, or else all of the grease on that wheel dries up.
Yeah, you lose liquidity. Yeah, that's
all right. Back to the video.
Right.
We have something called fractionalized reserves, which is if you have 1, you can lend out 9. That's the way our system works. And so not only do world leaders not understand banking, but the man on the street, my father who worked in the park department, it would be beyond his imagination that people could lend out more money than they actually had in their pocket. Next question.
How did this, in understanding that, when you get on something like the Trilateral Commission, you're on the board at Rockefeller, which is the most advanced research. You get brought into the Trilateral, which is the elite of the elite. How, since you're only at that time
30-something years old.
8 years from teaching at Dalton, right? You're adult.
No, 10 years.
10 years teaching at Dalton.
Yes.
Walk us through. I mean, put us in the room. Walk me through exactly what it felt like. What it felt like being on the board at Rockefeller. We got these Nobel laureates, and you're sitting there making decisions, and you start to meet these people at Rockefeller. And you start to meet these people at the Trilateral Commission. What did it feel like?
It's a great question. So what did it feel
That's
like?
what I'm in the business of asking.
What did it feel like meeting some of these people like Kissinger or Rockefeller? And those are two extraordinary people. But in general, I think the question, the people on Wall Street, I tell the story, the first day, one of the first days when I was in Wall Street, someone said to me, would you like to buy ATV? And I was looking in the brochure and I couldn't figure out what stock had a symbol of ATV. And when I finally said, well, I can't find it. And they said, what's the matter with you? Do you want to buy ATV? Which is, he was selling hot televisions, stolen televisions from the floor of the American Stock Exchange, referred to in common parlance as the televisions fell off the truck. So I knew what that phrase meant from Coney Island. But what I found was most people, what be it in business, in normal life, or in the world leaders, don't really understand money. It is something they think about. They have a sense of what it is. They certainly want more of it. But they also make statements like, we want more money, but we don't want more debt, which just shows a misunderstanding of what money at its core really is. So most people don't, they want to make it, they want to save it, but to understand it intimately is not a normal characteristic.
At the first Trilateral.
Whoops, it is.
Or something.
Yeah, good.
Just give me approximate. You joined the Trilateral
I
Commission.
think it might be.
And we'll be able to show we'll pull down the chart of where your name was, but just give me roughly when it was.
I think it could be 90. I don't remember.
Okay. Let's say early 90s.
Yes.
When you got on the Trilateral Commission and had the first, do you remember where the first meeting was?
It was in Tokyo.
In Tokyo. And at what hotel?
I would like to say the Hilton, but it's probably not.
And it's a 3-day, 4-day? Give me some
3-day event. And
walk me through the whole thing.
Speeches.
It starts with a dinner. Just walk me through it.
It was boring.
You couldn't possibly think it was boring. It's bullshit.
It was boring.
You had to be stars in your eyes.
No.
Did you fly over privately?
Yes, but it wasn't my plane.
So it didn't count?
No.
You fly over.
Yes.
And
it was
who were the first, like when you first met those leaders, you had to be wowed.
No.
You're 10 years out of Coney Island.
No, I'm not wowed by people of position. I'm wowed by people of great ideas. And I don't care if it's the bus driver. I don't care if it's the student I had who has teeth coming out.
Well, these guys have to have great ideas. They're the leaders of the 3 great continents of the world: North America, Europe, and Japan.
No, many of these world leaders become world leaders because they're popular and they were able to get votes, or they were able to convince people to vote for them. I learned later. Many of them were just good at what they did in terms of politics. Remember, world leaders are politicians in general. They're not scientists. They're not intellectuals. They're not great thinkers. They're great politicians.
At the first Trilateral Commission meeting that you remember in Tokyo in sometime in the early 90s, do you remember what were the big issues of the day that they were talking about, and what did you think about it?
Yeah, in fact, it was funny because they were talking about inflation, and they were worried that what would happen, how do you control inflation? And as a mathematician, I didn't understand the concept. I don't understand the concept today. How's that possible? Well, when you talk about most things to do with money, money is meant to be local. It's US dollars. Then I understand what it means. If inflation, it means my dollar today inflates and it doesn't buy as much as it did a couple of years ago. The prices go up. It seems that everything's great, but in fact, my dollar is shrinking in value.
If you, and you're the financial genius here. I'm just a lowly M&A guy.
Sure. If you let me finish the thought.
Go ahead.
So if you're in America, you can feel inflation. Your salary's gone up, but you can't buy the same car. In fact, it starts to feel weird because the value.
That's why I wanted to ask the question. This is my point.
Sure.
The people who live and breathe this, the central banks, have been haunted by the specter of inflation since the late 70s.
Yes.
First off, tell our audience, how did that happen? The two great financial events in the 20th century, I'm not going to get to the 21st, were the great inflation in Europe after World War I, the Great Depression, the hyperinflation in Germany that led to the rise of Hitler, and then this inflation in the mid-70s. Before you go to explain inflation, why is the specter of inflation always the central thing in central bankers' minds?
Because it goes back to the first concept I said, the weird concept of fractionalized reserves. The system is not well understood. And most systems, in fact, are not well understood. We don't know how our digestive system.
Stop. This is impossible. This is impossible. The world banking system, the world currency system, the world monetary system has to be so well understood by the Greenspans of the world and the Bernankes of the world and you, right? The currency traders, the guys making billion-dollar bets every day, the legendary guy on Wall Street in the late 90s, Vassalin Brothers.
Lou Ranieri?
No, the guy that wrote the money.
Michael Lewis? Liar's Poker?
Yeah, Liar's Poker. Who's that about? That great trader.
Lou Ranieri.
No, it wasn't Lou, the guy that ran the desk. That eventually ran the hedge fund that went long-term capital.
Yes, I don't remember.
Who's the guy?
I want to say, I don't remember. I'm sorry.
Lou Ranieri is big, but those guys have to understand the system perfectly.
No, they don't understand the system. They understand the local part of the system. So, for example, why is not only inflation, most bankers are terrified if the public understood that the bank really doesn't have their money at any one time. It's one of the things during the Depression, there were runs on the bank. The reason the banks don't keep much money in the actual bank is they assume that not everyone's going to want their money on the same day. So it's not really the fear of inflation. The fear is a run on the bank. Everybody wants to take out something that doesn't really exist. Inflation is tied to interest rates. It's a more complicated example. But when your money doesn't buy the same amount of product this year than it did last year, if it buys less and less, like it happened, you use the term hyperinflation. There's certain countries that are not managed well, like in Africa at the current, a $100 billion bill in Zimbabwe is worth 1 American cent. That's the perfect example of hyperinflation. It goes up, it doubles every day. So people are afraid that their value in the system starts to break down. But so if I said to you, does your doctor understand your body system? You'd say, well, I hope so, because I want him to keep me healthy. But you could have a kidney infection, you could have a heart attack, you could have a broken knee. There's lots of pieces of this system. And in fact, when you ask the question, very few doctors understand your entire body. There's a specialist for your knee, there's a specialist for your polynoidal cyst, there's a specialist for your head, and now we have specialists in different areas. So and I'm going to get to your first question about Santa Fe Institute. The world economy and your body are both comprised of little systems interacting with each other and making one big system.
This is what's stunning for all the little guys out there, the populist movement, the little guys that haven't had a pay raise in 30 years. They think that these elites, have everything. The guys in the room making the decisions, the party of Davos guys. You're sitting there, you don't think many people today really understand the complexity and really all the moving pieces and how they interconnect to the world's financial system.
No, not only don't they understand the complexity, and that goes back to Santa Fe Institute was an attempt of trying to see if there was a way to mathematize, formularize, or algorithmically understand what the term complexity means. That goes back to the original question. Complex systems are complex by definition, but there's not necessarily, it's not one level of complexity. As we might say, well, our fingers are complex, the movements, the muscles of our hands, but it's not as complex as the blood system. Now I have a circulatory system. I have systems on top of systems, so that there's no one group of or person that really understands the way the body works. There's no one group that understands the way the financial systems work. You might understand U.S. bond market. Now, you've asked about the trade of long-term capital. That was a bond fund, very small part of this very complex system. So the goal of the Santa Fe Institute was to see, is there a way to get in, somehow understand how complex systems interact? Fast forward, Steve, to today, where Google and these other engine companies, the other tech companies, are trying to build artificial intelligence. The strangest thing that they found, one of the strangest things, is that the systems that they design, this artificial intelligence, which a lot of people have heard about, is they design a bunch of systems. They're called neural nets. The term simply taken out of brain work, neurons in the brain. Nets because they actually look like a net. They put in some inputs. The computers work, spit out an answer. Sounds normal to you. It's because you're thinking about that calculator you had in 1976 on your desk. When you ask the person who designed the system, how did it come to that answer? How did your neural net, can you show me the calculations? They say, no, we don't know. We don't know how the thing we designed
That makes absolutely no
actually
sense.
came up with that answer. That's pretty
Yes,
strange.
it makes
They take the same neural net.
He's over explaining
and they
dumb things.
I mean, what was it? The biochips, like how they're actually putting like living or like I guess organic or material in these chips now that are coming up with their own thought process and all that. I've heard of that.
No. Neural nets are literally how AI works in to solve problems.
No, I'm talking about like when he talked about when you ask the machine, how'd you come up with that answer? And they're like, oh, well, we don't know. Like, that makes no sense. Come on, bro.
No,
don't.
There is some things in AI that they don't understand.
A neural net is literally just trying things over and over and over again until one of them works, and then it learns that way is the way to do it. So it remembers that, and it does it. It forms neural pathways. He's actually misexplaining it. It does not look like a net. It looks like a fucking. It looks like a split. It's like this way, yes or no. This way, yes or no. This way, and it just keeps making fucking decisions as it goes up.
No, it's like branches, basically.
Yeah, it's like branches. It's like a tree.
All right.
In front of a video game. No learning, nothing. They said to the computer, they say, sit in front of your video game and learn how to play. It seems the computer learns better than any human in history, faster than any human in history, beats any human in history. But when you ask the designer, how did it do it? No one knows. It just did it. So that's the first little touch of things that we already have gotten to a place where we don't understand it, and we built it.
On Sunday afternoon, September 14th, 2008, where were you?
Sorry?
It was the night they put Lehman Brothers in bankruptcy in London.
I was in jail.
Seriously?
Yes.
So the financial crisis of 2008 happened when you were in jail?
Yes.
Oh, this is going to be so amazing. This is going to be so amazing. I take it you didn't have your Wall Street Journal dropped off to you in the morning, your Financial Times?
No.
How did you hear about because I want
I forgot about this, but yes.
I'm trying to get, this is going to be amazing. Let's go back and do that again. Sunday afternoon, because I want to find out about people, the geniuses understanding the complexity of the financial system. Because I think the best example we have is the financial crisis, the crash of 2008. Sunday afternoon, September 14th, I think it was, 2008, is when they were working feverishly in Midtown Manhattan at the Lehman Brothers offices and at various law firms around town, and with the Secretary of Treasury in the Federal Reserve, what they're going to do with Lehman. They decided they weren't going to save it. And so they prepared to put it into bankruptcy at the open of the market in London the next day. How did you hear about what was going to happen to Lehman Brothers, and what did you immediately think when you heard that it was going to be put into bankruptcy?
I'm glad you asked that question.
And shout out to my man Vlasting. He says AI is trained on AI is trained on data sets thanks to the Patriot Act. All right.
I was in solitary confinement September 14th. And again, some of the public stories about the wonderful time I had in jail and my work release, which didn't come.
Oh, and shout out to Sid. My bad, Sid. I just seen it. You see, Captain America is fresh. I want to make sure he didn't bring all those clips of me saying the things he alleged. Don't want to be accused of dodging. I'm weak. Well, y'all know who that's to.
2 months after. I'd been there since June in an 8x10 cell with a bed in the back, a 6-foot bed in the back, a chrome sink with a toilet attached to it, and a little piece of metal sticking out that was supposed to act as a table. Now, since I was in jail, there were no books. Why? There's no library. No library, but you're in jail. No, I was in jail, not prison. So in jail, I was in a place what's called the Special Housing Unit, which is for the roughest, toughest, meanest people. They had put me there, they said, for my own protection. So I was in a 8x10 cell with a little slit in the door where they would serve my food on a tray about 9 inches by 4 inches. And then as soon as I finished eating, they'd take the tray and close it down. And one of the guards said, do you understand there's Wall Street's crashing. I'm worried about my pension fund. What should I do? And I said, sorry, Wall Street's crashing. What's happened? And he said, there's some crisis and some companies are going bankrupt. I said, are you sure? And he said, yeah, it's all over the papers. We're all terrified. We're going to lose our life savings because we have either a 401k or our pension funds. We don't know anything about money. Mr. Epstein, can you tell us what's going on? Am I going to be able to afford my children's education? Am I going to be bankrupt like this company called Lehman Brothers? And there's another company in the front page today called Bear Stearns. Oh no, I said. Why? Because that's the company I was a partner in. And in fact, that was a company I had a very large investment in. So, as a great story, I didn't have my Wall Street Journal, but in the early mornings, you're allowed to make 2 phone calls, collect. And when you pick up the phone, you can dial a number, and when the person picks up, they say, you're getting a call from the Palm Beach County Jail. Will you accept reverse charges? And the person either says yes, and the call goes through, or the person says no. The person I had called was Jimmy Kane, the president of Bear Stearns. And I said, tell me what's going on. And so that my knowledge of the financial crisis happened with Jimmy, who was at the center of the storm, telling me about what Lehman had gone under. And they were trying to figure out a way, should they bail out Bear Stearns?
Did it strike you at the time of the mess you had made of your life to be in a situation that you're one of the greatest financial minds in the world, looked at by world leaders? And
how crazy is it that the guards were asking Epstein for financial advice while he was in the shoe?
I'm crying. It's like, hey, bro, I heard you linked in with those, top hedge fund guys, man. You got any trade secrets, bro? Any inside trading tips? I mean, I would ask too. I mean, why not? I mean, somehow you made it here with a lack of education, but somehow you were at the top of the finance world, somehow, some way. When usually to get there requires a lot of education and family connections, and you have neither. But hey,
Thinking
you can be
by
lucky.
the most prominent and important people in the world, and here you are in solitary confinement. You got to make a collect call to somebody. Did it strike you at the time how all the threads of your life had come together and put you in a position, or you had put yourself in that position?
No.
So it never struck you when you had to make one of your 50% of your collect calls that day, you call the president or the head of the CEO of Bear Stearns, the biggest financial event in your life is taking place, of which one, every important person in the world would be seeking your opinion. Number two would be a once in a lifetime opportunity to apply your craft. Number three, it would be a once in a lifetime opportunity to make money if you were smart, and obviously you're smart. You're telling me here, truthfully, that it never hit you at all of how you'd ended up in a place where you had to make a collect phone call from a jail cell that was 6x9 with a steel bed and your food being passed in through a slot.
The question you want to ask is, who was the other call to?
Okay, who was the other call to?
The other call was to my friend at J.P. Morgan, who was then, I didn't know at the time, trying to buy Bear Stearns. So at one point, I had two phones. It was difficult because they're afraid people are going to hang themselves with the phone cord. So they don't actually come together and they're pretty short. So I was actually going between two phones talking to Bear Stearns and J.P. Morgan at the same time. So I found it amusing.
And it never struck you about how to end up in a situation like this?
No, that would be probably...
You know, the fact that he kind of said, you know what, I could have choked myself out with a phone, but I didn't. So I'm like, huh?
The irony.
The irony.
The irony is crazy that he said that. It's like, okay.
Foreshadowing subtly.
You can't possibly expect me to believe this.
I know. I don't believe it.
You're telling me that during that day, you never had a moment. You sat there and go, what the fuck have I done with my life that I'm in a 6x9 jail cell when I should be on a trading desk, or I should be in my $250 million, greatest townhouse in New York City, taking calls from the king of Saudi Arabia, the president of China, the head of Russia, the president of the United States, to save the world's population from a financial debacle. You honestly expect me to believe that never happened?
You're suggesting I was somewhat depressed, and how could this happen to me?
I'm not saying depressed. I'm saying a moment of awareness of how could I get myself into this situation?
No, I would just say how strange that this happens. It's strange.
How strange! Like
I'm
you
wearing
don't know how you got
jumpsuit and flip flops.
What color was the jumpsuit?
Brown. Brown.
Brown jumpsuit.
Yes.
I notice I don't see you in a lot of brown.
No.
Brown jumpsuit and flip flops.
Flip flops, yes.
With no access to books, no access to newspapers,
no access to anything.
You had lived on information.
Except my Almond Joy bars. I had extra Almond Joy bars.
Did you eat Almond Joy bars and things like that because you're afraid of what the cooks did to your food?
Yes.
Is that because of that you were in for the crimes that you were in for?
No, it was just in fact, I was.
Is it because you're wealthy?
Yes.
How did you know that?
Well, people would constantly come if I was passing by, or I'd have to go for my medical. People would either ask to borrow money or make some other types of comments about.
And
in the beginning,
what were the comments? At the beginning, what were the comments?
It serves you fucking rich guys right that you're here next to me.
There was nothing about your crimes.
No.
Bullshit.
So all this rumor you hear all the time about people in prison that commit the type of crimes you commit, you're saying in your personal thing is not true.
No.
It was all because you were rich.
Yes.
And it was
The type of crimes you commit.
Bro, it's crazy. Like, did he not know he was in there for, like, basically, what was it, the massage parlor thing with 12-year-old girls? Like, come on now. He's making it seem like he was in there for money laundering or something. Like Bannon. Like, what type of interview are you holding here?
Advice. Yes.
Where they get advice to
stock
go long,
Yes,
Are you telling me
is this time to buy?
You're telling me in solitary confinement they're interested in going long?
Yeah. They want to know
What does that say about human nature?
Well, what I think the people find, one of the reasons they wanted to keep me in solitary confinement was they're afraid that everybody would want to know which stocks to buy. But what happened was, after this crisis, now it's on the front page of every newspaper.
I don't want to lose this day.
Sorry.
When you first heard that, was it Bear Stearns had been kicked into bankruptcy, 6 months before?
No, this is the same time. This is part of the same deal.
I thought no. Bear Stearns, they saved Bear Stearns and didn't save Lehman Brothers. That's right. 6 months before they had bailed out Bear Stearns, but Bear Stearns was still a zombie.
A shell of its former self.
A former self, but they had quote unquote saved it. Why did they make the decision in your mind? Why did Hank Paulson and Bernanke what's this concept of moral hazard? Explain to the audience what moral hazard is, and why did they save Bear Stearns 6 months before, and why did the smartest guys in the room decide not to save Lehman Brothers?
It's a good question. The real issue is I'd have to go back when you have these systems to the way your doctor responds to any type of emergency in your body. If they might decide to save your kidneys and let your gallbladder go because the gallbladder is less important to your overall system. If at that time, even it's not that long ago, the boogeyman was when said, well, what really happened? Jeffrey, what really happened? What is this financial crisis? And, some of the progressives and the right wing blame it on the banks. It was the banks' fault. And it's the fault of this very esoteric, unknown concept of derivatives. It was really the derivatives that caused this financial crisis, because the derivatives got somehow out of control and in the Mickey Mouse.
And that was the way you started your road to a billionaire went right through derivatives.
Yes. But derivatives were not the cause. Derivatives were not the cause at all. It's like saying your hair was the cause of your heart attack because it was on top of your head.
So what was the cause?
There isn't, let me say, there's no one specific cause. These are system collapses. So many times when you have to make your death certificate, when you say, well, what did he die from? They'll say heart failure. But if you say, what was the cause of his heart failure? Well, he had low blood pressure, his sugar was high, he was diabetic, he had all these other problems. They say, no, we need a word on your death certificate. Did he die from brain damage? Did he die from heart failure? And that's the financial crisis. People said, well, what caused it? They wrote on its death certificate, derivatives. But derivatives are not a fundamental cause of anything.
Was it Sunday or Monday? I take it was Monday morning when you made your two collect calls and you were talking to Bear Stearns on one hand and Morgan Stanley on the other.
JP Morgan.
That was Monday morning. Did you, Jeffrey, being one of the financial geniuses in the world, did you understand what Lehman Brothers is going into bankruptcy, the domino effect that by Thursday, the financial system would be under such extremis that if it didn't have $1 trillion cash infusion in the United States, it might collapse? Did you know that at the time? Did you view that at the time?
Yes.
You did?
Yeah.
Why?
Again, I don't want to bore you or the audience with the idea of it's a medical procedure, but you had system failures. So you'd recognize that if I said to you, did you realize when your father was on the ground and he was clutching his chest and he couldn't breathe, it was a bad situation. He could die. That's how I saw it.
Did you immediately think about the commercial paper market? I mean, the mechanical triggers that actually you had to blow through these circuit boards. Did you know the circuits? Did you understand the circuits? Or did you have a concept of the circuits that were going to get blown through?
Yes. but only because of an analogy to a body. And in fact, from my telephones against the wall with my little metal wires, because the next day I talked to another person in Washington about the issues of what I thought was happening, and I made the same discussion about the.
They were at the Treasury Department?
Yes.
So in a
And shout out for my man Vlad Steen. He says, makes you wonder if he has or had a kill switch to release everything if he ended up unalive. I'm sure several rich one with damning info on others would have. Sorry. Yeah. He's like, I'm sure severe rich I'm sure he has like, yeah, info on the severely rich with damaging info that others wouldn't have. What you guys think about that?
Oh yeah, it's a possibility for sure. I mean, if you're gonna walk around like that, you got to be stupid not to have one.
Yeah, I would think so too. That's why I kind of do believe that he died, just because I'm like, bro, the stories this man could tell, and we just take him at face value.
I think all that blackmail is still being used today, so I don't think that it would have been a kill switch for him necessarily. I think there's other. I don't know if he was the ultimate puppet master. Put it
If you
that
think
way.
about it, though, like, did they take him out the way? Now they can use all his blackmail material for themselves.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's what I'm saying. That's why it wouldn't be released, right? Like they know where it's hiding.
Yeah, good point. Good point. I get that one.
6x9 cell in
The phones were outside the cell.
in Palm Beach County, California.
West Palm Beach, Florida.
West Palm Beach, Florida.
This was your juice diet.
West Palm Beach, Florida. West Palm Beach, Florida. West Palm Beach, Florida. You're making a call to Washington, D.C. to talk to some deputy secretary of Treasury.
Someone in Treasury.
Right. Someone in Treasury.
Right.
And that does not, the night before you go to bed, it doesn't dawn on you at all. You never have a moment of self-reflection that, how did I end up on this metal cot when I should be at the center of things?
No, I had a telephone. So I said, I can talk to, it makes no difference where I am. In fact, I'm still talking to the same person if I was at my home in Palm Beach, but I'm
the
here in
difference your
jail.
home in Palm Beach.
I can dial my own phone.
That's bullshit. No, but you can also make 1,000 phone calls. Here you got to make one, and he's got to take.
Think how much better that was. I had to decide who is the right person to call. That was unusual for me because I would have called 20 people.
And
before.
what was the advice you gave?
I said, you have a sick patient, and it's very much like a sick patient in the emergency room. You can't think about it like your car. People in normal walks of life think about money and things as a machine. And unfortunately, so if your car breaks, cars are always easy to fix. My jets, my cars, if it breaks, I know it can be fixed because it simply follows the same pattern. If this part breaks, you replace the part and the thing works again. People and the financial system are not machines. They can't be fixed the same way. You can't simply take out put some more juice into the commercial paper market, and that's like replacing the carburetor on the car. It's much more, I have a patient who can't breathe, has a stomach problem, can't see, looks bleeding at the same time. What do I do first? I have to think about it as a system. Where's the most logical place? What's the most dangerous place? If your heart stopped, we have to start your heart again. In the equivalent to the money market, why do I have to start your heart again? I need to get your blood flowing. If your blood stops, you're dead. If liquidity, which is the equivalent of blood in the financial system, dries up.
Once liquidity is basically cash, putting cash into the
Forget
system.
about what it is.
Okay.
Liquidity is liquidity. It allows the system, it's the blood of the system. You need to pump blood hard into the body of the economy to keep it flowing. And if you, especially when you're worried about someone dying, you're not going to be worried about the niceties of, well, you got the shirt dirty, some damage. Pump in that blood, keep that heart
When you
pumping
talked to the person in Treasury on Tuesday, the 16th, did you get a feeling as you were sitting in your 6x9 jail cell in West Palm Beach, Florida, that they were on top of things?
No, you can't. It's impossible to be on top of things. There's no such thing. It's, again, the doctor watching the patient die. You hopefully have some confidence that he's seen it before. He recognizes that there are some steps he has to take first before he bandages the guy's finger or worries about what shoes he has on. So you hope that the people in charge, your doctors who are working on the emergency patient, have enough experience and, frankly, judgment to try to keep the patient alive.
Did you think that they had those things, patience and judgment?
They had pretty good judgment, and you needed a lot of luck, just like in the dead patient. You need to, hopefully you put that blood in and it's not too late. And you make some mistakes, but you have to know you're going to have to give it a shock.
In the run up to the September crash of 2008,
yeah,
I guess you weren't occupied with finance. That whole summer, how long had you been in jail?
Went to jail June 30th.
So the entire summer.
Yes.
Before you went into jail, you were still very active in the financial markets.
Yes.
When you say active, you trade currencies every day, you trade stocks every day. When people,
I don't do any,
someone like you, or you give advice to people to trade stocks or trade currencies.
I don't trade every day. I think that's like Woody Allen said, you can't beat the bank. So I try to pick my spots. George Soros picked his spot when the pound collapsed. This would have been a great money-making opportunity that passed me by when I was in jail, but that's not how I think.
In the run-up to that, in the spring of 2008, that's when Bear Stearns got in problems, I think, in the spring of 2008, and they decided to bail it out. Did the Bear Stearns guys talk to you for advice at that time when the big crisis in Bear Stearns?
No, but see, again, unbeknownst to most people, and it's easy to blame people for the financial crisis, like you'd blame someone for giving your father the drink before he had his heart attack. But what really happened, the real enemy of the finance system was Bill Clinton. And if you ask me what and who caused the financial crisis, I would tell you it was Bill Clinton.
Because of what Bob Rubin and he did to deregulate the financial system?
No. Because as of the last time we had our 60-minute interview, you talked to me about home ownership. And you asked me whether everyone should own a home. And I told you, no, it's too risky.
So the financial collapse of 2008 is because of hardworking African Americans, Hispanics, and whites who wanted to have a ownership stake in the society that all rests on their shoulders. They're the culprits.
No, not at all.
Okay, then
I didn't say they were the culprits. I was pretty clear it was Bill Clinton.
Okay.
And why was it Bill Clinton? Because Bill Clinton wanted to get votes from those people. And he sold them the idea that instead of renting in a house, and historically the values of houses have gone up, and he said, you guys in these local communities who haven't been able to afford a house before, I'm going to show you a way. I'm going to give you a way because I'm sure I'll get your vote that you can own a house because I want your vote. So what we're going to do is I'm going to let you buy a house, Mr. Bannon, when you really, you're right on the border, maybe, or not even on the border. Your credit is not good. Okay, let's be honest. And it's not my fault. It's not Bill Clinton's fault. But if whatever happens, at the moment your credit score or whatever it is, your credit's not good. Now, normally, you come to me and want to borrow money. I'm a bank. And I say, I'm sorry, Mr. Bannon, I can't lend you money because your credit score is not up to where it needs to be. Hopefully, if you work harder and clean up some of your problems, it will be. But no, what I say to you is, I'm going to figure out a way to lend you, not give you. I'm going to lend you money anyway, though you don't have a good credit score. And don't worry, I'm going to get rid of the term that you don't have bad credit. Bad credit sounds pejorative. You don't want to be a person.
Sounds judgmental.
Yes, sounds judgmental. So what we're going to do is we're going to call your credit situation subprime. Oh, nobody knows what that means. Subprime. That means prime is good credit. Subprime is not good credit, less than good credit. So we'll call it something that people really won't follow. And we'll tell you what, we're going to have people lend you money, though you are a subprime borrower. And I will figure out some government agencies to guarantee your loan, though I don't think you're a good risk. So the banks say, no, 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 we don't want, initially, the bank said, sorry, this is too risky, Mr. President, for us. We're in the business of managing risk. It's not our money. It's the hard-working people's money sitting in our bank. We can't lend to people whose credit is not prime. You're asking us to lend to people who are subprime. And he says, here's the key, if you don't, Mr. Bannon, I'm going to make sure the Justice Department charges you with discriminatory lending.
Wow.
Because you refuse to lend to my.
So pretty much the 08 crash was forced because these banks are somewhat being forced to give out loans that they know these guys cannot pay back. Well, you know, the people that are taking out these loans, they know they couldn't pay them back, but because, you know, people are threatening lawsuit for discriminating against them because of their income or their credit, they did it anyway.
Mm-hmm.
Dumbasses. I mean, bro, I'd have just took the L. I mean, like, well, you want me to crash the economy because you want to make me feel bad about somebody's bad credit? But I mean, hey, I guess some people don't got that fortitude, I guess.
All right, Seth, I'm gonna go ahead and step out. I got a busy day tomorrow.
Yeah, I feel you on that one.
All right.
All right, peace out. All right.
Primers. In business terms, you should never lend to. But what we'll do is I'm going to form an agency called Fannie Mae and Ginnie Mae, just another agency names. They'll guarantee your loan. So don't worry. Don't worry. You don't have to pay it back anymore. Even though and maybe you don't even have to work as hard anymore. That's probably a harsh statement, but these players, these two big firms.
Do you remember the other day when I said the conversation that Sid and I had was around the time after Charlie Kirk got shot, and Sid wholeheartedly said, "I didn't come on the stream after Charlie Kirk got shot." You remember that?
Do you say? I think he was trying to say I wasn't on the stream that much. No, you know, he did say yeah. No, he did say yeah. I wasn't on the stream. Yeah, I didn't hop on stream after that because I guess because of the mood at that moment. Now, Sid, if you're still in here, please correct me if I'm wrong.
Biological activity. Wait. Did he just compare Kamala to Ted Bundy? If Kamala Ted Bundy, that would justify killing her, right? He's inciting violence, right?
Hold on.
Sid, come on. You know damn well. It's like no, that's violence. You can't say that about an elected official. Y'all call Trump Hitler. Oh yeah, he called Biden Hitler. He called Biden a fascist. Which is okay when he does it. But
This is the turning down the temperature he did.
that's not good. And when Gutfeld says she's like Ted Bundy, I mean, if someone's like Ted Bundy, that justifies killing them, right? No, because did we kill Ted Bundy or did we get this man life in jail? Like, bro, think about what you're saying first before you say it. Yeah, but what would you do? We killed Ted Bundy. I mean, we didn't even kill Ted Bundy. Like, we treated our serial killers better than we treated a guy just speaking. Like, you're dead? Yeah, we, yeah. Me and you, I guess, as American citizens. Do you hear what the hell you just said, bro? One 22-year-old killed Charlie Kirk. I didn't kill Charlie Kirk. Sorry to break that to you.
Well, I mean,
that I'm just scrubbing through all the footage, but I just one lie that he perpetrated.
All right. I mean, Sid, if you hear it, let me know. But all right.
Fannie Mae will guarantee the fact that that bank will receive its money. Now, the bank says, wow, best deal in history. I refused to lend to Mr. Bannon, but now he has the big brother, his Uncle Sam. He went to his Uncle Sam, and Uncle Sam says, I'm guaranteeing it. The bank says, I want everybody. Give me as many people as you can give me, because Uncle Sam is the.
And let the toxicity begin. All right, Sid.
One second. Let me pause your stream.
Gotcha.
Okay, so what I said was I didn't come on much right after Charlie Kirk died. I didn't come on at all after Charlie Kirk died, because how could I say that? I'm on right now after Charlie Kirk's death. What was the date on that, Monty?
Really?
What was the date on that? Wait, what is the date on that stream?
It's literally 2 days after Charlie Kirk got shot.
2 days after. Okay. And what did I say in that stream that you said I was saying? Like, what was the thing that you alleged I said?
I'm still scrubbing through the footage, but when I brought it up and I said it was around the time Charlie Kirk got shot, your rebuttal to it to completely try to axe me was I didn't even come on the stream after Charlie Kirk got shot.
I don't think I did spend a lot of time on stream right after Charlie Kirk.
I were on there every single day. I have to
every
single day.
Every day?
Yes.
Is that true? Should I do this gotcha where I go every day after Charlie Kirk died and show all the ones I wasn't, and then plays the oh shit sound drop, or what?
Sid, this is hold on. Let's see the upload date. I can't see the upload date. September 19th. This is 9 days.
9 days. 9 days.
And there's 8
over
days,
a week.
And there's 7 days, and there's 6 days as well. You didn't come on after Charlie Kirk got shot, right?
No, I obviously did. I said I didn't do it right after, and I remember taking a little time. I didn't talk much in the Discord. I did like the minute after, and I was like, "Oh shit! I know this guy meant a lot to you guys. I'm sorry. Like this looks really bad." Before we even knew he was dead, and then I didn't come around doing anything. And then even I'd love to go back and listen to that conversation again, because did I say I was like, "Oh, I came in to turn down the temperature"? Because why did you say, "Oh, this is Sid turning down the temperature"? You were one of the people that like to blame all of the collective left, whatever you think that is, or all collective liberals. And so I was making a point, and S.E.T was kind of doing it too, I think. But I was making the point of like, hey, I didn't fucking pull the trigger. No one else pulled the trigger, as far as we know, unless you talk to Candace Owens, except for the only person that did was Tyler Robinson. And so that was the point I was making in that clip. But
you didn't come on.
You said the upload date was the 19th?
Yes.
And he died 2 days after? Or he died? That's 2 days after he died?
No, he died on the 10th, I believe.
Yeah. Why'd you say it was 2 days after?
I didn't. I said 9 days after.
Oh, I thought you said 2.
So let's see here. You said the 13th? Oh,
19th.
He died on the 13th. I'm pretty sure it was the 10th, because I went to his funeral on the 21st, and he was hackling me about going to his funeral, trying to get the stream taken down.
What?
Okay, no, it was on the 10th, and let's see here.
And
Well,
you
you said
were
the
on
stream
there
was
consistently throughout the fucking thing, even as I was going down to his funeral, trying to fucking poke the bear. But you weren't. You weren't there. You were nowhere to be seen.
Wait, you have me. You're saying I'm going down to his funeral, and I'm on stream because you're trying to go to his funeral, trying to get the stream taken down?
Yes. Remember that whole, are you driving, Monty?
You didn't say where you were going, motherfucker. You didn't say where you were going. I didn't know where you were going.
Bro,
it had nothing to do.
I literally opened the stream up saying where I was going.
Well, I wasn't there the whole stream, and if you know, on our private Discord call after the last time we talked, I just found out that you went to this thing. I was surprised. I was asking you questions about it.
You weren't
surprised. Is that true? Yeah, I was, dude. I was like, I didn't fucking know. I was like, oh shit, you actually went to that? I didn't know you went to that. Like, we had a whole conversation about it. What was going on? Did you forget? Did you forget?
No, but you forgot you were there.
I said I wasn't there right after he was assassinated. I wasn't.
All right. I'm sorry, 9 days after, and then continuously coming on every single day. I have you on here literally fucking every day.
So then, therefore, a 9-day break would be
3 days off. You took 3 days off from being a jackass. I'll give you that. Continue the video.
What am I supposed to do? Wait, what am I supposed to do, Monty? Be like handle you with kid gloves for the rest of your life because Charlie Kirk got assassinated?
All right, guys. Well, we'll continue this one on a later date. But in the meantime, let's get back to our guy Jeffrey.
Best credit in the world, not only it's not the United States government. We'll take it all. We'll take as much subprime as we can handle because it's the best investment for the moment. It's a strange investment because it has politics that has inserted its way into the numbers. Politics doesn't belong in the markets, but now we're going to have, I want the votes. We'll make guarantees that you who can't get a house normally will be able to get a house from the bank. The bank says, this is the best deal in history. We will package 100, 300, 1,000 of you subprimers, and we'll sell it off to somebody else. And the whole system becomes mired in subprime mortgages. That's becomes the
What do you
issue.
mean mired? There's too much supply. Is a supply demand problem? You get too much supply?
No, it's a very good question. What does too much supply mean? Well, then you get to people, go back to your first question to me. Government leaders. Government leaders know if they're good, and they can do mathematics, they can balance their checkbooks. So certain people in Congress said, well, how do you value these subprime mortgages? The banks say we've been valuing them the same way we've always valued them for the past 20 years. The accounting firms, there's something in this country called GAAP accounting, which is a standard type of accounting. And we account for them the same way we've always accounted for them. If we paid $1,000 for your mortgage last night, when we put it on our books today, we're going to say its value is $1,000. Makes sense. I paid for it. What's its value? It's $1,000. That's what I paid for it last night. No. The Congress people said, that's not really a good answer, you know. That doesn't give us confidence that you know what you're doing. Because what happens if you have to sell it tomorrow morning? If something's happened and you have to sell it. Remember, there's kinds of stress tests. Would you be able to value it at what you paid for it the day before? And Wall Street says, that's not the way you can think about this. This is crazy. We always value things at the cost from the day before. And they changed the accounting method, in essence, to say not what it was worth yesterday, but if I have to sell, what would it be worth? That's impossible. So what happens is every bank now has to value something they bought yesterday at lower than they paid. Never before in 20 years did they have to do this. So something they bought at 1,000 on their books was 1,000 is now 990. That starts to, you asked the question about what did I start to think about? Something's 1,000 and 990. This person now has to value it at 980.
When did you first start to get nervous? Understanding Bill Clinton and all this. Did you change glasses?
Yes.
Okay.
I changed shirt.
I saw the black. Are you okay with it? Yeah, great. I think we're gonna have all kinds of changes.
I'm experimenting.
Yeah. Okay. When did you get a feeling? Did you ever anticipate before it happened something like 2008 could happen?
No.
How could that be?
It's the word I can beat it to death. Is that it's very much like would I anticipate I'll have a heart attack tomorrow? Unlikely.
Was 2008 a heart attack or a stroke? Debilitating.
It's a better. It was both. But why was it both? Because in fact, as I said, the blood was getting dried up in the system, and the head, which is sort of the central bank, wasn't working. So to some extent, it was a combination. It was a crisis.
Did you see that building up over time?
It's always been lurking in the background. I mean, if you have an older parent, would you say it's possible? Did you anticipate him having a heart attack today? No, you hope things are going to go better and maybe they'll fix it up. The system was getting too complex, and it wasn't based on derivatives, because what people keep forgetting, and as I was just explaining, Wall Street and in many professions, including Wall Street makes it sound complicated. They don't want the little guy to understand.
Oh, and shout out to my excuse me. Shout out to my man Vladstein. He says, "You think Sid has skid marks in his panties?" Oh, bro. Well, I mean, you know what? I'm actually glad Sid didn't respond to that. But hey, it is what it is.
What they do, because they make so much money, and they don't do very much.
Wait. Oh, okay.
So they couch it in words like derivative and stock options and commodity futures and different types of contracts. It's all fairly, everyone is capable of understanding it. It is not complicated. But Wall Street, because they make so much money from doing fairly simple things, needs to make it more complicated than it really is.
We had a very big recession in the early 90s based upon real estate and Japan basically imploding.
Let's again, okay. You had a recession in the 90s. I don't know what it's based upon. It's always interesting to look back and say, separate from there's certain triggers, like there in the 70s, there was a.
What do you think it was based upon, the 90s downturn? It's clearly there was a huge downturn.
No, I know there was a downturn. That's what I know for sure. I don't.
That's a fact.
That's all. Everything else is sort of speculation about why did he have that?
I understand that, but there's some speculation that has 0% probability of being true, and there's others that have 90%. In the range, when you look at the range of alternatives of what could have caused it in 90, and what I'm trying to do is get you all the way up to 2008. Look, you're the smartest guy in the room, right? You know that. Do you think there's anybody in the world today?
Oops, this is going to be a bad question.
No, but do you think anybody in the world today, the Alan Greenspans, the Bernankes, is there any central banker you know, any partner of any Wall Street firm, any guy running a trading desk, and I would take it that would be, or anybody at a Larry Fink at BlackRock, Steve Schwartzman at Blackstone, the top 100 financial guys, and let's throw in a couple of Nobel economists, and let's throw in the best professors at Wharton, at Harvard, at Stanford. Do you think that there's anybody that understands money or understands the world's financial system as good as you?
There must be.
But it doesn't come to the top of the head.
No.
Okay, fine. Now that I've gotten that, let's go back to 1990. In that arc from the fall of the Berlin Wall to 2008.
Good.
We started with the implosion in Tokyo of the Japanese economy, Japanese financial markets. We had the huge run up in internet stocks, right? We had the implosion of that in 2000. The bankruptcy of Drexel Burnham in 90. Mm-hmm. Implosion of Japan, huge run up in equity markets for the internet, implosion of the internet 2000, 10 years later, roughly. Mm-hmm. And then this run up through the Iraq war and all that, the run up to 2008. Every 10 years, it seems like we're in some sort of 10 years before the 1990s was the 70s.
You sound like an astrologer.
Okay.
And not a financial person.
You're not a mathematician. It just seems to me a pattern of every 10 years.
That's misleading. That's exactly right. Okay. Because people like to see patterns. People like to see patterns where there are none.
So a pattern of a financial crisis every 10 years is just in my mind.
Yes.
Long-term capital that had to be bailed out back in the late 90s when everybody panicked. And that wasn't that bailout today would look small. And it was a $5 billion or was $30 billion.
Businesses fail all the time.
But long-term capital, the Federal Reserve stepped in.
But I'm saying people go bad. Things go bad. all the time.
Yes, the local, you're correct. The audience is watching this, the little guys, they go bankrupt all the time and nobody gives a shit. You know why? They're a little guy. But when long-term capital management goes bankrupt, or Bear Stearns goes bankrupt, or Lehman Brothers goes bankrupt, people care because
it's an unfair characterization.
Why do you say that?
Because again, it's the complexity of the situation. If you think about you have a complex system, you have your body. Now, in fact, the little guy is my finger. This is.
And Bear Stearns is your heart.
That's correct. The banking system is my heart. The system, I can't risk my because remember, it's not only my.
You haven't been able to name.
Hang on.
You haven't.
Hang on.
No, hang on.
I was trying to hang. I wanted to see if the hang on worked.
No. You haven't been able. You're not good enough yet. You're like junior wizard trying to do it. You haven't. Yes. I'll say, since we can't name another guy that's as good as you. Now, there may be a couple out there. You're not bragging. You're humble. It had to be sometime. Please tell me there was some time before you went to jail and basically got cut off from daily information in the summer of 2008, that you started to get very nervous that this complex system, that something was deeply wrong.
Okay, first, let's go back. When I say no one understands the system better than I do, it doesn't mean I
You always sound like a doctor. You're afraid he's going to get sued for giving a thing.
Yes,
you're not taking on any liability. There's no contingent liability here for your answers.
No. But the word understand is the problem. Okay. I don't understand the system. So I don't understand the financial system.
Please stop. You cannot sit here and tell me. No. What we just went through, I'll go through again. The hedge fund managers, the money managers, the central bankers, the commercial bankers, the heads of the investment banks, the heads of all the trading desks, the top economists, and I'll throw in the business school lecturers at Stanford. Of all the top 200, 250, you can't name at the top of your head the guys are at least at your level. You have to understand it somewhat.
No. Sorry. We all don't understand it. No one understands it. It's a miracle. It's that's part of the problem. It's impossible to understand. That word understand simply means if this happens here, that will happen there. It's predictable. Understanding means it's predictable. It's not predictable. That's the problem. In complex systems, that was the fascination. Is there a way to tease out some level of predictability?
So even
no, in fact, you would ask the question. It's a great question, which was it a stroke or a heart attack? Now, most people don't know that before they were going to have a stroke, they had a stroke. They just have a stroke. Do they understand why? In hindsight, you go back and you can make lots of explanations that might sound good. And if you're talking to the working man, you're using language that he'll never understand. It's complex. So he, just like going to his doctor, he says he has a gastrointestinal problem, or he has diverticulitis, as opposed to saying, you had a stomach ache, you ate bad food. People don't like to say it in normal, everyman terms. The system had a stroke, but we don't know why.
But you just, okay. Hardworking people, and there's a great social benefit, would you not agree, with having people having ownership in the system?
When you say ownership in the system, it doesn't mean.
Let's start over.
Okay.
Yeah. So flip over your phone too, because
yes.
I don't want anyone to see
you on your
phone. So maybe flip it down or something.
Yeah, who knows what the fuck comes up with that phone?
That's correct.
Which one has sent you?
KSA.
I can't not believe I've got the magic moment when you're in fucking prison or jail, wherever the fuck it is.
It's crazy. Solitary. Now, there's a funny part to that we missed, which is said.
Go ahead, tell it.
The funny part is what you asked me.
Is there anything funnier than that?
No.
For black humor,
I don't make any black comments. Sorry. You asked me what I was wearing.
That's right. You're too wrapped up in the Me Too movement.
Yes. So I was wearing a brown jumper and a brown pair of pants given to me by the jail with the word trustee on the back.
Because you had qualified to be a trustee?
Well, the funny part was it was spelled Trusty. So I wasn't really sure. I'd been a trustee in many different operations, but it was the first time it was actually printed on my back and spelled incorrectly.
Probably had a higher level of being a trustee at that than you had at all the boards that you were trustees, right?
Yes, because the trustee meant you get two devices to clean your toilet as opposed to one.
Yeah, but it also meant that you had some sort of personal fiduciary own responsibility for oneself, right?
In the jail? You
Well,
mean?
that's what being a trustee is. That's where they give you two.
Yes, you get two cleaners. I was a trustee in the jail because I was able to teach some of the kids to help them get their GED. So that's how they gave me a trustee job.
There's no time. I got to go back to this because I'm like a dog with a bone on this thing.
Yes.
You can't. There's something deeply fucked up with you.
At least something.
Well, we know there are things deeply fucked up with this. You will get through in this film,
Right.
but
Glad he knows.
you cannot possibly have to sit there knowing that you came from nowhere.
I just want to ask a question because, listening to one of the fathers of the mega movement, Glaze, Jeffrey Epstein, is getting a little tiring. Is Monty going to have anything else tonight to prove his point? He said he was going through his phone, scrubbing through, gave him a little bit of time. If not, I might just dip out. There's not much to say about this. No one's really talking about it.
Just go ahead and dip out, bud. I know it's your bedtime.
So, no, you don't?
No, I have not gone through fucking 800 hours of footage.
Nope.
No, I have not. Continue your life. Can we get back to the video that was on before you came up?
Don't make promises you can't keep, bro.
Trust me, when I find it, I want you to eat your fucking words.
Yeah, you haven't yet. It's been more than 9 days. So.
I'm sorry, my life does not live and revolve around you, Sid. I'm sorry. I know you may live.
You're also way over exaggerating the amount I've been on here. 800 hours.
I have
every single day.
You realize that goes on live every single day, right?
I don't talk to him every day. There's been weeks
Yes,
I don't talk.
I have to differentiate between that footage and the footage where you are on, and I have to go through 100 days. Let's say 150 days. Let's say he's on for 6 hours a fucking day. That's over 800 hours of footage.
So, is there any way on the back end you could help him out and like send him the ones I've been on? Is there any way that you could better like figure that out for him to?
Honestly, I could check, but I don't really think so. Like I said, I'd have to go transcript by transcript. I'm about to do the same thing Monty did.
Same thing I've been doing for the past week. It's okay.
You've been doing it for a week and you haven't found one thing?
No, I haven't found the video in the claim that I made that you said that no evidence would exonerate Trump.
You also made a bunch of other claims in our debate.
Oh my fucking God.
And you didn't find any of those either?
I'm not looking for those. Do you?
Oh.
Bro.
Well, you did say that you were going to do it, and those ones are all about specifically the Minneapolis stuff. So that's a pretty short time frame.
Oh yeah, I have found things where you're supporting terrorism right after Charlie Kirk got shot, and you're like, yeah, it's free speech.
I said, yeah, what's free speech?
The people on the left fucking celebrating it.
I mean, that people celebrating it is not terrorism.
Now I thought it was gonna be a quick exchange. This will be a quick exchange.
Because Sid's on here. Just fucking get off already. You said you were leaving 5 minutes ago. Only
I just wanted to
exit.
Y'all can handle this in Discord at another time.
Yeah.
Okay. Once again, another night I showed up. Monty didn't have anything.
All right.
It'll keep happening. See ya.
He went to the very top
lied
of
about
what is
not
considered outside of science
and he's
maybe
gone.
Physics. The thing people most admire because it's like alchemy, understanding high finance. To sit there in what will be the defining financial crisis of our time, like Black Friday and
Don't tell me
whatever it was
he fucking left as I find
and
it.
be there at that exact moment. Triggered in part by a firm that you used to be a partner in and knew intimately well, and it created much of your initial net worth because of. And know that you couldn't, someone who lives on a phone, right?
Yes.
Because you do live on a phone, right?
Correct.
You had to collect calls. You cannot tell me sometime during that day you did not have that conversation with yourself of how the fuck did I do this to myself to put myself in West Palm Beach in a 6x9 cell with a metal fucking bed with a brown shirt that said trustee spelled wrong.
So did I find it amazing that I was there? That's
Not amazing. And I don't want to say it was not funny. Oh, I thought
I wasn't funny.
Right.
But
Not amazing.
it was incredible.
Incredible in what way?
This-
Incredible, like how do I do this to myself?
No, it's as incredible as me sitting here in this house. They're both just two sides of the coin. That's how I think about it. That my life today is incredible.
Do you consider yourself a stoic?
No, I consider myself a hermit. Stoics are not very happy.
Being a hermit then, being in that 6x9 cell, being in the cell, qua the cell was not the problem, right?
Correct.
What was the problem?
The eating the almond joy bars.
Because you couldn't eat the food.
No, right. And but remember, my life is.
Did that ever strike you that I can't eat the food because somebody might have done something to it? I gotta live off an almond joy bar, one a day or two a day or whatever. How many ever sneak in a day?
No sneaking in.
Your one almond joy bar, did not hit you at some time? How the fuck did I do this?
No.
So can you pause it real quick?
Let's go back to the spring.
Yeah, this guy is so fucking egotistical. He can't even like come to terms with being in a prison cell accused of like sex crimes had any diminishment on his character or well-being whatsoever. He also said that he's understands the markets the best, like he's got a crystal ball, and try to explain subprime lending and said it wasn't derivatives, which was specifically linked to those securities. So he's talking out both sides of his mouth, and he's just like, I'm understanding more as I like see this, why people depended on what he had to say, because he's just a bullshitter like through and through. It's really crazy.
I mean, probably one of the best bullshitters I've heard, because it sounds like he's making sense. And if you actually know, you like, banking and finance and all that stuff, you're like, hold on, bro, you're saying the same things either twice, or you just kind of proved yourself wrong in the next sentence. Like,
yeah, he did. That's exactly what it is. Hey, I'm about to head out. Appreciate it, man.
All right, big dog, man. Have a good one, Chad. All right, man. Appreciate you pulling up.
Wrapped up in your personal issues at the time, you were not spending enough time on the financial markets, or were you deeply involved in the financial markets like you normally were?
No, I was involved.
And so we're saying that the smartest guy in the room didn't see it coming.
No, of course.
The bankruptcy of Bear Stearns, you just thought was a Bear Stearns problem. You didn't see it as systemic.
I know you keep harping on it, but it's not
because you're a mathematician and understands systems. It seems that anybody that understands that they had a systemic problem, you at least be the first on the early search radar. If you're not going to see it, then I'm really afraid, because that means that I always assume there's at least a set of guys out there that have some sort of sense that something's not right.
Imagine the guy who has a stroke or had the heart attack. When you ask him, did you feel funny the day before? He's going to tell you, yeah, I didn't feel right. Something was off. I didn't feel right. I had my stomach was right. I felt a little dizzy. I felt a little weak. But if you asked him that day before, do you think you're going to have a heart attack tomorrow? He'd say, no, I just feel a little weak. I'm a little dizzy. My stomach hurts. So these systems, and that's the issue of complexity. What complexity says is that, in fact, everything seems to go along, and people have seen it. One of the great examples of complex systems is sand dunes. In fact, the sand keeps building up. People have seen some, and all of a sudden, one more sand drop, and all the sand starts running down the hills. That's the way I see the financial markets.
When you funded Santa Fe in the early 90s or late 80s?
I believe it was early 90s. I can get back to you.
But early 90s, Santa Fe was funded for the study of complexity theory.
It was math. So let's back up. So why did I buy a ranch in New Mexico in 1993? So that gives you some sense. So I would have funded it in 1990. Los Alamos which was the high energy lab up in New Mexico, was losing all its scientists.
In Los Alamos, it was where Oppenheimer and where a lot of the nuclear weapons program, the bomb.
That's where the Manhattan Project.
Manhattan Project was as Los Alamos, and you bought your property out in New Mexico to be near that?
Yes, because the scientists were going to be, they cut the funding for high energy physics. But the people who worked in Los Alamos would still be in the Santa Fe area.
They cut that because this was the Cold War dividend, right?
I don't remember exactly why. It was because, again, people thought that physics and high energy physics really wasn't that important.
Because that was about nuclear weapons.
No, it was because they decided, which may be not right. This was the same time that Murray Gell-Mann came up with the term quark, Q-U-A-R-K. He picked it out of an old poem, the word quark, but it was mysterious. So they were starting to understand in the 90s that our world of the physics world, there was things that were just unexplainable. They called it strange things. You gave it a name. You gave it some characteristics. You called it had charm, was one of the terms. It had a charm. It had a flavor. It had a color. But no one, Mr. Bannon, understood what it was, just like the financial system.
And you wanted to investigate that?
I wanted to see if we could build tools so others smarter than me could help investigate it.
And that was the beginning of your concept of the Santa Fe Institute?
Yes.
And Santa Fe Institute was founded to do study in this type of...
Can these areas of strange things be described by some form of mathematics?
So that's what I'm trying to get at. The foundational thought, the organizing principle of Santa Fe,
yes,
and the high physics lab at Los Alamos, right, which had been the headquarters of Manhattan, and the Trinity Project, right, the bomb.
Yes.
So you're talking about the elite, the high priest
of physics.
Of physics.
Yes, sir.
Which high priest of physics, some subset of that is also mathematics.
Yes, they're both similar.
Project out. One of the tools you want to do is to make sure that in this complex system, the finance system, I'm doing a lot of this for philanthropy and a lot for the good of mankind, but also to be able to understand this complex system, the most complex outside of maybe our body, of the financial world.
Yes.
Did they create tools, or were you smarter in than the mid-aughts 15 years later than you had been then because of work that was done at Santa Fe?
No, it was great. But in fact, most of my philanthropy in the area of, can you describe things that appear to be unexplainable by mathematics? And can you fund people who have new ideas? And unfortunately, when someone thinks they've been able to, there was a man, Stuart Kaufman, when they think I figured out how to be able to predict the unpredictable, what appears to other people to be unpredictable. But my system, in those days it was called genetic algorithms, can predict what things will happen, and they all want to make money. So they use their systems to try to figure out, they know they have figured out the way to make money because they figured out the unexplainable. They try, they go bankrupt, and we start again. So with a cold view, what I've come to realize is that the attempt to mathematize, formularize, or what in your prior work, to understand what really is, in today's world, still unexplainable, is impossible. They're miracles.
Your first head of Santa Fe was Christopher
Langdon, I think.
Langdon from Australia.
But Murray Gell-Mann was the funder. He was the rock.
Yes, he was the rock. He was a Nobel Prize winner?
Yes.
Yes, and a wonderful guy. He came out and helped us with the Biosphere 2 project. He came with Chris Langdon. Yeah. Chris Langdon was the operator, the day-to-day guy.
Chris was doing artificial life.
Right.
Murray tried to lead his own artificial life.
Yes. When Chris came to Biosphere 2 for the first big conference we had in 1994, he was one of the most impressive guys there among all the world's elite. Kew Gardens, the Lawrence Livermore lab, the labs at Sandia, all the major universities, Lamont Doherty, all the big Earth observatories, Woods Hole. What set Langdon apart, I thought, and the reason I invited Santa Fe to be part of it, was Langdon actually made a presentation that everything, and he was making this to scientists, a lot of marine biologists, a lot of people that are just beginning, Wally Broker and people who were just beginning the study of climate change, at that time called global warming, that he made this compelling presentation that everything's really mathematics. Yes. It's all just back to math. And you have to, all these experiments you do, you're not, one of the reasons they're not considered by the high priest in physics as being real experiments is that they don't have a math.
Okay, yo, hi, Michael. Appreciate the support. He says, RIP, he was a legend. Now, who are you talking about? Who is wondering, by the way? Because the only person I see on screen is like Epstein. I don't know, you know, like I'm still alive, so I know you don't mean me, but who's a legend? just wondering.
Mathematical basis to it, and everything has a mathematical basis to it.
Bruh.
Langdon seemed like a radical visionary. What happened to that concept?
Did you also say that?
You go back 350 years.
So well, I guess we needed a troll chat for the. I guess hey, there was gonna be a troll chat eventually, but yep, apparently. Well, I mean, I guess Michael out here calling Epstein a legend, guys. It is what it is. I may not support it, but he has a right to say it.
You have Isaac Newton. You have
somebody might want to grab his IP address.
Leibniz. From move forward, you have people like Heisenberg and Gödel, and what every one of those mathematicians and philosophers came to understand is that there's something there's numbers can describe certain things, approximate certain things.
Doubling down.
But in fact,
Michael, he says Epstein was a legend. At this point, you can just go ahead and explain how. At this point, know what? F it. I'm curious. How was Epstein a legend? Just go ahead and explain, please.
Trying to put measurements and numbers on other things that are really unexplainable is folly. It's so 300 years ago, they said that unexplainable realm was God. And people who attempted, in fact, to explain the unexplainable, who said, yes, I understand the unexplainable, were charlatans. They were the occults. They were the astrologers. They were the con men.
Alchemist.
Yes. Well, no, alchemist was, in fact, they believed that there was a way to transmute one metal into another. In fact, they always wanted to see if they can create gold. There's no reason, if you think about it, they recognize that one metal is different than another metal because it has some additional pieces to it. It has additional neutrons or protons or electrons. So because they thought it was a machine, they believed it was a machine, if I can take 5 protons and add 5, that gives me 10, I should be able to get gold. Move everything around inside these systems, the molecules transmute one molecule into another, and if this molecule I've transmuted it into is gold, I'm a rich man. It's back to money. But there's something strange happens. Isaac Newton says, this is really weird. If I want to push a ball on the table, I have to touch it. Maybe I have to blow on it. But I actually have to push one side of the ball or the book to move that side. I'm pushing here, and obviously this thing is what appears to us humans to be solid, so it moves as one thing. But the only way to get something to move was to touch it or put a force against it. Okay, seems to make sense. Everybody has that experience. I want to lift a glass, I lift it. If I want to push a ball, I push it. If I want to pull a ball, I pull it. But he recognized when the ball fell off the table, it went in a different direction. How's that possible? Nobody pushed the ball down. And he said, this is crazy. Why did the ball go down? I didn't push it. I just let it go. So someone's pushing the ball, because I know that I am confident that the only thing that gets something to move is with a force that pushes. So there's a force that's pushing the ball down. In fact, he called it gravity. He measured how fast it was pulled, but never was able to explain why it happened. How is it? What is gravity? It's this. Everybody says, well, why did the ball fall to the ground? Because gravity took it. But what's gravity? That's, as Feynman would say, that's the name of the thing. We have no idea what it is. This goes to Santa Fe. They were trying to explain the unexplainable. Can we measure? Can we figure out a way to predict the stock markets using these types of chaos complexity?
Before we get there, let's walk back through it. Let's go back to Newton.
Sure.
Pre-Newton and then Newton. What did Newton solve that for millennia up to Newton had not been solved? And then I want to go forward all the way to Santa Fe, what they were trying to solve. Let's start with just two or three of the basic guys, but let's go with Newton. What pre-Newton, it was what? And then why is Newton such a
genius?
In such a, in the, I think mathematically, they told me one time, I've seen there's been 115 billion people roughly that have lived on the earth. And of that 115 billion, Newton.
Are you sure that's a number? That sounds a lot very high. We only have 7 now.
I think in the history of the earth, I think I'll pull up the stat for you, but I think it's 115 billion people. They figure
that probably is inflation. That's why
have lived on Earth. But he's one of the handful of the most important. What did he solve for? Why is he so important for how we live today? And then we want to go through Leibniz and the other 2 or 3 other major ones to get us to Santa Fe.
Well, it's a long journey.
This is the heart of what.
I mean, now that's reasonable. Oh, he said theories as to why one of the architects of MAGA was trying to whitewash Epstein. I mean, that's a really good point. Why was he talking to him in this manner? Like, he knew he got arrested. So what? Did Bennett not believe that the charges or something? Did he believe that Epstein was innocent? I don't know. Bennett never really explained the nature of this interview and what he was honestly trying to do with it. I'm not sure if he was trying to expose Epstein or something. Like, don't know. But he never did explain the nature of this interview. All we know that really he had like 10 hours. It's like 10 hours of this, maybe like or more. And we only got 2.
What we're trying to do.
Let me take a bit of a detour just a second. What if you went to high school and the last year in your high school, you took calculus. So Isaac Newton sort of invents calculus. Well, that sounds invents, mathematicians.
To torture seniors in high school before they graduate.
Yes, but obviously, no, yes, the answer is yes. Certain people could never do calculus.
Why is that? Why is calculus why is that the dividing line between, to me, people who can handle that and can go on to do certain things and people just hit the wall, even if they know math? It seems to me that there's that calculus is the thing that changes. It bridges. That's because it's about the theory of change and the theory of how things change.
It's a great question, but in fact, what calculus does is it's somewhat philosophical. That's why mathematics is Newton wasn't a mathematician. He was called a geometer. That's what they used to call themselves. They understood geometry and numbers. But there's an old conundrum where it says and during Pythagoras' days, Zeno's paradox it's called, where they said, well, if the wall is 2 feet away from me, and I take one step that's halfway to the wall, that'll be 1 foot away, and if I take another step that's half again, that'll be half a foot away, and then a quarter of a foot, I could walk forever but never touch the wall. Doesn't sound realistic, doesn't make any sense in our real lives of the physical. But what Newton understood is many problems were like that. Many things approached the wall, or in calculus, approached the limit, but never really reached it. So he said, it's okay, you don't have to reach it. We can do lots of the mathematics as if it was so close, it was almost there. And we could do lots of mathematics almost being at the limit. And this is really important, Steve, for today. Because most of the science up until today was things that are starting to approach the limit. You were taught in high school that if you had 1 divided by 0, if you remember your high school algebra, you were told, what's the answer to that? Is there an answer to 1 divided by 0? No, if you were in high school, I'd say, stay away from it. It's the boogeyman. You could write it down as it's undefined. It's not able to be determined. There's a bunch of things. But in fact, 1 divided by 0 is a strange things happen. It's a world of the strange. And what I'll explain to you after is that when you get 1 divided by 0, you get into a world we don't know what happens. The answer is it's not explainable. We can call it things like undetermined. We can have a convention to say it's X, Y, or Z, but in real life, we don't know what happens when you are actually at the limit. So that's Newton thought the same concept is that the limits were God. You got close to God, but you can never be God. He had this sort of religious interpretation.
Okay, I want to go back to Newton. Why is Newton such a big dividing line in mankind's history? What is it about Newton? What is it about what he's trying to solve? What did they not know beforehand? And because we live to a degree in a Newtonian universe, although I realized later a subparticle atomic physics, but at least for a while it was Newtonian. So what's the dividing line? Why is he so important? Why is he an inflection point in mankind's movement from the swamp to the stars?
It's a great question. Because stars were by Kepler. What Newton starts to allow us to do is to make accurate predictions. Remember that we've talked about that with money, about the things in our physical world, how cars, but he didn't have cars, that how horse carriages moved, how bowling balls moved, how pool cues and pool table balls.
Had people tried to solve that before Newton?
Many.
Heraclitus or Plotinus, Pythagoras had.
Oh, shout out to my man Daniel Castro. He says Chuck Norris can divide 1 with 0. Chuck Norris can do anything. I do remember that. Like, bro, at a certain point, Chuck Norris was like, bro, it was funny. The jokes about this man being basically a demigod and how he can basically do anything was hilarious.
Had these greats that we hear about, had they tried to solve the same problem?
Not the same problem. They try to, again, what Pythagoras does, he starts to figure out this relationships in triangles. For example, everyone knows the a squared plus b squared is equal to c squared, that Pythagorean theorem, which is basically says these shapes in a triangle, each side of the triangle has a fixed relationship with the other 2 sides. That's strange. He knew, again, but it was all numbers. This was a system of things in the physical world, and Pythagoras says we can start putting numbers on things that help you predict how they will behave. You can add 2 triangles and make a square, some different shapes. They were looking at geometric forms. Newton says, well, I want to know how planets move. I want to know how things around me move. Can we find formulas? Can I find formulas that explain what I see in the physical world, how physical things interact and how they describe one another? Again, the fact that 2 solid masses, for some very strange, unknown reason, unknown today, attract one another, no matter what they are. People have seen the experiment. You hang something, 2 little metal balls from a string, they move towards each other. In fact, they move towards each other was very specific. So when you drop the ball to the floor of this room, Newton says, in fact, the room came up a bit to meet the ball. The room moved. It's imperceptible. You can't really perceive that motion, but they attracted each other with certain ratios. So he started to be able to measure things in the physical world. And that was great advances. It also, you wanted to move very quickly. Unfortunately, most people, especially in the 20th century, 19th century, said, well, like Newton, let's measure everything. Let's measure people's behavior. Let's measure their psychology. Let's measure their health. You go to we can have my blood test. Let's measure everything. We measure Wall Street.
Their voting habits.
Measure. Can we put a number on how much I care for my wife? Can I put a number on how I feel? And we tried, unfortunately, we try to mathematize the finer things in life, and then recognize that there's things that Unfortunately, just fall outside. Schrodinger wrote a very famous book about what is life. He was trying to figure out a way, can he describe the difference formulaically between things that are alive and things that are dead? The answer is no. The things that are alive in my world are miracles, not magic. Magic has a bad connotation.
We
trying
don't
to hide
believe in
things.
you don't believe in the spirit or the soul. That's what animates people, is your spirit or your soul. That's
No.
what have you ever seen someone die? When they die, their spirit leaves.
Their soul leaves, no question. So in
There's
fact,
no question to you about
no
that.
question.
There's no question to you that there is some animating life force within us that leaves when you're dead.
Yes, in fact, I refer to the soul. This obviously a certain the questions in the past, even
Because
during
people would normally think you were soulless. So
Thank you.
to have you to have you talk about you actually believe in it and have done some thinking about it is pretty shocking in its own right, isn't it?
Well, again, mathematics, Leibniz.
And shout out to Sid. He says this interview proves that it wasn't his profound insight or intelligence that the elites were attracted to. Basic as fuck. Yeah, literally he's saying pretty basic things, but to be quite honest with you, though, he ain't saying too much. He ain't saying nothing that, well, we didn't know, or that kind of like, oh my goodness. Oh, I did not know. I never heard that before. No, he isn't really telling us too much. Now, if he started to talk about that client list, then all right, we'd be cooking then, but man can only dream, right?
So Newton was at Cambridge and he was the head of the math department, right? He's a professor, essentially.
Yes.
But Leibniz, was Leibniz a German professor?
Yes. But what Leibniz said is the soul is so strange because God took chemicals, which is simply the material, like tables, and he somehow made this material able to have a thought. How strange is that? Not only does it have a soul, but some way it was put together that this material substance.
What's scary is him talking about the soul like this, and considering what he was doing to children is like crazy. He's like, you understood the concept or the sacredness of the soul, yet that you spent I'm gonna be real with you, your career destroying them, like crazy.
Is able to think. So when you say to me, it's obvious to everyone that there's such a thing as a soul. Now, if you're part of the Charlatanville, you'll try to explain it to people. The soul I describe as the dark matter of the brain. Why is it dark matter? Because in high energy physics nowadays, you hear terms of dark matter, dark energy. Again, terminology, it's a complicated term. Why is it dark matter? Because we can't see it, that's all. What do you mean you can't see it? Well, somehow we see something moving towards this area of darkness. I can see this thing. This appears to me to be empty. It's just black, but I see it being drawn this way. So I say, well, I know if this were matter, that would follow that equation. If this was solid, it would explain the way this particle moves. But I can't see anything here. So I'll just call it dark matter. And I'll say, I don't know what it is, but it behaves as if there was something there. The soul is obvious to everyone.
I got that one.
That there's something different between things that are alive and things that are not alive. But we have no idea what it is. It's currently unexplainable. I believe we need an entirely different system of analysis to try to figure out. Oh, sorry.
So, all right, I get what I'm pretty sure he probably got that from one of his space science friends. Because if you don't know what dark matter is, it's this mysterious force in the universe that's making the universe ever expand. All we know is that it's there. We can't explain why it's there and all that good stuff. We just know that it's there and it's causing the expansion of the universe. We don't see it, we can't really measure it, but we know it's there. Well, I guess we can kind of measure by the rate the universe expands. But what he's talking about, I guess, when it comes to the brain or the soul and all that, is that we can't see it, we can't really measure it, but we know it's there, just like with dark matter.
No, with Newton, with all his alchemical studies and things he worked on the spiritual side, Leibniz had just talked about the soul, Schroeder talked about what it's like. If a modern scientist or someone that you funded at MIT or Harvard or one of these things talked in those types of terms, they would be considered to be a wingnut today, wouldn't they? They would not be on the path for tenure, right?
Unless they were in the philosophy department.
This is exactly my point. We're talking about three of the greatest mathematicians in mankind's history that have really changed mankind. Talking like this, what happened? How do we get to a situation where they could not be in the high physics, they could not be in the mathematics department or working in high energy physics?
Good, it's an easy answer. Newton was a combination of mathematician or geometer then and philosopher. And as time went on, those disciplines seemed to move apart. We had philosophy, some of the philosophers can't do math, and some of the mathematicians. And again, mathematicians often break into two categories. People that solve problems, those are more like geometers in the old days, just problem solvers. And
I'm crying. Shout out Sid. He says, do sound like a pot deal that makes you sit down and hang out every time you go to him and play a bong rip sound. Bro. Nah, I ain't gonna lie, bro. I remember back in the day, I had a guy that did that. Like, bro, you couldn't just go there and get what you want. You had to sit down, smoke 25, 30 minutes and hear about his conspiracies and problems. It's just like, okay, bro. Okay. I'm crying. That's too funny. Only because I can relate.
And then there's thinkers, theoreticians. They're more like the old movement towards philosophy. But neither one of those two groups have been able to figure out why something is alive as opposed to something that's not alive. No one's been able to describe what the soul is, but we all know it exists. And I think what we need is science is a bad word. I think science only describes the things we already know about the physical world. In fact, there's an argument that the physical world that we see has been created out of our systems of mathematics. Mathematics, everyone knows mathematics describes the physical world much greater than it should, unless my view, the physical world really comes out of conscious beings that have mathematics. So they create it. This table appears to you and I to be solid. To a bat, because we have light that's bouncing off the table into our eyes, it appears solid. If instead of...
And all right. So much of Epstein I can take. All right, here. Just to switch it up, let's go to a different video. I need to detox myself from Epstein and him like bullshitting me. Or, well, his circular reasoning.
Is Vitus Spear, otherwise known as V, a political activist.
Let's get into it, guys, because we're going to talk about the hoax of the SAVE Act blocks women from voting. Let's get right into it. And what in God's name am I looking at? Because
brother, what's that? What's that, brother?
Honestly.
This is Vitus Spear, otherwise known as V, a political activist and host of Under the Desk News, a TikTok channel that has over 3.8 million followers. Recently, V made a video about the Safeguard American Voter Eligibility Act, otherwise known as the SAVE Act.
You'll have been asking me to explain the SAVE Act, a bill that, if passed, could block 21 million eligible U.S. citizens from voting.
Wait, 21 million citizens blocked from voting? Sounds like a terrifyingly massive number. Huge if true. Of course it isn't.
Thanks to our paid partnership with my pals at the Brennan Center for Justice, I've been able to spend some time researching, and I can tell you what is wrong with this proposed legislation. So let's dig in.
So V, who fancies themselves as a journalist, is accepting a paid partnership from the Brennan Center, which throws any and all objectivity out the window. Instead of actually spending time researching, V's going to regurgitate the talking points from a left-wing think tank / advocacy group.
First, where is your birth certificate? Do you know where it is? Do you have an official copy with the raised seal on it handy? Or would you have to call your mom or maybe visit your hometown city clerk's office to get one of those?
I mean, if you lost it, for sure. I mean, you lost it. I mean, if you're a grown ass adult, your parents should have gave it to you by now, or you just left it with your parent just so you know where it's at. Either way, most people can get their birth certificate. Like, shoot, like I think mine's around me somewhere.
Or you could order a replacement, because every single state and territory has a website for ordering a copy of your birth certificate online.
For last year, when Rep. McCormick was confronted by a woman who said that the SAVE Act would make it more difficult for her as a married woman who took her spouse's name to vote because her new legal name does not match the name on her birth certificate.
I'm also a married woman who took my husband's last name. My birth certificate does not match my legal name.
First of all, no
I mean, obviously, so you can just bring a voter ID, just bring your ID. I mean, shoot, you bring your social security, either one will verify you as an American citizen. I don't know why you're bringing up this point, as if it makes sense. And does she have a beard? Am I tripping?
Does not match my legal name.
First of all, no the name on your birth certificate isn't going to match your new married name, unless you married someone with the same name, obviously.
This means that me and 69
Yeah, like you're David Rubin or something.
million women like me who have taken their spouse's last name will not be eligible to vote.
Hang on. First, V stated that 21 million eligible U.S. citizens could be blocked from voting, but then plays a clip of a lunatic screeching about 69 million women never being allowed to vote again. Because journalism or something.
Bro,
okay, first,
is it me or does she have a beard, bro? Maybe I'm tripping, but I just see a bit of peach fuzz out in the chin, looking a little strong. Like, I don't, bro. Is this one of them transformers? Like, so hard to tell these days.
being allowed to vote again. Because journalism or something. Okay, first of all, if you get married and take on your spouse's name, federal law, Title 20 CFR Section 422.110, requires you to alert the Social Security Administration. To do this, you'll need to fill out Federal Form SS-5. You'll either have to visit your local Social Security office or mail in a copy of both your certified marriage certificate and the ID with your old name on it.
Yeah, don't be
All
lazy.
50 states require you to update your name with the Social Security Administration.
Okay.
And once you do, you need to update your driver's license or state ID. And in most states, it is required by law to update that ID within 10 to 30.
Okay, I'm glad I'm not tripping, because I was like, bro, that old lady chin looked too, or that lady's chin looked too strong, or that trans lady chin looked too strong. Hey, guys, look at me being politically correct. But yeah, a little too strong, and I don't know that little blonde down there. Yeah, that was a transformer, and she said, "Oh, well, I took my husband's last name." I mean, okay, we are living in strange times, guys. Living in strange times.
30 days of your name change. In
Guy with a
Georgia,
beard talking
where that
about-
woman was screaming at Congressman McCormick about birth certificates, if you change your name by marriage or other legal action, you must obtain a new license showing the correct name within 60 days. And to do this, you only need your old ID and your state-issued marriage certificate. That's it. Which means that the whole "but my birth certificate" narrative is complete bullshit.
No copy of the birth certificate handy? Okay, how about a passport? Do you have a passport? If not, if you don't have one of those two documents, then you may not be eligible to vote under the SAVE Act.
All right, I got you, Vlad. I got you. Since you went ahead and sent in a super chat for it, I got you. Let me see here. You said video posted in Discord. Chicks does a drive-by with a BB pew pew and gets maced. Damn, maced. Hold on, where'd you send this at? In the general, or did you send this in like straight to me? Let me see here. Maybe you send this one straight to me. Maybe I'm tripping. Nah. The one I got here from you is, let's see here. Black liberal shoots pro. Oh, okay. Here it is. Never mind. I got it. Yeah. Black liberal shoots pro I/MAGA protester and fuck around and find out. All right, let's go ahead and get into it. Why not? There we go.
Doxing me. Mind you, so I just woke up to MAGA doxing me. Mind you, this is what they did to my face. This is what they did to me.
What did she do?
Damn, what bad agony.
And now they're doxing me all over the internet. And they did this to me. Look at my face.
Okay.
I have second-degree burns all over my face. I can't even move my face. I did not attack anyone. I didn't hurt anybody. All I did was move his camera. And he attacked me. Look at what he did to me.
What's happening, Mace?
They vandalized my car. They kicked a dent in my car. They threw water bottles at me. I have second-degree burns all over my face. I can't even move my face. I did not attack anyone. I didn't hurt anybody. All I did was move his camera. And he attacked me. Look at what he did to me. They vandalized my car. They kicked a dent in my car. They threw water bottles at me, threw water at me. And now they're all in my comments calling me the N-word, being racist as hell. Like, fuck Nazis, fuck all of you.
So we have a long clip here, I guess, of what really happened and what she was doing.
Oh, she opened fire with a BB gun?
What so let's see. Right now, people on TikTok, black people were very mad about this.
Well, I mean, if this was a true story, I'd see why a lot of people would choose to be mad about this. This is pretty crazy.
But we're gonna show y'all the context of what happened.
Let's go, boys! Oh, here she comes. Round the horn.
Damn. Pause. So how do they know who she is already?
She did whatever she did before. Yeah, she did something before. They're talking about here she comes.
Oh, she well known.
Let's go, boys! Oh, here she comes. Round the horn. Damn. There's a water bottle right there.
Hey, nah, Zoloff, you funny. He's like, not the N-word. How can I ever move on?
Hey, you're triggered, aren't you?
Oh,
look at that, look at that, look at that. Oh, shit, she just shot me with a BB gun. And she's going down the wrong way. Look at that, look at that. Hey, you're triggered, aren't you?
Oh,
yo, that's crazy to do something like that.
And she's going down the wrong way. She just shot me in the face with a fucking BB gun. 478.
Nigga, just drive over the cones, man. You already cooked.
Yep.
Wow.
She did a drive-by with that.
Bro,
if somebody thought that was
literally took that mug out the car and started, well, like, man, all right, F it. I mean, excuse my lack of better English, but just start banging that shit. Just like popped out the car like she really had a banger on. It was like, five. I'm like, bro. And then she kept going even after she noticed she was going down the wrong lane. Like, I'm sorry, but like, are you serious? Bro, take her ass to jail. She need to go to jail.
Good.
She would have been dead.
Died.
That's what I was thinking. Like, would they be wrong?
I'm sorry, but if you'd have did that to the wrong person and they had a gun on them and they'd have shot her ass, they'd have been in the right. Like, they could have said, oh, I didn't know it was a gun. I thought it was a gun, so I shot her. And they'd have had her right on camera with the gun right there hanging out the window.
Killed her
on
accident. I mean,
if you
just first sight,
do that to me, you might
first
be
sight,
dead.
Yeah, first sight, that is pretty bad.
I don't care what happened, man. I don't care if I felt the BB, you might be dead.
That
bro.
is scary. All you see is a car gun.
The fact she rolled the window down and was dumping it like
God
that is
forgive
not
me,
good.
but this shit is
But like,
crazy.
imagine you on the street, somebody look like a gun getting pointed at you. That is,
I would be pretty upset about that. I would be very upset about
For the
that.
person that didn't get hit with the BB gun, you don't know if it's a silencer on it or nothing. Somebody could have tripped out.
Somebody could have.
Because once you see something out the window, people are like, the next person that pull it out, he wouldn't have been wrong, brother.
Yeah.
This is insane. The fact that she's
in the
playing
state
victim.
eyes, would it?
Oh man, look, man. Well, if
I don't know. They took that to court.
I know my decision.
They took it.
Hey, you tripped out. It's people that have died for less.
Yeah.
Like, come on, man. I still think Renee Good might have been turning, brother. I'm not fully thinking she should have died.
I don't think she should have died, but I think if she wasn't there harassing them agents, she'd be okay.
Yep.
But yeah, for sure. But this right here, oh my God. Oh my God.
She just shot me in the face with a fucking BB. 478.
This is crazy.
Like, bro.
See, as you can see, the more you fuck around, the more you're gonna find out.
Every single time.
She's shooting a BB gun. Yep. She just shot me in the face with a BB gun.
Oh, I'd be pissed
She
off.
comes back, I'm popping with this when she goes by, bro. I'm popping. She just shot me in the fucking face with a BB gun. Bro.
Yeah, I heard it.
She shot me in the arm like 3 times with the BB gun, and it hit me in the side of the face right now. Oh, I thought it was a real gun. Boom, boom, boom.
Okay, guys, just for low context, these are pro-ICE protesters that she shot.
So she pulled up mad because they was having a pro-ICE protest.
Yes.
Yeah, they had probably had Trump flags and
Man, she's lucky to
American
actually have
flags,
her
probably.
life. But you know, to me, man,
damn
God might have been showing her ass something that day.
Yeah.
Don't mess around and find out that bad because you really could have lost your life.
Yeah.
God loved you.
Risking it all.
Can you guys clip her out? You guys gotta clip her license plate and everything.
Miss
I
Mary?
hope she comes back by. Holy fucking chipping out.
Miss Mary, can you please fix it? Can you please
Chimping out is wild.
Whoa.
She's chipping out.
She's chipping out.
She got out the car.
Me what? You drank too much.
Mind you, okay, I don't know, guys. This could be before. This could be before.
I think this is definitely after.
Yeah, look after.
This is definitely after.
I mean, they're really nice for it. I mean,
oh
real
my God,
nice.
you shoot me in the face with a BB gun, I might be very upset.
I mean,
They did
you'd
something,
be,
though.
you'd be valid in
they
being
did do
upset.
something. They did do something, but
What did they? Oh,
She's chipping out. Me what? You drank too much. You've drank too much. You are drinking too much. Don't touch me. Don't fucking touch me. How much have you drank tonight? How much have you? I don't think so. I don't think so.
Every Nazi ass, Gestapo ass, pink dick ass bitch that can't stay hard enough to impregnate his cousin to continue his bloodline.
Damn.
oh, that's when she smacked the phone out of his hand.
whore.
Oh,
What?
Yo, that's
Stupid
whore. What you doing?
You about to fight her in the.
You're a stupid whore. You smell like fish. You know what? Nobody would pay for you. Nobody would pay for you. Over your perfume, I can smell the trout. I can smell the trout. I can smell the trout over the perfume. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go.
I ain't gonna lie. Kudos to this man's patience because, lesser men would have probably punched her in the face by now. Lord knows I wouldn't have. But I mean, kudos to him because I mean, she already shot at you. Now she's out here yelling in your face. It's kind of just like, well, damn, bro. Damn. I mean, salute to the patience.
Here we go. Hold on.
Okay, so this is the video of her. Okay.
that's on you.
It is. And she
Smacked
shot
the phone right out the
already,
hand.
too.
she did do a drive-by on them. That is
So,
extremely
I don't got
bad.
sympathy for nobody in this situation.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Love each other alone.
How'd she get those marks? That's what I wonder.
Shout out Arturo. I love you, Arturo. Shout out there with this
Look, smack the phone. Look, the old girl grabs it and tries to run.
What the
And
fuck?
it hit her. Boom.
You did just try to steal this man's. Hold on now. See, that's some crazy victim shit right there. It's like, hold on, you just stole this man's property. You went from being just a regular woman now to a criminal who has my possession. It's like, yeah, if he treats you a bit roughly, that's on you. I mean, come on now.
You're trying to steal.
Yeah, you probably did hit her.
Aren't you?
Oh,
Look at that.
Oh shit, she just shot me with a BB gun.
And she's going down the wrong way.
With a BB gun.
Look at that.
Oh shit, she just shot me with a BB gun.
So I just woke up
So
to
was that after
MAGA
or before?
doxing me. Mind you, this is what they did to my face.
Oh, fuck.
Don't matter.
This is what they did to me.
I mean, sure.
And now they're doxing me all over the internet. And they did this to me. Look at my face. They're doxing me. I have second-degree burns all over my face. I can't even move my face.
Is that from the mace?
I did not attack anyone.
Yeah.
I didn't hurt anybody.
Wow.
All I did was move his camera. and he attacked me. Look at what he did to me. They vandalized my car. They kicked a dent in my car. They threw water bottles at me, threw water at me.
Okay.
And now they're all in my comments calling me the N-word, being racist as hell. Like, fuck Nazis, fuck all of you.
Well, okay, I don't think that this is funny. This is definitely.
So yeah, it looked like she might have got hit with the mace, you know, instead of what she's saying. Oh, they came out there and they burnt me and all this good stuff. And I'm like, nah, I ain't gonna lie, sis. You brought that one upon yourself. I don't know what the hell you thought. Like, what gave you the right to think you just go out there and drive by, shoot guys with BB guns, get in their face, slap their phone away? I'm not sure why that girl thought she could just take this man's phone without there being problems. It's like the audacity, it is crazy. It's like insane levels of audacity. I have no idea who they thought they were. But all right, now let's go ahead and get into Sid's video right here.
Yet another woman in Donald Trump's life. Tennis star Monica Seles, the top-ranking female player in the world, stunned everybody when she suddenly dropped out of Wimbledon. Now she turned up at the Trump mansion in Florida. Rosanna Scotto reports.
Oh.
Forget about Hernando's hideaway. Turned into Donald Trump's hideaway for tennis fugitive Monica Seles. Seles mysteriously disappeared after abruptly dropping out of the Wimbledon Championships 10 days ago, only to strangely resurface at Trump's palatial Florida estate. The mega developer reportedly invited the 17-year-old Yugoslav to stay at his home so she could avoid reporters trying to find out why she skipped the tournament. But why would Trump want to get involved in this? Could this eligible bachelor have met his match? The editor of Tennis Magazine could only guess.
Athletes attract all kinds of people. Say, we have a term for them called jock sniffers, which, the term, people who feel somewhat bigger by hanging around with athletes or celebrities. And I think it doesn't matter what social status you're from.
Trump has been known to be a big tennis fan. In fact, he found himself in some trouble last year when he was squiring Argentine tennis star Gabriela Sabatini around his casino in Atlantic City. She was 19 years old, underage, according to Jersey law. Trump was served with a fine. While Mr. Trump would not comment on this latest tennis friendship, a published report says that Donald is really not interested in Monica romantically.
No. And she's kind of a melodramatic kid. She's always said she wants to be an actress, and she's loves LA, and I can see myself in LA in a few years, but this is a little bit too Mata Hari-ish, even for tennis.
Less about their friendship?
One incident that I think kind of, proves their closeness and how much they hung out together. One time, on Monday morning, I came in and the commission was waiting. The inspectors were waiting in my office. And Donald and Jeffrey had come into the casino in the wee hours of Sunday morning, 1:30 in the morning. Two buddies. They had three women with them. And the commission was waiting for me because they had determined that the women that they brought down were underage to be on the casino. And when I asked them how they knew that, by the way, one of them was the number 3 ranked tennis player in the world. Okay. And this guy happened to be a tennis fan. And he said, Jack, I know she's 19 years old.
Oh, okay. Well, yo, Monty, what's going on?
What's up?
Ah, man, nothing much. But shout out to my man James Foley. Says, oh shoot, Vlad is back. Next Don, then Key. Oh shoot, I know Vlad is back, but I don't know about Key. But all right though. What's up,
bro? You gotta tell us what happened with Key.
That's actually crazy because I know I told
Or you have talked about it before, but I haven't been on when you talked about it.
Yeah, you're right. I know my co-host wanted to do different things. I would like to say.
You make it sound like he started an OnlyFans.
I'm crying. No, he ain't do all that. No, he ain't do that. He ain't do that. Shoot, I still see the man to this day. Like, we cool and all that. It's like I said, he just wanted to go a different direction. And he didn't really want to do the YouTube. He wanted to go a different direction with life. So it is what it is.
He wanted to do the do.
I'm crying. Hey, man, you never know. You never know. He might just be doing that. He's a resourceful guy.
Shout out, Key. I watched some of you guys' earlier videos. Y'all vibed.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, me and him had pretty good back and forth and all that good stuff. So it is what it is. Shoot, hopefully he's doing well out there and all that good stuff. So I can't even be mad. Get key camo, $500 gold to get a key camo. A key camo. Wait, why the hell would you even do that? But shout out
a
for
cameo. A cameo.
Oh,
For him to come
cameo.
back on the show.
Oh, what?
For Key, your co-host, or your old co-host, he's saying set a $500 goal. If we meet the goal, Key has to come on.
Oh, cameo. Oh, sure. Why not? I could do that. I mean, I don't know if he's busy. He might. I don't know. He might come on. Who knows?
He can pop on.
No.
He ain't that busy. Ain't no one that busy.
Shoot, I'm not even sure if he wants to be doing lives anymore. If anything, the reason why he left because he was getting a bit sick of it. He didn't want to do it all the time. I mean, it is what it is.
All right.
But he said, "I love to see him. That'd be dope as fuck." All right, why not? I can see. I'll try. But all right, guys, we've been in it for all the way over 7 hours. So, congrats on that one. All right, I'm gonna have to go ahead and shut it down. All right, man. Appreciate the support, guys. I'm gonna go ahead and close out on this one. And you know what? Tonight we will close out on the jazz. Because you guys like the jazz. All right, man. All right, Monty, you got any closing thoughts?
Oh, no.
All right. Well, shout out to the co-host, Monty. Wrong one. Damn. Well, my bad, guys.
All right, Set. Tell me how you really feel.
All right, guys. We're going to go ahead and close out on that note, man. Appreciate the support, man. This is Set from Set Media, and I'll catch you guys tomorrow. Peace.
It's all magic, no tricks. Coming with it.